Chapter 223. In half a year's time, because the spirit bead was a third-grade spiritual material that was condensed from a degenerated spirit object of heaven and earth, there were many steps that should have been required for tool refining. He only needed to engrave the 9 most important Dharma seals into the spirit bead. This was also the biggest reason why a layman like Lu Ping dared to refine a life-bound magic tool by himself. However, when Lu Ping was refining, he discovered that although the 12 spirit beads saved Lu Ping a lot of refining procedures, when refining the whole set of magic tools, 9 Dharma seals had to be formed on each of the 12 spirit beads. In other words, this set of life-bound magic tools required 12 of the most basic top-grade magic tools. This also meant that when Lu Ping used his own life-bound magic tool, he would need to use the magic power and divine sense of the 12 top-grade magic tools. In the eyes of an ordinary cultivator, this was an impossible goal. Even when Lu Ping realized this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, at this time, Lu Ping had already used his own magic power to nourish the 12 spirit beads for 3 whole months, and spent another 3 months to form 8 Dharma seals in each spirit bead. With only one last step, Lu Ping would be able to complete his 12 top-grade life-bound magic tools, Genshin beads, and form the life-bound Genshin grade formation. The arrow was already on the bowstring, and there was no time for Lu Ping to regret. Just when Lu Ping was ready to cast the last set of hand seals towards the 12 Genshin beads, an imposing aura suddenly rose from the Li family manor behind Lu Ping's immortal's cave dwelling, causing the clouds in the sky to roll and disperse. Immediately after, a rather inexperienced divine sense swept across the 3 family cities like a child who had discovered something new in his familiar garden, declaring its majesty in the 3 family cities. Natural energies from all directions began to gather in the air above the manor of the Li clan, forming a series of inexplicable yet pleasant breezes within a radius of about 1 mile, forming a whirlpool of natural energies that was invisible to the naked eye, but could definitely be detected by divine sense. Celestial phenomena, divine sense, and spiritual chi whirlpool, all of these represented the birth of a core forging expert in the 3 families island. On this medium-sized island, where the cultivation level was not high, a core forging Taoist master would stand at the peak of the island's cultivators, and would have the right to speak in the 3 families island. For a moment, all the forces and rogue cultivators on the 3 families island looked at the Li family with complicated gazes. In his immortal cave, Lu Ping carefully sensed everything that had been triggered by breaking through to the core forging stage. He hoped that it would be useful for his future cultivation. Obviously, Lu Ping's harvest was not ideal. Lu Ping sighed with regret, and once again turned his attention to the life Genshin bead. On the other hand, because of the convergence of spiritual energy, Debao had obtained a lot of benefits when passing by Lu Ping's immortal cave, and it seemed that it might awaken ahead of time. 2 hours later, just as Lu Ping had placed the 9th restriction spell into the 12 Genshin beads, an imposing aura that was even more vigorous than the previous one directly pierced a large hole in the clouds above the Li clan manor. A divine sense that did not have the slightest feeling of inexperience swept across the 3 families island like a flood that had burst a dam. Moreover, the scope of the divine sense that had wreaked havoc was clearly far greater than the first divine sense, which was filled with curiosity, surprise, and excitement. This divine sense contained a kind of natural calmness, as calm as the magma pool before a volcanic eruption. Lu Ping was very familiar with this divine sense. It was the divine sense of the female cultivator, Chu Ting, whom he had encountered in the Li clan manor. But now, this divine sense was clearly much more powerful, far more powerful than an ordinary cultivator's. Even when compared to a pill master of the same level, it was much stronger. The spiritual chi within a radius of 2 to 3 miles gathered once again, forming a spectacular vortex above the Li family's manor. It was far larger than the first vortex, which could only be detected by divine sense. The entire vortex covered almost half of the Li family's manor. The vortex of spiritual chi imperceptibly stirred the surrounding heaven and earth, forming a huge phenomenon. In a single day, the Li clan had produced 2 core forging cultivators. All the forces in the 3 family cities, large and small, suddenly awoke from the fanaticism of admiring the core forging cultivators and were shocked. The sky of the 3 family cities was really going to change this time. The celestial phenomenon finally disappeared and the divine sense was withdrawn. Just as the cultivators in the 3 family cities breathed a sigh of relief and were nervously thinking about the future direction of the 3 families islands, everyone suddenly discovered that the spiritual chi in a radius of several li was still flowing towards the Li clan manor. Moreover, the speed at which the spiritual qi was flowing was not the slightest bit slower than when the Li clan's first cultivator broke through to the core forging stage. Could it be that the Li clan had a third cultivator that was about to break through to the core forging stage? This was no longer just shock, the three family cities were in a state of panic. How could this be? What did the Li clan want to do? The Zhang clan and Wang clan cultivators were thinking this. Were all the cultivators in the three family cities thinking this? However, half an hour had passed and the spiritual qi was still converging. However, the celestial phenomenon of a core forging cultivator did not appear again. Could it be that they still hadn't broken through? The cultivators of the three families' islands finally realized that this was not a cultivator breaking through to the core forging stage, but rather a type of spiritual energy absorption when refining a large magic tool or setting up a large array. At this moment, the culprit of all of this was in the Li clan manor's high-grade immortal's cave. He was bitterly struggling to refine the 12 flashing beads that were surrounding him. In the instant that Chu Ting broke through to the core forging stage in the Li clan manor, Lu Ping finally placed the 9th restriction into the last high bead. The 12 gentian beads were finally refined and the life origin gentian formation was finally completed. In his joy, Lu Ping impatiently began to refine his own life origin magic tool. This time he didn't refine one gentian bead at a time, but all 12 gentian beads at the same time. If the magic power in Lu Ping's blood was like an endless river, then when Lu Ping tried to refine his own life origin magic tool, he suddenly found that the magic power in his body was like a broken dam, unable to be controlled. The process of refining the life origin gentian bead had always challenged Lu Ping's estimation of the magic power needed to use this set of life origin magic tools. This time was no exception. Lu Ping once again miscalculated. Hopefully this would be the last time. Chu Ting's breakthrough had attracted the spiritual energy from a few miles away, which undoubtedly helped Lu Ping a lot. But this was just the beginning. Without hesitation, Lu Ping took out 100 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and crushed them all. Although the scattered spiritual energy would waste a lot of it, it would alleviate Lu Ping's predicament of not having enough arcane energy to refine his natal mystic instrument. However, after a while, Lu Ping had no choice but to explode another 100 middle-grade spirit stones in order to maintain the refining of his life origin magic tool. At this time, Chu Ting, who had broken through to the core forging stage, had already restrained her aura and began to consolidate her cultivation with Li Xiuzhu. However, Lu Ping's refining work was still continuing. At the same time, the Li clan manor's spiritual qi was far from enough to refine the gentian bead. The surrounding spiritual qi, which had been gathered by Li Xiuzhu and Chu Ting when they broke through, began to gather towards Lu Ping's immortal's cave dwelling. Moreover, the range of the gathering became larger and larger, attracting more and more attention from the three families. Chapter 224. In the Li family's manor, Li Maolin stood behind his father with a bow. Do you know who lives in that cave? Father, according to third brother, that is Lu Jiu's cave. However, the spiritual energy has been gathering there for more than half an hour. Other than that, there is nothing unusual. He should not be breaking through to the core forging stage. The old man was expressionless. He just looked in the direction of Lu Ping's cave. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, the old man suddenly said, "Open an opening in the direction of the cave and let the spiritual energy in the cave pass through." Li Maolin was surprised and said hesitantly, "Father, why do this? He is just a rogue alchemist. If the spiritual energy in the cave is leaked, I am afraid it will take a month to recover. It will be a hindrance to the other cultivators in the family. Moreover, Ting-er and Zhu-er have just broken through. They need a large amount of spiritual energy to consolidate their cultivation." The old man waved his hand and said, "1 month won't affect anything. Just do it." Li Maolin saw that his father had made up his mind, so he left to take charge of the opening of the protective array. At this time, Lu Ping had continuously crushed 700 mid-grade spirit stones. A large amount of spiritual energy exploded. A part of it was directly absorbed by Lu Ping and turned into spiritual energy. The rest was absorbed by the gentian bead to help Lu Ping refine his life-bound instrument. At this time, the gentian bead was like 12 bottomless abysses. Not only did it absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, it also continuously attracted the spiritual energy from the surroundings. Lu Ping gritted his teeth and took out 2 milky white spirit stones from his storage ring. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when the spiritual energy had accumulated to a very high level. These were 2 of the 4 high-grade spirit stones that Lu Ping had obtained from the trade fair. Lu Ping couldn't care less about the bleeding in his heart. After exploding 100 mid-grade spirit stones, although the density of the spiritual energy wasn't any less than a high-grade spirit stone, the purity of the spiritual energy was still far inferior. Lu Ping crushed the 2 upper-grade spirit stones, temporarily alleviating the huge amount of spiritual power needed to refine the natal magic tool. Lu Ping quickly swallowed a triple transformation spirit pellet. This was a half-step core forging realm medicinal pellet he concocted using a 1,000-year-old spirit herb he obtained from the trade fair. It was a half-step core forging realm medicinal pellet that could restore one's spiritual energy. In order to obtain the pill formula for this pill, Lu Ping had paid the price of 2 blood-condensing pills. There were only 6,000-year-old spirit herbs used to concoct this kind of medicinal pellet. The difficulty of concocting this kind of medicinal pellet was similar to the Ajurasia pellet. With Lu Ping's current alchemy skills, he could easily achieve a 60% success rate with a single cauldron of 3 transformation spirit pellets. Lu Ping originally concocted this kind of medicinal pellet to save his life at a critical moment, but now he couldn't care less. The moment the triple transformation spirit pill entered his mouth, it melted in his stomach and turned into pure magic energy. Then Lu Ping quickly refined it into his own magic energy. This was all thanks to Lu Ping's special cultivation method. He could use this kind of pill without any worries. If it was any other cultivator, they would have to be at least at the peak of the blood condensation realm to be able to control such a vast amount of spiritual energy. Seeing that the spiritual energy in the cave was about to run out again, Lu Ping was considering whether he should temporarily stop refining the Gentian pearl and let it rest for a while before continuing. However, if he did that, Lu Ping's natal magic tool would inevitably have some flaws, making it even more difficult to control. Lu Ping would have to spend more time nourishing it in order to eliminate these negative effects. At this moment, the Li family manor's protective formation suddenly activated. An invisible hole opened up in the direction of the cave, and a surge of spiritual energy that was much denser than the outside world gushed out. At this moment, the cultivators in the cave all felt that the spiritual energy in the surroundings had suddenly increased by several times. After a moment of commotion, the cultivators naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Regardless of the Li family's reason for doing this, they all began to cultivate in seclusion. Although a lot of this dense and turbulent magic energy was intercepted by the cultivators, most of it was still absorbed by the cave that had been gathering spiritual energy. When everyone discovered this phenomenon while cultivating, they all cursed Lu Ping for being a freak. He clearly hadn't reached the core forging realm yet, but he was causing a commotion that wasn't any weaker than a core forging realm cultivator. Some clever cultivators secretly guessed that the reason the Li family opened the protective formation to release the energy from the spirit vein might have something to do with this mysterious pill master. For Lu Ping, this was undoubtedly a timely help. He didn't have time to think about the Li family's intentions and hurriedly used the 3 transformation spirit pill to temporarily replenish his magic energy. He continued to use the Gentian pearl to absorb spiritual energy and speed up the refining process. Another hour passed and the spiritual energy that swept through the 3 family cities slowly stopped. The thousands of cultivators in the 3 family cities finally breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to nourish the life treasure and cultivate at the same time. Another 3 months passed, and the spiritual energy feeding back from the Gentian pearls finally ended. However, Lu Ping still did not wake up from his seclusion. This was because his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. The 9th layer was just around the corner. Another 3 months passed. Lu Ping's foundation bloodline finally began to sharpen its blade against the remaining wind attribute Peng bloodline in his body. However, the process of breaking through this time was not as smooth as before. The remaining Peng bloodline in his body displayed a powerful combat ability at the last moment. It started a final struggle against the foundation bloodline in his blood. At this moment, Lu Ping's bloodline was like a river being attacked by the tides. The violent turbulence caused Lu Ping to feel as if his body was being torn apart. Lu Ping knew that this was the final obstacle for him to reach the peak of the blood condensation realm. According to the legends, when the 7th patriarch created the world, the most powerful being in the world was Peng Laozu. Therefore, in the blood condensation realm, other cultivators had to fuse with the Peng bloodline. It was also the most difficult bloodline to fuse with. Therefore, fusing with the Peng bloodline to reach the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm was considered the final obstacle for cultivators to reach the core forging realm. Cultivators who reached the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm were also called peak blood condensation realm cultivators. Lu Ping's divine sense fused with the foundation bloodline. He felt a kind of anger, a kind of anger of being offended. It was as if in front of Lu Ping's foundation bloodline, other bloodlines could only wait for their fate of being devoured. This was a feeling of superiority, a feeling of talent that could not be offended. Lu Ping circulated the North Sea Wave listening mantra, and the foundation bloodline finally re-evaluated its opponent. Then it bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the Peng bloodline. This time there was no more suspense. The foundational bloodline had finally eliminated its last internal enemy. All of the spiritual energy in the Peng bloodline had been devoured by the foundational bloodline. The ninth condensed blood bead in the core space gradually condensed and expanded. It only stopped growing when it was about a third the size of the original 8 condensed blood beads. Lu Ping spat out a mouthful of green blood. It was still a useless bloodline that had lost all its spiritual energy. Lu Ping's foundation bloodline was still as tyrannical as ever. After the 9th condensed blood bead took shape, the 12 gentian beads suddenly trembled. The speed at which they revolved around the condensed blood bead suddenly increased. Slowly, a faint spiritual energy whirlpool formed in the heart space, constantly attracting the spiritual energy around Lu Ping into his body. Then it was refined by his bloodline and absorbed into the heart space, strengthening the 9th condensed blood bead. This was another benefit of having a natal magic tool. For a cultivator, a natal magic tool had an instinctive effect of gathering spiritual energy. Not only would it help the cultivator cultivate, it would also nourish the body. The blood flowed through Lu Ping's body, but it no longer flowed like a small river. After the foundation bloodline devoured the last variant bloodline, the foundation bloodline became Lu Ping's only bloodline. At this moment, it seemed to take all the spiritual energy of the other 6 bloodlines and the 2 flood dragon bloodlines as its own. Then it came to life in Lu Ping's blood, and an indescribable change occurred. It was like a vast, long river, using the waves as a horn and the waves as a long roar. It moved forward courageously towards the final juncture, the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. At this moment, the distance to the core forging realm was no longer far. Chapter 225. Northern Alliance Elixir Association? Lu Ping looked at Li Maolin in surprise. That's right. Li Maolin smiled at Lu Ping and explained, the Northern Alliance has been established for thousands of years. In order to recruit talents and strengthen ourselves, we established this tradition. Every 100 years, when the Northern Alliance is established, we will hold a series of activities. The Northern Alliance gathering is one of them. Senior Li, you want me to represent the Li family? Yes. Li Maolin's eyes widened. Lu Ping glanced at Li Xiuzhu and Chu Ting who were sitting at the side. Seeing that they were looking at him, he hesitated for a moment before asking, Miss Chu has already advanced to the core forging realm. Her alchemy skills should be enough to be called an alchemy grandmaster. Senior, why don't you let Miss Chu go? About that? Li Maolin looked at Chu Ting as if he found it difficult to speak. Because I won't be participating in the Alchemy Association gathering. As for the reason, I hope Brother Lu can forgive me. I can't tell you right now. Chu Ting explained to Lu Ping when she saw Li Maolin's expression. Hearing Chu Ting's words, Li Maolin could only look at Lu Ping inquiringly. Lu Ping thought for a moment. Since the Li clan had activated the protective array formation and used the spirit vein's power to help him refine his natal mystic instrument, it would be a great favor to Lu Ping. Hence he said, all right, I've been looking forward to witnessing such a grand scene. I believe it will also help me improve my alchemy skills. Seeing Lu Ping agree, Li Maolin happily pushed the items on the table to Lu Ping and said, Brother Lu, the Li clan is grateful for your promise. Please accept these items. Lu Ping nodded. Lu Ping didn't refuse and kept everything into his interspatial ring. Li Maolin had already introduced the items to him. There was a jade token for the Big Core Convention, an identity token for the Li clan's guest elder, and a small interspatial pouch that contained 100 500-year spirit herbs and 500 mid-grade spirit stones used to concoct late blood condensation medicinal pellets. Spirit herbs and spirit stones were exactly what Lu Ping needed right now, especially spirit stones. Because of the trade fair and the origin chin beads, in addition to the fact that Lu Ping had been sparing no effort in collecting spirit herbs, Lu Ping's wealth of more than 200,000 origin stones was almost depleted. Seeing that Lu Ping had accepted the items, Li Maolin's expression relaxed. My daughter and Marshal Nish Chu will also be attending the alchemy conference. Although Marshal Nish Chu won't be participating in the conference, she still has to go and enjoy the event. Lu Ping nodded. This kind of large-scale competition and exchange between alchemists had a fatal attraction for every alchemist. Even if Chu Ting had already reached the level of an alchemy grandmaster, it was still the same. There were still 2 years until the alchemy conference. Lu Ping planned to take this opportunity to travel outside. 2 years later, he would directly meet Li Xiuzhu and Chu Ting at the venue of the Northern Alliance's alchemy conference, which was also the Northern Alliance's encampment, Qianyuan Island. After leaving the Li family's residence, Lu Ping directly returned to his cave abode. Previously, after Lu Ping had refined the Genshin bead, he had prepared to leave San Family Island to travel. When he was about to return to his cave abode, he was stopped by Manager Li. When he arrived at the Li family's manor, he finally understood the Li family's intentions. However, Lu Ping did not agree to it to repay the Li family's favor. It was because Lu Ping had indeed developed a strong interest in this year's alchemy conference. With a wave of his hand, the demonic beasts that were rolling around in the cave abode were kept in the spirit beast pouch. Debao had long since woken up. Due to the spiritual energy wave caused by the 2 core forging enlightened masters' breakthroughs and Lu Ping's crazy act of crushing 90,000 spirit stones at the last moment, Debao could be said to have benefited greatly. His cultivation had already stabilized to the 4th layer of the blood condensation realm. Lu Dagui's cultivation was still at the 5th layer of the blood condensation realm. It was only a matter of time before he reached the 6th layer. Samling's cultivation could not be suppressed in the end, and both of them stepped into the 6th layer of the blood condensation realm. Under the influence of the spiritual energy wave, Lu Qin also broke through to the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. The improvement of his spiritual pets caused Lu Ping's strength to rise to the next level. The 3 islands gradually disappeared into the distance. Lu Ping stood on Lu Dagui's back as they slowly traveled southwest. The Northern Alliance's Qianyuan Island was tens of thousands of miles away from here. This was the destination of Lu Ping's trip to the East Sea. As soon as the 3 green sea snakes entered the sea, they started to play around and catch the delicacies in the sea. However, this was the inland sea of the East Sea Islands, so there were obviously no demonic beasts here. Lu Ping knew that the sea was the natural habitat for the green sea snakes. The green sea snakes themselves were the ocean's favorite. On the other hand, Lu Qin still had the temperament of a heartless little girl. She only liked the sky. She circled above Lu Ping's head and chirped cheerfully. She was incomparably happy at all times. Debao still had a deep hatred for the sea. He would rather stay in the spirit beast pouch and sleep. 3 long chirps could be heard. Lu Ping glanced behind him inconspicuously. A cold smile appeared on his face as he continued deeper into the sea. However, the 3 snakes that had been playing around Lu Ping were nowhere to be seen. A few miles behind Lu Ping, 3 cultivators were slowly following behind Lu Ping. "Big brother, are you sure this person isn't a pill refiner from the Li family?" the cultivator on the left asked hesitantly. The big brother in the middle was in the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. He replied coldly, "Why would the Li family let their pill refiner leave alone?" The younger brother on the right echoed, "Big brother is right. If this person was really a pill refiner from the Li family, wouldn't the Li family have to send more than 10 mid-layer blood condensation realm cultivators to protect him?" The cultivator on the left still felt that something was wrong. But if this person isn't from the Li family, why didn't the Wang family take action themselves? Why did they secretly leak the news to Big Brother? The cultivator on the right was also taken aback. The 2 of them looked at the cultivator in the middle, waiting for their big brother to explain. The big brother waved his hand impatiently. "Why are you asking so many questions? Let's capture this person first. He's just a 7th layer blood condensation realm cultivator. Don't forget he's a pill refiner. Which pill refiner isn't rich? Other than spirit stones, he must have a lot of pills on him. He might even have pills that can help him break through to the half-step core forging realm. If that's the case, we'll be rich." The 2 younger brothers immediately forgot their previous doubts. Their minds were filled with thoughts of spirit stones and pills that could increase one's cultivation. At this time, Lu Ping was already far away from the 3 islands. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. They split into 3 directions and surrounded Lu Ping. Clearly, they were very familiar with this kind of thing. Chapter 226. Lu Ping looked at the 3 cultivators surrounding him. The leader was at the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm, while the other 2 were at the 8th layer. "Brat, I heard you're a pill refiner? I'm sure we don't need to tell you what to do next," the leader said proudly. Victory was already in his grasp. Lu Ping didn't show any panic on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "Ambushing a pill refiner? You guys sure have guts." When the three of them heard this, their expressions changed. As people who mingled in the cultivation world, there were a few types of people that were best not to provoke. Alchemists were one of them. This was because these people could easily pull up a huge network of relationships behind them. No cultivator would dare to say that they would not need alchemists in their cultivation journey in the future. With Lu Ping's status as a pill refiner, as long as he made a call, thousands of cultivators in the three family cities would be willing to kill them for Lu Ping. The leader snorted and said, "You're only at the 7th layer of the blood condensation realm. If you die here today, who will know?" When the other two cultivators heard their leader's words, they regained their senses. The killing intent on their faces became more obvious, and the greed in their eyes became more intense. Lu Ping chuckled and whistled. The leading cultivator immediately felt that something was wrong and hurriedly said coldly, "Let's attack together and kill him." Before the other two cultivators could activate their magic tools, 3 huge snake tails suddenly appeared under the feet of the cultivator on the left. They swept horizontally, vertically, and diagonally towards him. The cultivator cried out in alarm. He only had time to activate his protective aura and magic tool. A golden brick knocked away a blue snake tail. Immediately after, the other 2 snake tails smashed into the sea, creating huge waves. The seawater tumbled, and after a while it calmed down, leaving only a pool of red blood stains. Just as the 3 spirits made their move, a clear and melodious cry rang out. A huge gust of wind followed a giant bird that blotted out the sky as it swooped down. The cultivator on the right reacted quickly and had already raised a high-grade golden bell above his head. Lu Qin struck the bell with her claws and the golden bell swayed slightly, firmly protecting the cultivator below it. However, the cultivator's face paled. It was clear that this attack was quite difficult for him to endure. Lu Ping was slightly surprised. It seemed like what Chen Lian said was true. A defensive magic tool that could be forged into the shape of a bell or a tower could be considered a high-quality magic tool. Lu Ping was well aware of the power of the Blue Phoenix's claws. With her 8th layer blood condensation realm cultivation, it wasn't impossible for her to pierce through a high-grade magic tool. Lu Ping's lips moved slightly, but no one knew what he said. Lu Qin chirped twice as if she was dissatisfied, but she didn't disobey Lu Ping's order. She flapped her wings and a series of wind blades, wind spikes, air blast techniques, air wave techniques, and so on flew towards the cultivator's head. Her attacks were all focused on the golden light curtain hanging down from the golden bell instead of the bell itself. Lu Ping smiled and looked at the leader in front of him. At this time, this big brother had completely lost his high-spirited and victorious expression. He looked at the green flying sword that was floating in the air a few dozen feet in front of him, pointing at him from afar. He didn't dare to move at all. The tip of the green sword pointed at him. The cultivator felt as if his entire body was enveloped by it. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, as if it could attack him from any direction at any time. Sword intent filled the air. At this moment, the 3 green sea snakes floated up from the bottom of the sea. The green, blue, and white snakes had returned to their 1-foot-long sizes. They looked at the motionless leader pointed at by Lu Ping, then looked at the other cultivator suppressed by the blue phoenix. Then, as if they had discovered something joyous, the 3 snakes immediately circled around the surface of the sea. Their small bodies caused the surface of the sea to ripple and splash tens of feet high. Lu Qin naturally knew that the 3 snakes were provoking her. The Samling, who was only at the 6th layer of the blood condensation realm, had attacked at the same time as Lu Qin. However, they had killed their opponent before Lu Qin. Naturally, they laughed at Lu Qin, who had a higher cultivation than them, for not being able to finish off their opponent. Suddenly, a few urgent chirps came from the sky, as if to explain that the reason why they couldn't finish off their opponent was because of their master's orders. Then an angry cry rang out. Lu Qin finally released all of her suppressed anger. She couldn't care less about Lu Ping's warnings anymore. She opened her beak and a green flame burst out. With the help of her wings, it turned into a green fireball that flew towards the cultivator's golden bell. The moment the fireball collided with the golden light barrier, it exploded. The entire golden bell was instantly engulfed in green flames. The golden light barrier sizzled, and the golden luster on the surface of the golden bell dimmed. Be careful. The leading cultivator couldn't care less about the danger of Lu Ping's green sword and quickly shouted. However, the cultivator, who was engulfed in flames, couldn't care less about his big brother's warning. Just as he channeled all of the arcane energy in his body into the golden bell, the green flames suddenly bent over. The cultivator looked up and saw the huge green phoenix swooping down again. The cultivator, who was almost at the end of his rope, could no longer resist Lu Qin's attack. The golden bell wailed and was knocked away by the green phoenix. Lu Qin swept her left wing, and the cultivator's head flew into the air. Lu Ping didn't move when the leader warned his lackeys. He still pointed the green sword at the cultivator from afar. The leader's face was covered in sweat, and he was on the verge of collapse. The leader couldn't bear the suffocating sword intent any longer. He stopped resisting and asked bitterly, "Who are you?" Lu Ping smiled slightly, and the green sword hung above the leader's head. The leader's face twitched. Obviously, he couldn't do anything about Lu Ping's cautiousness. At this time, Lu Ping walked forward and said, "I should be the one asking you this, right?" Just as Lu Ping walked forward, the green sword trembled, as if Lu Ping's control of the green sword was slightly weakened because he was multitasking. The leader suddenly launched an attack. A bow appeared in his hand and he quickly pulled it to the limit. He shot an arrow at Lu Ping, and then he hung a mirror above his head. He ignored the green sword in the sky and turned to fly away. Lu Ping seemed to be prepared for this, but the leader's magic bow and arrow was beyond Lu Ping's expectation. A stream of clear water flew out of the crystal glass bowl and formed a water shield in front of Lu Ping. However, it was pierced by the arrow condensed by magic power, and finally stopped by the cloudy sky. At this time, the cultivator had run hundreds of feet away. Lu Ping was not in a hurry. The green sword whistled, and hundreds of sword lights formed a waterfall in the sky. It instantly caught up with the cultivator and slashed at his back. The cultivator seemed to be quite confident in his magic weapon, and he still flew faster. Just as the Qinghan sword was about to strike the surface of the mirror, the golden mirror suddenly emitted a beam of golden light that swept across the Qinghan sword. Over 300 sword beams were instantly halved, leaving only 81 spiritual sword beams and the remaining ordinary sword beams that struck the golden mirror. A piercing sound that made one's teeth hurt was heard. The golden mirror shook and finally blocked Lu Ping's sword light. When the green sword hit the defensive magic weapon, the cultivator who was running staggered and ran even faster. Lu Ping was a little surprised by the power of the golden mirror, but he still sneered and said, "Let's see where you can run this time." The auspicious cloud under his feet flashed, and he caught up with the cultivator in a moment. The green sword slashed again. This time, a golden light flashed on the golden mirror again, but it only cut off dozens of sword lights. The green sword light slashed on the mirror, and the golden mirror shook and was sent flying. The cultivator's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword light continued to slash down, and just as it was about to kill the cultivator, the protective Gang Qi outside the cultivator's body flashed. The originally golden Gang Qi was suddenly covered with a layer of pink. When the green sword slashed on it, Lu Ping immediately felt that the green sword was blocked by a layer of soft but tough material. Lu Ping's expression changed. This person's protective Gang Qi was actually fused with a natural oddity, and the natural oddity was very familiar to Lu Ping. It was the 100-flower fiend that cultivator number 58 had used to exchange with Chu Ting at the trade fair. Judging from the 100-flower fiend that he had fused with the 100-flower fiend, it was obvious that he had fused with a lot more than the small ball of 100-flower fiend that he had used to exchange with Chu Ting. This person should be the cultivator number 58 who had sat beside him at the underground trade fair. The cultivator borrowed the power of Lu Ping's attack to spit out another mouthful of blood. He turned into a ball of golden light and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of meters away. Lu Ping was angry that his two attacks had missed. In terms of strength, this person was probably slightly weaker than the 18 generals of the North Sea. However, this person had a lot of strange techniques. This made Lu Ping's excitement after breaking through to the peak of the blood condensation realm dampen. Since Lu Ping had already decided to kill him, he wouldn't let him go so easily. He executed the wave-treading technique and combined it with the auspicious cloud. In the blink of an eye, they chased after each other. The cultivator turned around and threw out two items. Lu Ping could clearly see that one of them was a green jade slip. In a situation like this, the only thing he could use to escape was a talisman treasure. Lu Ping didn't care. He took out a talisman treasure from his storage ring and activated it. The talisman treasure he had obtained from the trade fair was activated. 3 golden halos appeared out of thin air and trapped Lu Ping in the middle. After the green talisman treasure exploded, it turned into 72 green arrows that shot towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping's speed didn't change at all. He forcefully charged out of the rain of arrows. The 3 halos around him had already been destroyed, but Lu Ping was still unscathed. At this time, the cultivator's second item also flew towards Lu Ping. With a bang it exploded and a cloud of black fog enveloped Lu Ping. Chapter 227. Even though Lu Ping was shrouded in the black mist, the cultivator didn't slow down. However, a mocking laugh could be heard. Haha, I don't believe you can still catch up to me after being shrouded in this 100-flower miasma. As soon as the cultivator's voice fell, he saw the black fog that wrapped around Lu Ping suddenly shrink rapidly. Under the cultivator's incredulous gaze, Lu Ping, who had propped up the golden protective Gang Qi, absorbed the black 100-flower miasma and chased after the cultivator again. This 100-flower miasma was different from the 100-flower evil spirit, which could quickly recover and heal. Not only could the 100-flower miasma infect the cultivator's Gang Qi, but it could also infect the cultivator's magic power through the Gang Qi, weakening the cultivator's control over his own magic power. Moreover, once the 100-flower miasma was inhaled by the cultivator, it would make the cultivator dizzy and create illusions in the mind. The leader of the cultivators originally thought that with this small ball of concentrated 100-flower miasma, even if it could not make Lu Ping create illusions and give up the chase, it could weaken Lu Ping's magic power and slow down his speed of pursuit. However, Lu Ping's protective Gang Qi was integrated with the 10,000 poison liquid to form the unique 10,000 poison meteorite gang. What it was least afraid of was all kinds of poisonous miasma. Instead, these things became a great supplement for Lu Ping's protective Gang Qi. Lu Ping attacked for the third time. The Qinghan sword rolled up a huge wave in the sea and turned into a water dragon that was far more powerful than before. It shook its head and wagged its tail. The single horn on the top of its head rose, and the cultivator's 100-flower aura cracked. In the cultivator's desperate eyes, the water dragon opened its huge mouth and swallowed the cultivator whole. A moment later, the Qinghan sword flew toward Lu Ping with an exquisite storage bag. At the same time, the shrunken Cyan Phoenix also landed on Lu Ping's shoulder with a storage bag in its mouth. Samling swam over from the sea, and Lu Bai also had a storage bag on her head. It had been a long time since he felt this kind of harvest. Lu Ping looked at the person in front of him whose cultivation was restrained by the water binding technique and said with a smile, "I don't need to tell you what to do next, right?" This was what the three of them had said before they surrounded and attacked Lu Ping. The cultivator looked at the Qinghan sword that was constantly appearing and disappearing around him, as if it would cut off a piece of flesh from his body at any time. He repeatedly begged for mercy. Don't, I'll tell you, the reason we're chasing you this time is because someone in the 3 family cities leaked your whereabouts." Lu Ping took out a gourd from his storage ring and took a sip. He then sighed and said, "After all, it's only brewed with 100 types of ordinary 500-year-old spiritual herbs. It's getting more and more limited for me. It seems that I can only continue to collect spiritual herbs to brew the Great 100 spiritual wine or the 1,000 spiritual wine. However, the effects of brewing the Great 100 spiritual wine with 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs are not bad either." Seeing that Lu Ping was ignoring him, the cultivator continued to use the Qinghan sword to unleash the invisible sword art. However, the cold edge of the sword had begun to stick to the cultivator's skin, as if it would cut off at any time. The cultivator's expression began to panic and his eyes darted around as if he was frightened. He hurriedly said, "It's the Li family. Aside from the Li family, who else would know your departure date and route?" Lu Ping acted as if he hadn't heard him and muttered to himself, "Now I'll need to change my flying magic tool to a top-grade one." Although the magic cloud bracelet's flying speed is not bad among high-grade magic tools, it's not enough for now. At this moment, the cultivator's face was ashen. Lu Ping turned a deaf ear to his confession and a small snake as white as jade had already climbed up the cultivator's leg. Wherever the small snake passed, a bone-piercing cold immediately caused the cultivator to shiver. The cultivator's teeth continuously chattered, but he still struggled to continue to confess, "Jianghu family, I'm a member of the Jianghu family. Normally, I mix in with the loose cultivators of the 3 family cities and gather a few loose cultivator forces. I secretly do some shady things for the Jianghu family. Your whereabouts and date were leaked by the Jianghu family spies hidden in the Li family. The Jianghu family has been established in the 3 family islands for the longest time and has the deepest foundation. It's not strange for the other 2 families to have spies from the Jianghu family." This time Lu Ping finally looked back at him and smiled, "You were sent by the Wang family?" The cultivator's eyes suddenly became deep and then immediately changed. However, with Lu Ping's keen spiritual sense, he had already paid attention to the cultivator's every movement. The cultivator's instantaneous change in expression didn't escape Lu Ping's perception. The cultivator still had the anxious tone of a scared ghost and said, Who do you think I belong to? I only ask that you give me a way out. After all, I was ordered by someone and had no choice. As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, he felt a chill on his ankle. The cultivator was startled, and when he looked up, he saw that the small white snake had already mercilessly bit down. A bone-chilling feeling spread from his feet to the top of his head. The cultivator looked at Lu Ping in disbelief, and the corner of his mouth twitched as he said with difficulty, You? Then there was no more movement. The corpse immediately became stiff, and a thin layer of white ice gradually began to condense on the surface of the corpse. Lu Ping turned around and stood on De Gui's back. They changed directions and quickly left the sea. When Lu Ling got down from the cultivator's corpse, she intentionally or unintentionally flicked her tail. The cultivator's body seemed to be affected by the snake's tail and immediately shattered into pieces of ice crystals that floated on the sea surface. With the turbulence of the sea, the ice crystals gradually disappeared without a trace. Just a moment after the cultivator fell in the Wang family's manor on Three Families Island, an angry roar came out. The entire Three Families Island was once again covered by a great pressure. Then, a ray of light suddenly flew out of Three Families Island and headed southwest. Senior Apprentice Sister Ting, that direction should be the direction that Pill Master Lu Jiao went, right? If it's just a wasted trip. It seems that the people sent by the Wang family are quite important. Even their own core forging enlightened masters want to intervene. This person is called Wang Hua, ranked third among the Wang family's 4 core forging enlightened masters. In the past, he was a famous playboy in Three Families Island. It is said that he has many illegitimate children. At this time, Lu Ping had already turned north. At the same time, Lu Ping put on the mirage gauze robe. Lu Ping's aura suddenly changed, becoming faintly discernible. With the effect of the spirit concealment technique and the red mask given to him by Yang Shenmu, even if someone familiar with Lu Ping saw him, they would definitely not be able to recognize him. Of the 3 storage bags, only the last storage bag of the leading cultivator caught Lu Ping's interest. At this time, Lu Ping was holding a jade slip in his hand and was looking at its contents. It's actually a map of a place in the Fallen Mystery Land. The Fallen Mystery Land is a good place to travel. Although it is very dangerous, there are a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in it. This cultivator from the Wang family had some luck. No wonder he could cultivate the 100 Flowers astral chi. Chapter 228. In fact, the Fallen Secret Land was not a closed space like Failing Island or the 7-Star Sky. It was a natural miracle. No one knew when the Fallen Secret Land was formed. It was said that when the 7th Patriarch opened up this world, the Fallen Secret Land had already existed. The Fallen Secret Land was located in the extreme north of the East Sea. It was made up of countless islands of different sizes, forming a fragmented archipelago. It was a real place where humans and demons lived together. It was strange and unpredictable, with dangers and opportunities coexisting. It was a paradise for adventurers. It was said that in the depths of the Fallen Secret Land, even Laozu, who was in the Dharma characteristic stage, would appear. This showed the value of the Fallen Secret Land. There were even natural formations and prohibitions formed by the power of heaven and earth in the Fallen Secret Land. No cultivator had ever been able to understand the true nature of the Fallen Secret Land. They could only marvel at the power of nature. Lu Ping recalled what he had learned about the East Sea during this period. There were many legends about the Fallen Secret Land. Lu Ping had long been yearning for this mysterious place. Now that he had this map in his hand, and judging from the map, the leader seemed to have found some treasures in the Fallen Secret Land, Lu Ping would certainly not let it go. In addition, the Cyan Phoenix also brought the Golden Bell, which had lost its spiritual light after being hit by her. Although Lu Ping was not proficient in refining weapons because he had a friend like Qin Lian who was a genius in refining weapons, Lu Ping had a good eye for appraising the quality of various kinds of celestial weapons. Although this Golden Bell was only a high-grade celestial weapon, it had been refined with top-grade spiritual materials. It could be promoted to a top-grade celestial weapon at any time. This Golden Bell was obviously a very good natal celestial weapon. Lu Ping played with it, which had shrunk to the size of a bell. Although it had been damaged by the Cyan Phoenix's attack, it would recover with some nourishment. However, it was a metal celestial weapon, so its power would be greatly reduced in the hands of Lu Ping. The bronze mirror that had been hid away by Lu Ping was also picked up by the Cyan Phoenix. The Cyan Phoenix had always been fond of cleaning up battlefields, especially this kind of shiny object, which had always been very attractive to her. However, the Cyan Phoenix's enthusiasm for these things could not be maintained for a long time. After showing it off for a while, she got tired of it and threw it back to Lu Ping, ignoring it. Lu Ping was quite interested in this bronze mirror. In addition to being able to defend against attacks, it could also emit a golden light to weaken the power of spells. Lu Ping had seen this kind of jade slip several times before. Most of them were messages left behind by core forging enlightened masters using their divine sense. However, the few purple jade slips that Lu Ping had obtained were all sealed by their divine sense. Before Lu Ping reached the core forging realm, he wouldn't be able to read the contents of the jade slip. Obviously, there was no seal on this jade slip. Lu Ping closed his eyes and carefully examined the contents of the jade slip with his divine sense. He allowed Debeo to carry him on the sea surface and drift towards the north. Samling had already dived to some unknown place at the bottom of the sea to play hide-and-seek. Lu Qin, on the other hand, hung a golden bell that had shrunk to the size of a bell. After a long time, Lu Ping finally woke up from his meditative state. Figuring out a pill recipe was the most tiring task for an alchemist. Pill recipes were a special method of inheritance and communication for alchemists. They were different from the jade slips recorded by ordinary cultivators. The process of alchemy recorded in the jade slip was actually the true understanding of the alchemist when refining this kind of pill. It was a kind of divine sense imprint. This kind of process was very difficult for non-alchemists to understand. Moreover, these divine sense imprints would become dim and disappear as the alchemist tried to figure out the pill recipe more and more. In the end, it would be useless. Therefore, when an alchemist tried to figure out a pill recipe, he would cherish it very seriously. Enchanting Thought Pill. It was a kind of pill that was half a step into the core forging realm. This pill was not used to help a cultivator prepare to break through to the core forging realm. Instead, it was used to sense the realm. After a cultivator took this pill, an illusion would appear in his divine sense. In the illusion, the cultivator's cultivation would increase by one realm, reaching the core forging realm. In the illusion, the cultivator could carefully feel the various feelings after reaching the core forging realm and familiarize himself with the cultivation method of the core forging realm. It could be said that it was a preview for a cultivator to reach the core forging realm in advance. After taking this pill, although it would not have the slightest effect on the cultivator's magic power, the process of breaking through to the core forging realm would not be unfamiliar to the cultivator. The process would also be smoother. Lu Ping put away the pill recipe with satisfaction. He whistled and called the Cyan Phoenix down from the sky. He put away De Gue and jumped onto the Cyan Phoenix's back. They flew in the direction of the fallen secret land. The fallen secret land was too far away. If he had to rely on De Gue to swim across the sea, it would probably take him 1 or 2 months to reach it. A few days later, a beautiful cyan bird suddenly flew over a sea that was shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. The bird circled quietly in front of the endless islands that were shrouded in clouds and mist. The cultivator sitting cross-legged on the back of the bird was shocked by the scene in front of him. This was the fallen secret land. Tens of thousands of islands suddenly appeared on the boundless sea, like a vast forest suddenly appearing on a plain. These islands were of different sizes and shapes. Some were near, some were far, some were fragmented, and they were scattered on the sea without any pattern. They were shrouded by the fog that rose from the sea all year round, and the deeper one went into the archipelago, the thicker the fog became. No cultivator could tell the size of the islands known as the Fallen Secret Land because no human or demon cultivator had ever flown across it. It was said that not even a Dharma adept like Lao Tzu could do it. The Fallen Secret Land was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Many experts from both the human and demon clans lived in seclusion here. Even a Dharma adept like Lao Tzu would not dare to act presumptuously here. Lu Ping descended from the back of the Cyan Phoenix. The islands in the distance were covered by a green forest. All kinds of cries could be heard coming from the forest. Lu Ping took out the map of the Fallen Secret Land and checked it carefully. This should be the entrance that the leading cultivator had chosen to enter the Fallen Secret Land. Lu Ping stood on De Gui's back as they crossed the sea between two islands. The originally calm sea surface would occasionally ripple as the man and the turtle passed by. Occasionally there would even be a splash of blood. Lu Ping ignored it and continued to follow the map to the center of the Fallen Secret Land. Dark shadows flashed under the sea surface from time to time. Occasionally he would see a huge snake's tail poking out of the water. The Fallen Secret Land could be divided into 3 levels: the outer, middle, and inner area. The outer area of the Fallen Secret Land was the outermost part of the archipelago. It was filled with coral reefs and small islands. It was a paradise for blood condensation realm cultivators in the East Sea. Further in, there were medium-sized islands, which were frequented by core forging realm cultivators. As for the inner area of the fallen secret land, it was said that there were large islands and spirit veins there. Most of them were occupied by Dharma adepts like Laozu. This time, Lu Ping's destination was a secluded small island near the middle layer of the fallen secret realm. It was also the place where the lead cultivator found the 100-flower miasma and condensed the 100-flower miasma. After traveling for a few dozen miles, Lu Ping finally gathered his spiritual pets together. According to the map, from here onwards, blood condensation realm demonic beasts and adventurers would appear more frequently. Lu Ping's unscrupulous way of entering the fallen secret land would easily attract the hostility of both the human and demon clans. Just as Lu Ping stepped onto the beach of a small island, the white sand around him suddenly rose up, blocking Lu Ping's vision and trying to distract Lu Ping's attention. Amidst the flying sand particles, a black shadow and a white ray of light were hidden in the midst of the flying sand particles, flying towards Lu Ping's direction at high speed. Chapter 229. Just as the two attacks were about to land on Lu Ping, a bronze mirror suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping waved it, and a golden ray of light shot out from the bronze mirror, brushing past the black shadow. The black shadow immediately lost its momentum and fell in front of Lu Ping, creating a huge crater in the sand. Lu Ping stretched out his right hand and clenched it. A belt of water appeared, creating a path through the sand. Then, it transformed into a giant hand made of flowing water, grabbing tightly onto the glowing white object. Two muffled groans could be heard from outside the flying sand. Clearly their sneak attack had failed, and their magic tool had been snatched away. The flying sand became even more violent, gradually forming a whirlpool of quicksand on the ground. At the same time, the sandstorm on the ground became even more violent, forming a sandstorm that reached the sky, surrounding Lu Ping. Lu Ping frowned. He had unintentionally fallen into someone's trap and was trapped by an array formation. Lu Ping didn't have much knowledge about array formations. What he knew about array formations came from Hu Lily's daily conversations. Seeing the sandstorm and whirlpool rushing towards him, Lu Ping had no choice but to draw out all the water in the crystal bowl. Fortunately, there was enough water stored in the bowl. Lu Ping used the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain, and a light drizzle fell from the sky above the array formation, suppressing the crazy sandstorm. When the drizzle fell on the beach, it didn't seep into the ground. Instead, Lu Ping used the art of blue waves again, washing away the quicksand whirlpool on the ground. Lu Ping looked at the temporarily tranquil space in front of him. His divine sense flowed like a stream of water, penetrating every nook and cranny in all directions. At that moment, the sand on the beach changed again. The sand rose up quickly and formed into 12 sand giants. Each of them was in the 6th layer blood condensation realm, and they rushed towards Lu Ping with every step. Lu Ping's expression was calm. He swung his Qinghan sword and dozens of sword lights shot out. In the blink of an eye, the first sand giant was disintegrated into a pile of sand. The remaining 11 sand giants didn't stop at all. They charged at Lu Ping, smashing, stomping, slapping and kicking. Lu Ping stood in the middle and didn't dodge. The Qinghan sword above his head suddenly shot out more than 300 sword rays in all directions. The 11 sand giants were dismembered into a cloud of sand that rained down from the sky. Lu Ping's divine sense was still searching for something in the array formation. However, the 12 sand dunes that Lu Ping destroyed merged back together, forming 6 sand giants. However, each of them was at the 7th layer of the blood condensation realm. They surrounded Lu Ping again. Just as the 6 giants were about to attack Lu Ping again, Lu Ping suddenly leaped up. The 6 giants' attacks landed on the spot where Lu Ping was standing a moment ago, sending sand and dust into the air. With the Qinghan sword in hand, Lu Ping slashed out 36 times in a row towards the southeast. The 36 sword lights gathered together and were led by 9 spiritual sword lights, forming a simple 9 palaces sword array. It floated in front of Lu Ping but didn't attack. Lu Ping's Qinghan sword danced in the air and slashed out the same 7 sword arrays in 7 other directions. The last sword slash was aimed at his feet. 9 palaces sword arrays led by 9 spiritual sword lights formed at the same time. As the last slash of the Qinghan sword in Lu Ping's hand was completed, the 9 sword arrays flew in different directions at the same time. Another 2 screams sounded outside the array formation. 9 explosions sounded almost at the same time. The world around Lu Ping seemed to be collapsing. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Lu Ping knew that the array formation he set up was collapsing. The gloomy scenery in front of him shattered. Sunlight, beach, green forest, and two figures that were running towards the depths of the forest on the island. A clear cry rang out. Unknowingly, a huge green demon bird suddenly appeared in front of the two people. The demon bird swooped down and spat out a ball of green flames. With a flap of its wings, it immediately turned into a cloud of fire, sweeping towards the two people. The cloud of fire had yet to pounce over, but the scorching aura already caused the two people to turn pale with fright. Clearly this cloud of fire was not ordinary. The two people had no choice but to try to go around this cloud of fire. However, the moment they turned, they immediately felt something tighten around their waist. When they looked down, they saw that two water ropes had unknowingly wrapped around their bodies. Just as the two people tried to break free, the two water ropes suddenly extended out countless tiny water lines, flowing towards various parts of the two people's bodies. In the blink of an eye, they formed a dense net of water on the two people's bodies, imprisoning them. "Spare us!" the two people shouted at the same time. Their voices were sharp, as if they had been frightened by Lu Ping's lightning-fast methods. Lu Ping walked towards the two people. In an instant he was only 3 zhang away from them. At that moment, the faces of the two people who were imprisoned by the water net suddenly turned blood red. A surge of magic power suddenly burst out from their bodies and the water net on their bodies immediately collapsed. The two people who had recovered their magic power rushed towards Lu Ping at the same time, ready to fight to the death. The blood explosion technique. By exploding one of the condensed blood beads in one's body as the price, one's spiritual power would explode in exchange for a temporary tyrannical power. This meant that one's cultivation would not be able to advance in the future. These were true desperados. The two people suddenly attacked. Lu Ping did not expect that the two people in front of him would be so decisive. At that moment, Lu Ping no longer had the time to activate the cloudy sky. Looking at the two people rushing towards him with a sinister smile, a golden protective stellar chi suddenly appeared. The two people seemed to have been prepared for this. One of them attacked first. Previously, the magic tools in their hands had already been struck down by Lu Ping in the array formation. At this moment, the two people only had 2 spare high-grade magic tools in their hands. Their intention was for one person to destroy the protective stellar chi first, while the other person would take the opportunity to attack and kill their opponent. Whether they could survive or not depended on this move. Just as the two people revealed expressions of having escaped death and turning defeat into victory, they saw Lu Ping coldly looking at them. Immediately after, the magic tool in the hands of the first cultivator had already struck Lu Ping's protective stellar chi. Lu Ping's protective stellar chi shook, but it did not shatter. What a powerful protective stellar chi. Dong. The second cultivator, who could not stop in time, also slammed into Lu Ping's protective stellar chi, but it still did not shatter. How was this possible? In a split second, how could Lu Ping give the two people a second chance to attack? With a sweep of his Qinghan sword, 2 heads flew into the air. All that was left on their heads was an expression of shock and disbelief. 2 8th-level blood condensation cultivators who had destroyed their condensed blood beads wanted to shatter his myriad poison meteorite star? After putting away the 2 storage bags, Lu Ping reflected on his carelessness. In the end he had still fallen into a trap. The ferocity of the cultivators in the parish mystic realm was far beyond the rumors. Right now, Lu Ping had only entered the outermost island of the mystic realm, and he had already encountered such a dangerous situation. If he went any deeper, the danger would be unimaginable. Chapter 230. The contents of the 2 storage pouches were very messy. It was obvious that they had done this kind of thing many times and didn't have time to tidy them up. Lu Ping had just finished studying the violent 9-bend sand array on the beach. Then, he looked towards the forest on the island as if he had sensed something. 7 cultivators walked towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping scanned them with his divine sense and found that most of them were in the early stage of the blood condensation realm. Only the 3 leading cultivators were in the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. When these cultivators saw that Lu Ping was ignoring them, they became more courageous. They stepped forward and bowed. "Welcome, Island Lord." Lu Ping was rather surprised to hear this. He asked, "Did you mistake me for someone else? How did I become your island master?" Among the 3 cultivators, the 6th-layer blood condensation realm cultivator stepped forward and said, "You killed the previous island lord of Duoxiong Island. According to the rules of the perished mystic realm, you will automatically become the island lord of Duoxiong Island." unless you give up your position or a cultivator challenges you and defeats you. Lu Ping didn't expect this. He smiled and asked, Duo Xiong Island? The cultivator seemed to realize something and quickly said, Island Lord, please forgive us. The island's name is usually chosen by the island lord. The previous island lord was two brothers, so this island is called Duo Xiong Island. Initially, Lu Ping didn't want to stay on the island for too long, but he happened to run into such a situation. As if thinking of something, he said, if that's the case, then bring me to the island's residence first. Along the way, the cultivator explained the situation of Duo Xiong Island to Lu Ping. Lu Ping already knew that this cultivator was called Wu Yan. He was originally a rogue cultivator, but he was attracted by the perished mystic realm. He came here with the dream of becoming a cultivator, but he was captured by the previous island lord and became a subordinate. Over the years there had been two island lords, but this person was quite capable. He forcefully raised his cultivation to the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. Wu Yan, are you saying that the 27 islands in this area belong to the alliance of three sects established by three core forging stage Taoist masters in the middle layer of the secret land? Exactly. It is said that the Three Family Alliance has already occupied three small islands in the middle layer of the secret plane. Normally, we only need to pay tribute to these miniature islands on time. As for everything else, the Three Family Alliance does not care, unless other forces from the secret plane want to intervene and annex these 27 miniature islands. Oh, then tell me about our Twin Heroes Island. Let's change its name to Soundwave Island from now on. Tell me, how much wealth does our Soundwave Island have, and how much does it offer each time? Wu Yan said embarrassedly, Island Lord, our Listening Waves Island is a small island, and it is relatively barren in the arcane territory. We only have 20 acres of spiritual fields, a black-spotted bamboo garden with a total of 83 stalks of black-spotted bamboo, and a spirit herb garden with a total of 1 acre, all of which are century-old spirit herbs. In addition, there is a small spirit vein in the Island Lord's cave, but only the Island Lord can use it. What? Lu Ping was a little dumbfounded. If such a small island was in the North Sea, it would have long been considered a treasure island. Lu Ping's Huangli Island had been in operation for many years, and it was only because he had cultivated 5 or 6 small spirit veins that the number of spiritual fields on the island had increased. From 5 acres of spiritual fields to 10 acres, and even half of the spirit herb garden had been opened up. This was already considered a good management by the cultivators of the Jinling Island. Now, it was just an ordinary or even barren miniature island in the secret plane, yet it had such wealth. Wu Yan saw Lu Ping's expression and clearly misunderstood him. She hurriedly said, although our Listening Waves Island is a little barren compared to the other islands, it is mainly because the previous 2 island lords were proficient in formations and discovered the small spirit vein in the Island Lord's cave that was about to take shape. In order to cultivate it as soon as possible, they used the power of a formation to draw the spirit vein from more than a dozen places on the island where spiritual energy gathered. In the end, although the spirit vein was successfully cultivated, the island lost more than a dozen acres of spiritual fields, and half of the black-spotted bamboo in the black-spotted bamboo garden has withered. As he said this, he shook his head repeatedly, appearing to be quite regretful. Lu Ping composed himself and said, that is not bad. After all, there is an additional small spirit vein, which will be of some benefit to everyone's cultivation. Wu Yan's face stiffened and she hurriedly said, no, that is the Island Lord's cultivation place. How can we occupy the Island Lord's cultivation place? Normally, we will only be nourished by the spiritual energy in the periphery. Moreover, the spirit vein is the most secretive thing on our Listening Waves Island. This matter must not be known by the other island lords, otherwise the other powerful island lords will inevitably come to snatch it. Lu Ping nodded. It seemed that the secret territory was indeed a place where the strong preyed on the weak. However, Lu Ping looked at the people around him. Until now, the secret of the spirit vein had not been revealed. It was clear that the unlucky bastard killed by Lu Ping had quite a bit of control. As for the tribute, Wu Yan said hesitantly, the island's tribute was originally 1/3 of the island's income. However, in order to cultivate the spirit vein, the previous island lord used up a large amount of spiritual energy in the secret territory, causing the island's originally prosperous days to become a lot more tense. We had no choice but to leave the island to hunt demonic beasts and collect spiritual herbs and materials to make up for the tribute. For this reason, 2 of our brothers and a few blood-refining realm cultivators died. The two previous island lords also set up a trap on the new cultivators who came to the secret territory and set up the wild 9-tune sand array on the beach. Who would have thought that the island lord's cultivation would be so high? Lu Ping waved his hand to stop Wu Yan from flattering him. He said, "Don't worry, all of you will carry out your duties. Since the ones who will come looking for trouble are the blood condensation realm cultivators from the other islands and not the core forging realm enlightened masters, I will protect all of you." Everyone was waiting for Lu Ping to say this. They knew very well how powerful the two previous island lords were. When the two island lords worked together, they were quite famous in the nearby islands with the formations they had set up. They didn't even put the average blood condensation realm cultivator in their eyes. However, they were easily defeated by this young man in front of them with just a few slashes. It was clear that this young man was more ruthless than them. In a place as dangerous as the fallen mystic realm, following a strong cultivator was the wisest choice. This was also the reason why everyone took the risk to acknowledge Lu Ping as the new island lord after they saw him kill the two previous island lords. This was also a strange phenomenon in the fallen mystic realm. In this place, no one dared to trust each other, and they were always on guard against each other. However, the cultivators on the same island had a common enemy, and they fought against the other islands to protect their own interests. Accompanied by Wu Yan, Lu Ping inspected the properties on the island and performed the spirit urging technique on the spot. These people were all rogue cultivators. It was already rare for them to be able to nurture spirit grains, spirit herbs and spirit materials. They had never seen such a mystical secret technique that could shorten the growth cycle of spirit herbs. They were all amazed. Initially, they were worried about the death of the previous island lord, but now, the frowns on these people's brows had eased up. There were more than a dozen blood-refining realm cultivators on the island, who were responsible for taking care of these spirit gardens. In addition to cultivating, they would also go to the dense forest on the island to collect spirit herbs. This miniature island had a radius of more than 20 miles. Except for the beach where Lu Ping had landed, the other directions were all cliffs and cliffs. The island was completely covered by the forest. Over the years, a lot of spirit herbs and secret medicines had grown in this dense forest. The two former island lords had left a map of the fallen mystic realm that they had drawn themselves. However, they obviously could not go deep into the fallen mystic realm. Instead, the map of the sea around Tingtao Island was very detailed. The map in Lu Ping's hand was the opposite. The periphery only pointed to a general direction, but after reaching the middle part of the fallen mystic realm, the description became more detailed. Therefore, Lu Ping had always suspected that the leading cultivator had been taken to the middle part of the fallen mystic realm first, and then he accidentally discovered the secret place with the 100 Blossoms evil chi. Therefore, the map became more detailed when it reached the middle part of the fallen mystic realm. After comparing the two maps, Lu Ping could also confirm that the secret place was on an island occupied by the Three Families Alliance in the middle part of the fallen mystic realm. This also made Lu Ping almost certain that the Three Families Alliance had something to do with the Zhang, Wang, and Li families on the island. In the blink of an eye, the day of offering arrived. The envoys sent by the Three Families Alliance were three late blood condensation cultivators. One of them was none other than the Li family's innkeeper, Li family's innkeeper. Lu Ping did not expect Li family's innkeeper to have broken through to the late blood condensation realm. However, judging from the aura around Li family's body, Lu Ping could tell that Li family had used a secret technique to break through to the late blood condensation realm. Lu Ping wore a red mask and the mirage robe. He also used the spirit concealment technique to hide his cultivation. Naturally, he was not afraid of being recognized. Lu Ping used the wealth of the two former island lords and the islands produced to easily gather enough offerings to send the three envoys away. After the three envoys left, Wu Yan reported to Lu Ping worriedly, "Island Lord, originally, outsiders did not know that you became the Island Lord, but this time with the arrival of the three envoys, the news of Tingtao Island's change of Island Lord will definitely spread. At that time, I'm afraid that there will be people who covet our island and come to provoke us." Lu Ping smiled, turned around and entered the cave dwelling. These days, Lu Ping had secretly found 5 places with spiritual energy on the island through Debao. Then he led the people on the island to open up these spiritual lands and plant spiritual grains. During this process, under Lu Ping's guidance, a large number of spiritual grasses were harvested. At the same time, Lu Ping also divided the cave dwelling into 2 layers, allowing blood condensation cultivators to use the spiritual vein to cultivate on the outer layer. When he had free time, he would also give some pointers to the people on the island. These methods won the approval and gratitude of the people on the island towards Lu Ping's ability. With Lu Ping's current level of knowledge and experience in cultivation, he naturally wasn't someone these rogue cultivators could compare to. With just a few words of advice, the crowd felt enlightened. Hence, they all began to acknowledge and protect this new island lord. Outside Soundwave Island, 3 envoys from the 3 family alliance were flying towards the next island. Brother Zhang, I didn't expect this Twin Heroes Island to have a new island lord. The previous Lu Guowei and Lu Guowei brothers seem to have fallen. I heard that Brother Zhang had a good relationship with these 2 brothers. Don't you want to avenge your old friend? Brother Wang, you're exaggerating. The secret zone has its own rules and I wouldn't dare to break them. The Lu brothers fawned over me only for the sake of a spirit vein on this island. I heard that the 2 brothers possess a secret technique that can shorten the time it takes for a spirit vein to mature. I'm afraid there's already a spirit vein on this island. It must be this spirit vein that brought the Lu brothers a fatal disaster, said Elder Wang with a smile. Haha, I wonder what would happen if we spread this news? Not a bad idea. In any case, the Lu brothers did fawn on me before. If we can make some fun out of it, it'll be worthy of the gifts they gave us. Head shopkeeper Li laughed bitterly to the side. It was obvious that he had been completely ignored by these 2 geniuses of the 2 clans. Chapter 231. Currently, Lu Ping had no idea that he had fallen into someone's trap with just a few words. At this moment he was having a headache over how to avoid the patrols of the 3 families alliance and enter the middle level of the secret realm. After all, the 3 families alliance had 3 core forging enlightened masters. The next day Lu Ping, who was still in a meditative state, was awakened by a loud rumble on the island. Wu Yin had already rushed over to report that the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord, who was also under the 3 families alliance, had come looking for him. This Scarlet Shadow Island Lord is at the 9th layer of the Blood Condensation Realm, and his 4 Vajra subordinates have also reached the late Blood Condensation Realm. Among the 27 islands, his forces are considered to be among the strongest. Previously, he had some dealings with the 2 previous island lords, but this time, it's obvious that he has come with ill intentions. Wu Yin followed Lu Ping out while explaining the situation of the newcomer to Lu Ping. The Scarlet Shadow Island Lord was a burly man with a curly beard. When he saw Lu Ping he laughed strangely and said, "So, it's a weak youth. Are you the one who killed my 2 Lu brothers? Brat, every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. This island lord will not make things difficult for you. I heard that there is a spirit vein left behind by my 2 Lu brothers in your cave abode. They were pitiful men with no children, so only I, as their brother, can inherit their inheritance. Other than that spirit vein, you can casually hand over 100,000 spirit stones, and this matter will be considered settled." As soon as the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord finished speaking, the dozen or so blood condensation cultivators who followed him started to clamor, demanding Lu Ping to hand over the spirit stones and spirit vein. For a moment they became arrogant. On the other hand, the 7 blood condensation cultivators behind Lu Ping were cowering behind Lu Ping, but they maintained a certain distance from Lu Ping, as if they were trying to express something. Lu Ping didn't mind. After all, it was difficult to win over these people's loyalty in just 2 to 3 months. Lu Ping looked at the Scarlet Shadow Island people who were flaunting their strength not far away and smiled faintly. "This little brother is the new island lord. I was originally planning to visit your residences, but I didn't expect the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord to come here on your own accord. I wonder if the Island Lord has brought a gift to congratulate me on inheriting the position of Island Lord?" Lu Ping spoke slowly, but his words were clearly audible in the midst of the clamor from the Scarlet Shadow Island people. When the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord heard Lu Ping's words, his smile froze. He pointed at Lu Ping and scolded, "Brat, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Fine, since you aren't willing to hand it over, then we can only take it ourselves. Everyone, let's attack together and occupy this island. From now on, our Scarlet Shadow Island will have the power of 2 islands. This Scarlet Shadow Island Lord might look like a brute, but to be able to survive in this mystic realm, he had to be quite meticulous. Since Lu Ping was able to kill the Lu brothers, then his strength was definitely not any weaker than his. The Scarlet Shadow Island Lord still had the 4 Vajra warriors under him, and these 4 were late blood condensation cultivators. Naturally they wouldn't fight Lu Ping alone. When Lu Ping saw the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord charging at him, he calmly drew his Qinghan sword and stabbed out 5 times in a row. Each sword turned into 9 rays of sword light, forming the 9 palaces array formation, which surrounded the 5 late blood condensation cultivators. Sword intent, this is sword intent. The 4 Vajra warriors cried out in shock. They used all their techniques to defend against the 9 rays of sword light. Only the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord was shocked, and he quickly retreated. Not only did he know that this was a sword intent level sword technique, but he also knew that the 9 rays of sword light had already reached the level of spirit linking. Not only did this person comprehend the intent of swordsmanship, but he also had a deep understanding of it. The 4 Vajra warriors used all their techniques and finally managed to protect themselves from the 9 rays of sword light. However, they were in a sorry state. Their hair was disheveled, their robes were ruined, and their clothes were stained with blood. The Scarlet Shadow Island Lord reacted quickly, and he was at the peak of the 9th blood condensation realm. It wasn't too difficult for him to block Lu Ping's 9 rays of sword light. However, the profound arcane energy contained in Lu Ping's sword light forced the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord to retreat again and again. The Scarlet Shadow Island Lord knew how powerful Lu Ping was. He wanted to say something, but Lu Ping didn't give him the chance. Countless streams of water formed a tight water net in midair, trapping the 5 Vajra warriors. Lu Ping brandished his Qinghan sword, and hundreds of rays of sword light shot out, attacking the 5 Vajra warriors. Hooray! The Scarlet Shadow Island Lord shouted. The 5 Vajra warriors stood in position and formed a simple 5 elements array. Then they combined their strength to cast a spell, forming an endless 5-colored light disk that blocked all of Lu Ping's sword light. Lu Ping's face turned solemn. He swung his Qinghan sword and executed the Raging Waves Crashing Shore sword art. With just one strike, hundreds of rays of sword light turned into 6 huge waves that rushed towards the 5-colored light disk. The 5-colored light disk trembled. Clearly, the 5 late blood condensation realm cultivators knew that this sword light was not easy to block. The 5 late blood condensation realm cultivators unleashed their full strength. The 3 sword waves forced the 5-colored light disk to retreat. The 5-colored light disk lost a great deal of its spiritual light. The 4th sword wave rushed towards the 5-colored light disk, and the 5-colored light disk shook. A crisp sound could be heard as more cracks appeared on the light disk. Then the 5th sword wave smashed the 5-colored light disk into smithereens. The 5 elements array was broken, and blood flowed from their mouths and noses. The 5 elements array was broken. Seeing that the 6th sword wave was about to reach them, and the surrounding water net was getting denser, the 4 Vajra warriors hurriedly took out their magic tools to block the attack. Only the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord saw that the situation was not good, and he shouted, "I surrender, please show mercy." Lu Ping did not expect the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord to have such a change of heart. Fortunately, Lu Ping's swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds, and his control of the sword had become even better. With a wave of his hand, the 6th sword wave was dispelled. Seeing that Lu Ping easily dispelled the cold sword wave, the ashen-faced 4 Vajra warriors heaved a sigh of relief. They turned to look at the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord behind them. At this moment, the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord no longer looked as arrogant as before. He was drenched in sweat and his face was pale. Panting, he said, "No more fighting. The entire Scarlet Shadow Island is willing to serve you as our master. We surrender. We just want to keep our lives." With the lesson from the Lu brothers, Lu Ping maintained his vigilance as he looked at the 5 Vajra warriors. The azure sword hovered above his head, the tip of the sword pointed at the 5 Vajra warriors. He said, "Island Lord, why do you say that? If I'm not wrong, Island Lord still has a trump card that you haven't used yet. Why would you surrender so easily?" The Scarlet Shadow Island Lord sat on the ground, and without a care for his image he scolded, "I'm just unlucky to have met a freak like you. You're only at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm, and you can beat the 5 of us like a child. I do have a trump card, but do you think you don't have one? Let's not talk about other things. After fighting for so long, all 5 of us have lost a lot of energy, but you're still full of energy. We can't beat you and we can't escape either. What should we do if we don't surrender? Are you really only at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm?" When the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord subordinates heard that their Island Lord was surrendering, some of them thought that it was a delaying tactic, while others were indignant. Just as they were about to step forward to persuade their Island Lord, the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord raised his hand and stopped them. Only after hearing the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord's words did they fall silent. Lu Ping naturally wouldn't let the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord's flattery get to his head. He chuckled lightly and pointed at the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord. 2 blood jade needles that Lu Ping had sent to the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord's neck using the formless sword art appeared. With a whoosh, the Scarlet Shadow Island Lord jumped to the side in fright. He looked at Lu Ping in horror. Lu Ping said, "You're right. I can easily kill the 5 of you. How can I believe that you want to surrender?" Chapter 232. On the southeast side of the island was a stone slope with a circumference of several miles. There were some vines growing sparsely on the stone slope. Lu Ping was carefully searching for something on the stone slope. From time to time he would sweep it with his divine sense, trying to find some clues, but to no avail. Just then 2 naturally raised boulders on the stone slope not far away attracted Lu Ping's attention. Lu Ping swept the ground between the 2 boulders with his divine sense, but found nothing. Lu Ping walked over and pushed away the vines on the ground, revealing a slanted crack below. This crack could barely allow one person to pass through sideways. He did not know what the rocks on both sides of the crack were, but they could actually prevent Lu Ping's divine sense from perceiving the existence of this crack. Lu Ping couldn't be bothered to examine the rocks anymore. He turned sideways and entered the crack. After some thought, he didn't cover the crack with the vines. Instead, he purposely left the crack open so that the cultivators standing on the slope could see it at a glance. This crack went dozens of feet deep into the stone slope, and there were several turns in the middle. It was unknown how the leading cultivator at that time found such a secret place. Lu Ping patiently passed through the crack, and his vision, which had been dim before, suddenly brightened. A strong fragrance of flowers had monopolized Lu Ping's sense of smell, and then a colorful land shrouded in a pink mist occupied Lu Ping's vision. It was a sea of flowers. All kinds of plants were blooming with flowers of different colors. At the same time, a faint pink mist rose from nowhere, permeating this large space of beautiful plants. And in this lingering pink mist, from time to time, there were traces of black qi playing in it. This was the secret place where the 100 Flowers evil spirit was born, and the black mist in it was the highly poisonous 100 Flowers miasma. He had to speed up. Wang Yishan, senior martial brother Qi, and the others behind him would soon find this place. Lu Ping himself was only able to walk ahead of the others by relying on the map. Moreover, in order not to let others notice the rocks on both sides of the crack, Lu Ping deliberately pushed away the vines hiding the crack. The 100 Flowers evil spirit and the 100 Flowers miasma grew together. The 100 Flowers evil spirit was used by cultivators to condense wood gang qi, while the 100 Flowers miasma was the opposite. Without a certain method to separate the two, cultivators could only look at the 100 Flowers evil spirit in front of them and sigh. Lu Ping didn't need the 100 Flower slaughter qi to condense his energy, and the 100 Flower miasma couldn't stop him from venturing deeper into the land of flowers. On the contrary, the 100 Flower miasma was formed by the poison of the flowers over a long period of time, and it was a great supplement to the 1000 poison meteorite essence shield. Lu Ping propped up the golden-colored myriad poison meteorite energy to immediately push away the pink mist. Then he quickly moved deeper into the land of flowers. The moment the strands of black qi made contact with the golden-colored astral energy, they would slowly be devoured. As Lu Ping moved deeper into the land of flowers, the pink mist grew thicker and the 100 Flowers miasma grew thicker. Gradually, the pink mist was dyed with a layer of enchanting black-gray. However, Lu Ping's footsteps did not slow down in the slightest. On the contrary, the golden-colored astral energy grew brighter. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat and he opened the 1000-bell millet. The golden myriad poison liquid in the green stone vat immediately stirred and a fist-sized colorless liquid floated up from the golden myriad poison liquid. The liquid swirled around the green stone vat and the black miasma hidden in the pink 100 Flower fiend qi seemed to be attracted by the liquid. Wisps of the miasma separated from the miasma and gathered towards the 1000-bell millet. The miasma slowly formed a small black cloud above the green stone vat. The black cloud grew thicker and thicker. From afar, it looked like a dark cloud that was about to rain. Lu Ping was overjoyed. He took out a mid-grade bottle-shaped magic artifact. This magic artifact was something Lu Ping had obtained when he was in the blood-refining realm. Normally, he used it to water the spirit grasses and spirit trees in the 1000-bell millet. Later, Lu Ping asked second senior sister Li Xuanru for some firmament stone powder to upgrade Chen Lian to a mid-grade magic artifact. The space inside was more than doubled. Lu Ping cast a few hand seals at the mystic instrument, and the 100 Flower miasma in the surroundings that was absorbed by the myriad poison syrup immediately gathered into the mystic instrument. The 100-flower miasma was the best kind of miasma for wood elemental cultivators. In fact, Lu Ping could also use his own evil spirit chi to collect and refine the 100 flowers miasma. However, the speed was obviously not comparable to the myriad poison liquid and the nameless spirit water. Moreover, Lu Ping was racing against time. How could he afford to waste time? The 1,000-bell millet and the jade bottle were suspended above Lu Ping's head, following Lu Ping as he walked through the mist of the land of 100 flowers. However, Lu Ping did not focus on collecting the 100 flowers miasma and the 100 flowers miasma. Instead, he seemed to be looking for something. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from the 1,000-bell millet above Lu Ping's head. Lu Ping was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, he smiled and said, "How could I forget about them?" Stretching out a finger, the 1,000-bell millet seemed to have released a restriction. Suddenly, more than 200 purple bees the size of a thumb rushed out from inside, scrambling to be the first to fly into the surrounding sea of flowers. These were the hundreds of purple crystal bee eggs that Lu Ping obtained from Ai Shu Tao in the 7-star sky. The bee eggs had long been hatched by Lu Ping. During this time, once Lu Ping settled down, he would release them out to visit flowers and collect honey. When the purple crystal bees had not reached the mature stage compared with the ordinary demonic bees, there was nothing special about them other than their slightly larger size. Therefore, Lu Ping was not afraid of being recognized by someone. However, the brewing requirements for purple crystal honey were quite high. At least, the purple crystal bees needed to collect nectar from flowers and plants that were more than 100 years old. Moreover, this was also a kind of cultivation process for the purple crystal bees. However, in the past 2 years, Lu Ping had been running around and rarely had a long time to settle down. Therefore, this group of demonic bees was not successful. Until now, they had not advanced to the first layer of blood refining realm. At this time, Lu Ping went deep into the land of 100 flowers. The fragrance of flowers filled the air. Flowers and plants that were more than 100 years old were common. Lu Ping even found a lot of spirit herbs. However, because he was looking for a possible treasure, he did not have the time to collect them. However, when Lu Ping opened the 1,000-bell millet, this group of purple crystal bees found an opportunity. After Lu Ping released the restriction on the 1,000-bell millet, they all flew towards the sea of flowers. The purple crystal bees fed on nectar and collected the spirits of the flowers. Naturally, they ignored the baleful aura and miasma of the flowers. After a while, the purple crystal bees began to fly back. Not long after, hundreds of purple crystal bees went in and out of the 1,000-bell millet above Lu Ping's head. Lu Ping discovered that every time the purple crystal bees went in and out, the faint demonic aura around their bodies became thicker. If there was enough time, it would not be a problem to raise these 200 purple crystal bees to the first layer of blood refining realm. At this moment, in the thick fog ahead, the vague shadow of a huge tree appeared. This huge tree was particularly outstanding among the plants in the land of 100 flowers. "This is it," Lu Ping said happily. Chapter 233. On the southeast side of the island was a stone slope with a circumference of several miles. There were some vines growing sparsely on the stone slope. Lu Ping was carefully searching for something on the stone slope. From time to time he would sweep it with his divine sense, trying to find some clues, but to no avail. Just then, 2 naturally raised boulders on the stone slope not far away attracted Lu Ping's attention. Lu Ping swept the ground between the 2 boulders with his divine sense, but found nothing. Lu Ping walked over and pushed away the vines on the ground, revealing a slanted crack below. This crack could barely allow a person to pass through sideways. He did not know what the rocks on both sides of the crack were, but they could actually prevent Lu Ping's divine sense from perceiving the existence of this crack. Lu Ping did not have time to check these rocks but entered the crack sideways. After thinking about it, he did not cover the crack with the vines again, but deliberately exposed the crack so that the cultivators standing on the stone slope could see it at a glance. This crack went dozens of feet deep into the stone slope, and there were several turns in the middle. It was unknown how the leading cultivator at that time found such a secret place. Lu Ping patiently passed through the crack, and his vision, which had been dim before, suddenly brightened. A strong fragrance of flowers had monopolized Lu Ping's sense of smell, and then a colorful land shrouded in a pink mist occupied Lu Ping's vision. It was a sea of flowers, all kinds of plants were blooming with flowers of different colors. At the same time, a faint pink mist rose from nowhere, permeating this large space of beautiful plants. And in this lingering pink mist, from time to time, there were traces of black qi playing in it. This was the secret place where the 100 Flowers evil spirit was born, and the black mist in it was the highly poisonous 100 Flowers miasma. He had to speed up. Wang Yishan, senior martial brother Qi and the others behind him would soon find this place. Lu Ping himself was only able to walk ahead of the others by relying on the map. Moreover, in order not to let others notice the rocks on both sides of the crack, Lu Ping deliberately pushed away the vines hiding the crack. The 100 Flowers evil spirit and the 100 Flowers miasma grew together. The 100 Flowers evil spirit was the best material for cultivators to condense wood property Gang Qi, while the 100 Flowers miasma was the opposite. Without a certain method to separate the two, cultivators could only look at the 100 Flowers evil spirit in front of them and sigh. Lu Ping could not use the 100 Flowers evil spirit to condense Gang Qi, and the 100 Flowers miasma could not stop Lu Ping from entering this land of flowers. On the contrary, the 100 Flowers miasma was formed by the poison of flowers over a long time, which was a great supplement for the myriad poison meteoric power. Lu Ping propped up the golden-colored myriad poison meteoric power to immediately push away the pink mist. Then he quickly moved deeper into the land of flowers. The moment the strands of black miasma made contact with the golden-colored myriad poison meteoric power, they would slowly be devoured. As Lu Ping moved deeper into the land of flowers, the pink mist grew thicker and the 100 Flowers miasma grew thicker. Gradually, the pink mist was dyed with a layer of enchanting black-gray. However, Lu Ping's footsteps did not slow down in the slightest. On the contrary, the golden-colored myriad poison spirit grew brighter. With a thought, Lu Ping opened the 1,000-bell millet. The golden myriad poison spirit liquid in the bluestone vat immediately became restless. A fist-sized colorless liquid floated up from the golden myriad poison spirit liquid and circled around the bluestone vat. The black miasma hidden in the pink 100 Flowers evil spirit liquid seemed to be attracted. Wisps of it separated from the mist and gathered towards the 1,000-bell millet. It slowly formed a small black cloud above the bluestone vat. The black cloud grew thicker and thicker. From a distance, it looked like a dark cloud that was about to rain. Lu Ping was overjoyed. He took out a mid-grade bottle-shaped magic tool. This magic tool was something Lu Ping obtained when he was in the blood-refining realm. Normally, he used it to water the spirit grasses and spirit trees in the 1,000-bell millet. Later, Lu Ping asked second senior sister Li Xuanru for some firmament stone powder to upgrade Chen Lian to a mid-grade magic tool. The space inside was more than doubled. Lu Ping cast a few hand seals at the mystic instrument. The 100 Flower miasma in the surroundings was immediately drawn into the mystic instrument by the myriad poison syrup. The miasma was the best kind of miasma for wood elemental cultivators to condense their energy into. In fact, Lu Ping could also use his own astral energy to collect and refine the 100 Flowers evil spirit liquid. However, the speed was obviously not comparable to the myriad poison spirit liquid and the nameless spirit water. Moreover, Lu Ping was racing against time. He could not afford to waste time. The 1,000-bell millet and the jade bottle were suspended above Lu Ping's head. They followed Lu Ping as he walked through the mist of the land of 100 Flowers. However, Lu Ping did not put his mind on collecting the 100 Flowers evil spirit liquid and the 100 Flowers evil spirit liquid. Instead, he seemed to be looking for something. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from the 1,000-bell millet above Lu Ping's head. Lu Ping was stunned for a moment. Then, as if remembering something, he smiled and said, "How could I forget about them?" Stretching out a finger, the 1,000-bell millet seemed to have released a restriction. Suddenly, more than 200 purple bees the size of a thumb rushed out from inside, scrambling to be the first to fly into the surrounding sea of flowers. These were the hundreds of purple crystal bee eggs that Lu Ping obtained from Ai Shutao in the seven-star sky. The bee eggs had long been hatched by Lu Ping. During this time, once Lu Ping settled down, he released them to look for flowers and collect honey. When the purple crystal bee had not reached the mature stage, compared with the ordinary bees that were raised, there was nothing special about them other than their slightly larger size. Therefore, Lu Ping was not afraid of being recognized by someone. However, the brewing requirements for purple crystal bee honey were quite high. At least, the purple crystal bees needed to collect nectar from flowers that were more than 100 years old. Moreover, this was also a kind of cultivation process for the purple crystal bees. However, in the past 2 years, Lu Ping had been running around and rarely had a long time to settle down. Therefore, this swarm of demonic bees was not successful. Until now, they had not advanced to the first layer of the blood-refining realm. At this time, Lu Ping went deep into the land of 100 Flowers. The fragrance of flowers filled the air. Flowers that were more than 100 years old were common. Lu Ping even found a lot of spirit herbs. However, because he was looking for a possible treasure, he did not have the time to collect them. However, when Lu Ping opened the 1,000-bell millet, this swarm of purple crystal bees found an opportunity. After Lu Ping released the restriction on the 1,000-bell millet, they all flew towards the sea of flowers. The purple crystal bees fed on nectar and collected the spirits of the flowers. Naturally, they ignored the baleful aura and miasma of the flowers. After a while, the purple crystal bees began to fly back. Not long after, hundreds of purple crystal bees went in and out of the 1,000-bell millet above Lu Ping's head. Lu Ping discovered that every time the purple crystal bees went in and out, the faint demonic aura around their bodies became thicker. If there was enough time, it would not be a problem to raise these 200 purple crystal bees to the first layer of the blood-refining realm. At this moment, in the thick fog ahead, the vague shadow of a huge tree appeared. This huge tree was particularly outstanding among the plants in the land of 100 flowers. "This is it," Lu Ping said happily. Chapter 234. This was a huge tree that was twice the height of an ordinary peach tree. The entire tree crown covered an area of 7 to 8 feet. The crown was divided into 3 distinct layers. The bottom layer was hidden by the branches and leaves, revealing 18 huge peaches the size of a human head. The middle layer was filled with strange pink peach blossoms, and at the top, there were hundreds of pink flower buds that were about to bloom. Just as Lu Ping was about to approach, 3 peach branches fell from the tree, and then strangely flew towards Lu Ping. Just when Lu Ping didn't know what was going on, these 3 branches came smashing towards Lu Ping. At this time, Lu Ping realized that these 3 peach branches actually had a faint demonic spiritual force. Peach tree turned into a demon. This peach tree actually cultivated into a demon. In the demon race, the most difficult thing to cultivate are plants, trees, bamboo, and stones. Even the 7th patriarch didn't leave behind many systematic cultivation techniques for these demons. Therefore, the majority of plants, trees, bamboo, and stones can only instinctively accumulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Often, before they can awaken, they would be refined by cultivators into pills, magic tools, and other items to aid in cultivation. Therefore, plants, trees, bamboo, and stones are the most difficult to cultivate. Even if they cultivate into a demon, becoming a demon, their strength is usually weak, and most of them are at the mercy of others. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ping grabbed the 3 peach branches in his hand. He shook off the trace of demonic spiritual force contained within them, and continued to walk towards the peach tree. Another 5 peach branches fell from the tree, and once again smashed towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems that this peach tree demon only cultivated and awakened on its own, and doesn't know any cultivation techniques. This method of using peach branches to hit people must be something that it figured out on its own. Lu Ping once again grabbed the 5 peach branches in his hand. This time, one of the branches suddenly exploded with demonic spiritual force, and almost broke free from Lu Ping's hand. Ah! What a clever peach blossom tree demon. It actually knows how to use this method to attack me. It almost broke free from my grip. Lu Ping looked at the special branch in his hand and realized that its spirituality was hidden. It was different from the other branches. It was a mutated 1,000-year peach tree branch. 2nd-grade spiritual material. There were generally 3 ways for plants, trees, bamboo, and rocks to cultivate into a demon. The first way was to be enlightened by an expert and be taught the way of cultivation. The second way was to be bestowed with spirituality by a spirit object of heaven and earth, awakening the spirituality and knowing how to cultivate on its own. The third way was the most difficult. It required the plants, trees, bamboo, and rocks to rely on their instincts to accumulate spiritual energy over a long period of time and awaken on their own. It usually took thousands of years, and no accidents could happen during the process. Lu Ping had originally thought that this peach blossom tree demon had awakened on its own in this sealed place, and belonged to the 3rd scenario. However, this mutated peach blossom tree demon clearly showed that this peach blossom tree demon had been nourished by a spirit object for a long period of time, and only then did it give birth to spirituality. This peach blossom tree demon had a spirit treasure. Lu Ping's spirit rose from head to toe, and he quickly walked towards the peach tree. At this time, the peach blossom tree demon seemed to have sensed the danger, and its entire crown began to tremble. The leaves rustled as if a baby was crying helplessly. A feeling of fear and sorrow suddenly spread out. 3 bright red peaches fell from the tree and slowly flew towards Lu Ping. This helpless feeling of begging Lu Ping to let it go was sensed by Lu Ping's divine sense. Lu Ping finally arrived in front of the peach tree. He took the 3 peaches and looked at the first branch of the peach tree. He saw a protrusion half a foot in size growing out of the branch. At first glance it looked like a thick piece of bark. Psychic wood. It was actually a low-tier earth-class psychic wood. No wonder this peach tree was only 1,000 years old, but it was able to awaken its spirit light and turn into a monster. This psychic wood was the best at enlightening monsters. To grass, wood, bamboo, and stone, a low-tier earth-class psychic wood was even more precious than a heaven-class spirit treasure. The peach blossom tree demon was still trembling, and Lu Ping's mischievous heart was aroused. He purposely reached out and patted the trunk of the peach tree. The peach blossom tree demon shook even more violently, and the peach petals began to fall. Lu Ping's joking heart was over, and he used his divine sense to explore the peach tree. He immediately found a spirit light hiding in the trunk, playing hide and seek with Lu Ping. With Lu Ping's powerful divine sense, he was able to block this spirit light in an instant. At the same time, he sent out a kind message to comfort this spirit light that was a bit scattered due to fear. At the same time, he sent out all kinds of positive and friendly messages to the spirit light through his divine sense. It was unknown what Lu Ping said to the peach blossom tree demon, but after about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lu Ping's palm finally left the trunk. Then he placed the 1,000-bell millet on the ground, and the entire 1,000-bell millet suddenly expanded into a huge spirit herb garden. Lu Ping took out Debao from the spirit beast bag and had it drill into the ground to help him cast spells. Debao, who was proficient in earth spells, was a great help at this moment. With a loud rumble, the entire land of 100 flowers trembled. Lu Ping and Debao lifted the entire peach tree, along with the soil underneath it, and placed it into the Qianzhong millet. Almost half of the space inside the 1,000-bell millet was occupied by the crown of the peach tree. Compared to it, the golden nut fruit tree was like a dwarf under a giant. Debao tried its best to climb out of the big hole created by the transplanted peach tree. Then it laid on the ground and didn't want to move at all. Lu Ping grabbed Debao's beard and lifted it up. Debao squeaked in pain, but Lu Ping ignored it and said, "Look, I've only done this much and my magic power is already used up. It seems like the special training last time didn't work very well." Debao looked at the big hole that was 70 feet deep and more than 100 feet wide. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Shouldn't his magic power be used up after such a big relocation project? Thinking of the 3 snakes and the big bird's mocking expressions, Debao felt that his life as a mouse suddenly became bleak. Lu Ping didn't know what method he used to trick the peach tree demon into settling down in the 1,000-bell millet, but this kind of relocation clearly hurt the peach tree demon's vitality. Lu Ping took out 81 middle-grade spirit stones and set up a spirit-gathering formation at the root of the peach tree. Then he crushed a 3-transformation spirit pill and melted it into a crystal bowl. Then he used the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain. The water in the crystal bowl drizzled on the peach tree demon's head, and the wilted peach tree demon looked a lot more spirited. At this time, Lu Ping didn't care about the 3-transformation spirit pill. In his eyes, the peach tree demon was only left with the earth-grade spirit tree demon's psychic wood, as well as the whole peach tree's 1,000-year mutated peach branch and the 18 bright red peaches. Chapter 235. At this time, Lu Ping finally had the time to turn around and carefully identify the spirit grasses among the flowers and trees. However, there were quite a lot of spirit grasses. Lu Ping basically ignored the 100-year-old spirit grasses and only focused on the 500-year-old spirit grasses. In a short while, Lu Ping found more than 20 spirit grasses, and even found a 1,000-year-old spirit grass. Just as Lu Ping carefully collected this 1,000-year-old spirit grass and placed it in a jade box, the small black cloud above the bluestone jar inside the 1,000-bell millet finally turned into nearly 100 drops of black water beads, which fell into the bluestone jar. The golden myriad poison liquid was dyed with a layer of faint black, and the entire myriad poison liquid turned dark gold. After the 100 flowers miasma turned into myriad poison liquid, the colorless liquid floating above the bluestone jar seemed to lose interest in the 100 flowers miasma outside, and plunged into the myriad poison liquid. At this time, Lu Ping discovered that within a radius of more than 1,000 feet around him, the originally thick pink mist had disappeared. In the entire misty sea of flowers, a huge clear circle had suddenly appeared. Then the surrounding mist descended like a curtain of heavenly river from the sky, and fiercely rushed towards Lu Ping, once again submerging Lu Ping in the mist. However, Lu Ping could clearly feel that the mist of the entire sea of flowers had thinned a lot. The original bright red scene formed by the gathering of the pink mist could no longer be seen. It could be said that most of the 100 Flowers spirit essence in the thick mist of the sea of flowers had been collected by Lu Ping in a jade bottle when he extracted the 100 Flowers miasma with the help of the nameless spirit water. Lu Ping shook the jade bottle in his hand. There were about 300 drops of 100 Flowers spirit essence condensed by the 100 Flowers spirit essence. Although it had condensed into a liquid form, it was still a strange object of the wood attribute, so Lu Ping could only put it away. Just as Lu Ping was about to continue looking for more spirit grasses in the sea of flowers, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind, and Lu Ping's eyebrows gradually wrinkled. No, the peach blossom demon is not the king of flowers in the sea of flowers. The place where the 100 flower fiendish aura gathered was definitely a sea of flowers, and in this sea of flowers, a 100 flower king would often be born. This king of flowers was nurtured by the spiritual essence of the entire sea of flowers. It was the highest quality spirit herb or spirit material in the sea of flowers. It was also the plant that had the highest chance of cultivating into a demon. After Lu Ping learned the true location of the land of 100 flowers from the leading cultivator, other than the 100 flower fiend, he also came for the flower king in the land of 100 flowers. Therefore, even though Lu Ping accidentally bumped into Wang Yishan and the others and heard that the core forging enlightened masters might arrive soon, he still rushed into the sea of flowers without hesitation. When Lu Ping saw the peach tree demon, Lu Ping naturally thought that the peach tree demon was the flower king of the entire sea of flowers. This was because the peach tree demon not only had the psychic wood and the mutated 1,000-year peach tree branch, but most importantly, it had awakened its spirit light and cultivated into a demon. However, Lu Ping forgot the most important thing, the bell spirit chi. The flower king had to gather the power of the entire sea of flowers and add its essence to its body. The essence of the flowers was called the bell spirit chi, but the peach tree demon did not have this. The peach tree demon was only able to become a demon because it happened to have a piece of spiritual wood in its body. However, the entire sea of flowers did not help it at all. In other words, the peach tree demon was not loved by the sea of flowers. Lu Ping's eyes lit up and he finally understood. At this moment a sudden change occurred. A piercingly cold killing intent rushed towards Lu Ping's back. Lu Ping's expression stiffened, but he couldn't dodge in time. He had no choice but to shield himself with his Yin Tian protective aura and take the blow head-on. Pooh! A heavy blow came from behind Lu Ping. Lu Ping felt a tightness in his chest. He had no choice but to stagger forward a few steps to free himself from that irritating feeling. The fog formed by the 100 flowers fiend weakened a cultivator's divine sense. Just now, Lu Ping was so focused on the flower king that he forgot to be vigilant of his surroundings. He didn't expect to be ambushed by someone else. At this moment the ambushers couldn't be anyone else. Lu Ping turned around and saw Wang Yishan's group of 5 standing in the distance. The weapon that attacked Lu Ping was a top-grade mystic instrument. It was a full-powered strike from a peak blood condensation realm cultivator. Even if Lu Ping cast the Yin Sky in time, he wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. Lu Ping had been using Qianzhong Millet, a huge spatial magic artifact. Just now, he had used up a lot of his arcane energy to move the 1,000-year tree demon and the soil under its feet into the Qianzhong Millet. Lu Ping looked at them and coughed. His abdomen was shaking violently. Although it didn't cause any serious internal injuries, it made it hard for Lu Ping to control his arcane energy. Wang Yishan, who attacked Lu Ping, was even more shocked. He didn't think that a blood condensation cultivator would be able to stand in front of him unscathed after taking a full blow from him. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to continue attacking. It was Senior Brother Qi from the Crystal Palace who noticed that Lu Ping was trying to stall for time. He quickly said, "He's injured. He's trying to stall for time. Everyone attack together. Don't give him time to recover." Everyone snapped out of their daze and took out their magic artifacts. A total of 5 top-grade magic artifacts flew towards Lu Ping. Careless. Lu Ping should have known that he was in danger and prepared a way out for himself. However, he forgot to conserve his arcane energy because of the 100 flower fiend and the peach tree demon's harvest. Lu Ping was indeed trying to stall for time, but he wasn't injured. Seeing that the 5 of them were attacking together, Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He had no choice but to dodge. All 5 of them were at the peak of the blood condensation realm, especially the 3 disciples from the Crystal Palace in silver robes. None of them were weaker than the North Sea's 18 generals. This surprised Lu Ping. The 3 peak blood condensation cultivators were as strong as the most elite peak blood condensation cultivators of the North Sea's major sections. If he was at his peak, Lu Ping wouldn't be afraid of the 5 of them. But now he couldn't. Not only was Lu Ping's arcane energy depleted, but if he was in a stalemate with the 5 of them, a core-forging enlightened master could arrive at any time. At that time only death would await Lu Ping. Lu Ping split his sword into 5 sword rays and blocked all the incoming magic artifacts. In a flash, he retreated into the thick fog behind him. He's running away. Quick, chase him. Be careful, we're in the depths of the 100 Flowers Fiend. The 100 Flowers Fiend's miasma has already corroded our protective arcane energy. This person is not weak. Don't split up. Lu Ping's divine sense was stronger than the 5 of them, and there were many obstacles in the Sea of Flowers. Therefore Lu Ping easily shook off the 5 of them. Lu Ping stood far away from them. He was the only one who could observe them, but they couldn't detect Lu Ping's presence. Senior Marshal Brother Qi said, "We just need to guard this place and wait for enlightened Master Wang Hua to arrive. I'm sure he won't be able to break through our defenses. While he's gone, I can condense the 100 Flower Fiendish energy. Although the 100 Flower Fiendish energy here isn't strong, it should be enough to condense my astral energy." Lu Ping saw that Senior Brother Qi began to slowly absorb the 100 Flowers Fiend that had been plundered by Lu Ping. He smiled coldly and thought for a while. Then he turned around and walked toward the unexplored area in the Sea of Flowers. After a few steps, Lu Ping patted his head and released De Bao from the spirit beast bag again. At this time, De Bao had eaten the recovery elixir, and his arcane energy had recovered a lot. Naturally, he knew why Lu Ping released him. He walked around Lu Ping and sniffed in all directions. Then he went toward the direction where De Bao could feel the strongest spiritual power fluctuation. After a while, Lu Ping was speechless and picked up a 1,000-year-old spirit herb on the ground. De Bao immediately came forward to show his achievement. Lu Ping pulled his beard and scolded, "You fool, I told you to find the King of Flowers, but you found a 1,000-year-old spirit herb." Lu Ping also knew that he couldn't blame De Bao. De Bao was a spirit-seeking mouse. He could only respond to the closest and strongest spiritual power fluctuation. The King of Flowers might have a strong spiritual power fluctuation, but it was obviously not close. Lu Ping had no choice but to throw a newly refined gourmet pill into De Bao's mouth. De Bao was a glutton and always remembered to ask for rewards. Since he couldn't eat too many pills, Lu Ping found a pill recipe and refined some gourmet pills to satisfy his cravings. Under De Bao's lead, Lu Ping collected 8 spirit herbs in a row. All of them were at least 1,000 years old. 2 of them were used as the main ingredients. It seemed that after De Bao advanced to the mid-stage blood condensation realm, his spirit-seeking ability had greatly improved. At this moment, De Bao suddenly called out to Lu Ping and ran in a certain direction. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat and he quickly followed. However, after walking for about 100 feet, a strong spiritual power fluctuation was detected even by Lu Ping's divine sense. Lu Ping quickened his pace and the scene before him suddenly opened up. This was a place that was not covered by the 100 Flowers fog. The pink 100 Flowers fog formed a vertical fog wall that surrounded this place. It seemed to be protecting something in the middle. Lu Ping looked up. In the middle of the clearing, there was a sparkling white lotus blooming brilliantly on a small pool of water. It was as if it was the center of all the flowers in the surroundings. It was the undisputed king of this Sea of Flowers. A 9th-grade white lotus. Lu Ping used his divine sense to scan it. It was actually a 9th-grade white lotus. This was the true king of flowers in the land of 100 flowers. Lotus was a special existence among spiritual materials. Other than being categorized according to the grade of the spiritual material, they were also categorized into 9 grades. Generally speaking, the lotus was categorized into 3 grades and 9 grades. The first grade was limited to 30 years, from a first-grade white lotus in 30 years to a third-grade white lotus in 90 years. The second grade was limited to 300 years, all the way to a 6th-grade white lotus in 900 years. Similarly, the third grade was limited to 3,000 years, and the highest 9th-grade white lotus required 9,000 years. How could this be possible? Once a lotus reached the 2nd grade, it was already considered a high-grade spiritual material. Once it reached the 3rd grade, its value would no longer be lower than any 3rd-grade spiritual material, let alone a 9th-grade white lotus. The value of this lotus was no less than the Nachuan cauldron. Lu Ping tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. Chapter 236. Beside the lotus was a lotus head. This was the lotus head of a 9th-grade lotus. The lotus seeds inside could probably be used to refine pills for the Dharma manifestation stage. Lu Ping's face was full of greed. This was definitely a big harvest. The small pool where the 9th-grade white lotus grew was a pool of kuei water essence, which was the real treasure of the land of 100 flowers. He did not expect that it would turn into the essence of kuei water to nourish this white lotus. No wonder it could reach the 9th grade. As long as this white lotus went one step further and reached the age of 10,000 years, it might be able to awaken a spiritual object like the peach tree demon and become a monster. But now this white lotus obviously had no chance. Lu Ping thought for a while and let Debao dive into the ground again. With a loud bang, this pool of kuei water essence and the 9th-grade white lotus were moved by Lu Ping into the 1,000-bell millet. However, Lu Ping soon discovered that after leaving the land of 100 flowers, although there was still a small pool of kuei water essence, the white lotus still looked dazzling, but the vitality of its whole body was greatly reduced. It seemed that this king of flowers could only grow in the land of 100 flowers. There might be some secret connection, but it was not something that Lu Ping could understand. At this moment, Lu Ping did not hesitate and directly picked up this 9th-grade white jade lotus. After rummaging through the storage ring for a long time, he finally found a box made of chalcedony. This was also the harvest Lu Ping had on Fei Ling Island. At the same time, there were 3 lotus leaves and 9 lotus seeds in the lotus head. In addition, there was a snow-white lotus root. Looking at this pool of kuei water essence, it was obviously a waste to leave it here. Even if he used it to condense his second layer of gang qi, it was obviously not enough. Lu Ping thought for a while and threw the 3 lotus seeds into the pool. This might be another move that would make even Fa Xiang Laozu crazy. Lu Ping smiled and put the remaining 6 white jade lotus seeds into a jade quintessence bottle, and put them together with the white jade lotus inside the jade quintessence box. This white jade lotus root was also not an ordinary item. Listening to Ji Zixuan's introduction, lotus roots that had entered the 2nd stage were usually superior spiritual materials used to create puppets, and according to legend, lotus roots of the 3rd stage could even be used to create avatars. This was an even more extraordinary existence. Lu Ping had once asked Ji Zixuan if he could create an avatar, but Ji Zixuan looked at Lu Ping with disdain. Even his teacher, Taoist Master Xuanhuai, was unable to do so. Lu Ping had already decided to eat this lotus root. Indeed, he would eat it. Even if Ji Zixuan knew about this, he would definitely scold Lu Ping for being a wastrel. In addition to the above effects, the white jade lotus had another effect, which was to strengthen a cultivator's physical body. This was only the 3rd stage, which was to say, a lotus root of the 7th stage and above would have this effect, and the effect of this 9th stage lotus root was even more unquestionable. Taoist Master Lu Xianling had once hinted to him the benefits of a cultivator's physical body, and he had also seen with his own eyes that his teacher even used his 12 golden nuts to extort his sect's Laozu. Lu Ping vaguely knew that the strengthening of the physical body was definitely a vital advantage for a cultivator. In the past 2 to 3 years, Lu Ping had already refined all the golden nuts he obtained from the 7-star sky into golden resilience pills for consumption. The golden nut tree in the 1,000-bell millet now only had a dozen unripe golden nuts left. With his current physical body, even without the protection of spiritual power, even a top-grade magic weapon might not be able to damage him. If he consumed this lotus root, Lu Ping was confident that his physical strength would be able to withstand the attack of a low-grade magic weapon without the protection of spiritual power. There was actually a miniature spirit vein under the pond. After Lu Ping moved the white jade lotus pond into the 1,000-bell millet, the spiritual energy below dissipated. Lu Ping sensed it and actually had the strength of 3 or 4 miniature spirit veins. This was one of the conditions for the white jade lotus to reach the 9th stage. However, at this time, this spirit vein had already begun to dissipate. It seemed that the condensation of the spirit vein was more based on the natural instinct of the King of 100 Flowers. At this moment, there was clearly no time for Lu Ping to think about seizing this spirit vein. After Lu Ping took away the white jade lotus along with the lotus pond, Lu Ping vaguely sensed that something had happened in the land of 100 Flowers. The King of 100 Flowers was nurtured by the essence of the land of 100 Flowers. It was the core of the entire land of 100 Flowers. Now that the white jade lotus had been plucked by Lu Ping, the land of 100 Flowers had lost its king. The mist in the entire land of 100 Flowers immediately began to move in an orderly manner, as if it was gathering or choosing something. Lu Ping knew that the land of 100 Flowers was nurturing the King of 100 Flowers again. However, this was an extremely long process. It would probably take at least a few hundred years for the King of Hundred Flowers to appear again. Moreover, the appearance of the King of Hundred Flowers did not mean that it could reach the height of the White Jade Lotus. This process would probably take another few thousand years. At this moment, Senior Brother Qi's angry roar suddenly came from behind Lu Ping. What's going on? Why has the mist of the flowers become faint? The essence of the 100 Flowers' evil spirit has suddenly dispersed. What the hell is going on? Wang Yishan's voice rang out. Could this be the doing of the person in there? After a pause, Senior Brother Qi's voice rang out. Let's go in and get rid of that bastard first. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to condense the 100 Flowers Gang Qi to completion. Send a sound transmission sword to urge Jinren Wanghua to come quickly. I don't think this land of 100 Flowers is simple. Who knows what other treasures there are inside? Senior Brother Qi's casual urging of his Jinren obviously made Wang Yishan a little unhappy, but Wang Yishan's voice still rang out. They couldn't stay here any longer. Lu Ping opened his mouth and let out a strange cry. More than 200 purple crystal bees in the land of 100 Flowers cheered and gathered toward the 1,000-bell millet. When Lu Ping saw that all the bees had returned, he looked happy. At this time, more than half of the more than 200 purple crystal bees had broken through to the first level of blood refining realm. This made Lu Ping feel a little incredulous. However, thinking that the land of 100 Flowers could actually breed a flower king like the 9th grade lotus flower, it was obvious that this place had not been discovered for at least thousands of years. The flowers inside were like brocade, and each flower had condensed the spiritual energy of dozens or even hundreds of years. When the purple crystal bees collected the nectar, they were also contaminated with the spiritual energy, so it was normal for them to have a breakthrough in their cultivation. Although the 100 Flowers mist had weakened, Lu Ping could still hide his tracks at a distance of several tens of feet. Lu Ping took a big detour, intending to get rid of the 5 people from the other side. However, he didn't expect that the 5 people would come directly from the front. Obviously, they had already predicted that he would go this way. This time it was Lu Ping who made the first move. Before Wang Yishan, Senior Marshal Brother Qi, and the others could praise him for his godlike foresight, Lu Ping's Qinghan sword had already cast the first move of the 1,000 Snow Pile sword skill, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Hundreds of snow-white sword rays formed into a ferocious wave that rushed towards the 5 of them. Just when Wang Yishan and the others combined their strength to block Lu Ping's sword, secretly shocked that Lu Ping was actually so powerful, a loud roar directly penetrated the land of 100 Flowers, interrupting Lu Ping's continued attack. Jinli, don't go too far. This is the territory of us human cultivators. The overwhelming spiritual pressure of the core forging realm indicated the identity of the person who came. Enlightened Master Wang Hua. Third uncle. Senior Brother Qi Wang Yishan, and the others were elated. Enlightened Master Jin Li. Lu Ping's expression changed. Chapter 237. Over the past 2 years, Taoist Master Jin Li's life had been truly miserable. On that day he had repeatedly tried to kill Lu Ping but failed. Instead, Lu Ping had escaped to the Eastern Sea through a transmission array. Taoist Master Jin Li was a dignified core forging expert, yet he couldn't deal with a blood condensation minor repairs cultivator. Naturally, he became the laughing stock of the demon cultivators hidden within the beast tide. Taoist Master Jin Li flew into a rage out of humiliation and activated the transmission array to pursue and kill Lu Ping. However, he didn't expect that Lu Ping's transmission array would be destroyed first. Taoist Master Jin Li, who was in the middle of the transmission array, suffered this misfortune. When he was squeezed out of the spatial rift, he was already gravely injured. With no other choice, he could only hide in a cave at the bottom of the sea and recuperate in seclusion. Some time ago, Taoist Master Jin Li had fully recovered from his injuries and emerged from the sea. Before he could figure out where he was robbed by a group of human blood condensation cultivators. Taoist Master Jin Li had been forced into this state by Lu Ping and had nowhere to vent his anger. This group of cultivators had run into the muzzle of a spear and were easily killed by Taoist Master Jin Li. However, he hadn't expected that he would end up poking a hornet's nest. This group of cultivators belonged to a clan that belonged to the Crystal Palace. One of them was even a direct descendant of the clan. After receiving the news that a descendant of the clan had been killed by a core forging enlightened master, the 2 core forging enlightened masters of the clan had joined forces to take revenge. The three of them engaged in a fierce battle. Taoist Master Jin Li's second-layer core forging cultivation naturally couldn't compare to the combined strength of the two core forging enlightened masters. However, Taoist Master Jin Li was worthy of being called a genius among demon cultivators. He managed to escape from the hands of two human cultivators whose cultivation far surpassed his own. However, his identity as a demon cultivator could no longer be concealed. This was going to be fun. Although the fallen mystic realm was jointly occupied by humans and demons, there was a clear distinction between the territories of humans and demons. Both sides had always minded their own business. Now, a demon cultivator had actually run into the territory of human cultivators and was even shouting about killing them. What face did the human cultivators have left? For a time, Immortal Master Jin Li became the target of scorn in the human race's sphere of influence in the fallen mystery realm. He was constantly being hunted down. Fortunately, Taoist Master Jin Li's strength wasn't weak, and his ability to escape was superb. In addition, the Taoist masters within each faction's sphere of influence didn't know of Taoist Master Jin Li's background, so they didn't want to provoke a dispute between the Eastern Sea's human and demon races. Most of them simply expelled him from their respective spheres of influence, and didn't have any intention of killing him. Thus, Taoist Master Jin Li was able to flee from the human race's sphere of influence in the perished mystic realm to this place. The Three Clans Alliance had naturally noticed this unfortunate Taoist Yao cultivator. However, the three core forging enlightened masters of the Three Clans Alliance had their own matters to attend to and were too busy to expel Taoist Jin Li. They could only seek help from the Three Clans Island. Coincidentally, Taoist Wang Hua had gone out to sea to search for Lu Ping, who had murdered his illegitimate son. Taoist Wang Hua had come to the perished mystic realm with an ulterior motive. Expelling the Taoist Yao cultivator was merely an excuse. In his opinion, the Taoist Master Jin Li was merely a second-layer core forging demonic cultivator. As long as he could expel the Taoist Master Jin Li and complete his clan's grand plan, he would be able to relax and break through to the middle core forging demonic cultivator. However, Taoist Wang Hua hadn't expected that this Taoist Yao cultivator would be far more difficult to deal with than the rumors. Taoist Wang Hua had confidently chased after Taoist Jin Li, but he had been utterly defeated by Taoist Jin Li, whose cultivation was one layer lower than his. Taoist Wang Hua had no choice but to turn tail and flee. Taoist Wang Hua suddenly came to a realization. The previous clans weren't afraid that killing Taoist Jin Li would cause a dispute between the human and demon clans. Rather, it was because they simply couldn't kill this demon and could only expel it. The so-called dispute between the two clans was merely an excuse. After Taoist Wang Hua escaped, he secretly cursed the other clans for their hypocrisy. At the same time, he had come to this small island to prepare for the rescue of his clan's juniors and a few cultivators from the Crystal Palace. He knew that one of them was a talented alchemist from the Crystal Palace. His clan had already decided to rely on the Crystal Palace. Furthermore, this alchemist teacher was from Kunshan town, and his position in the Crystal Palace was quite prominent. Thus, his clan intended to establish a relationship with the great alchemist, Taoist Master Kunshan, through this cultivator. Otherwise, why would Taoist Wang Hua reveal the land of 100 flowers discovered by his illegitimate son to the cultivators of the Crystal Palace? Taoist Wang Hua also knew that this Taoist Master Kunshan had already arrived at the Fallen Mystery territory and was preparing to take charge of the joint plan between his clan and the Crystal Palace. If he could invite Taoist Master Kunshan to join forces with him, not to mention expelling this demon cultivator, even killing it would be a piece of cake. Taoist Wang Hua's wishful thinking didn't occur to him that he hadn't been able to shake off Taoist Jin Li's pursuit. After Taoist Jin Li came out of seclusion, he had been hunted down by core forging enlightened masters. Even now he didn't know where he was. With great difficulty he finally encountered a soft persimmon. Naturally, Taoist Jin Li wasn't willing to let him go. The ocean was his domain, so how could Taoist Wang Hua possibly shake off his pursuit? Otherwise, Taoist Jin Li wouldn't have been able to escape from the pursuit of so many enlightened masters. Taoist Jin Li's sudden appearance shocked and angered Taoist Wang Hua. Flustered and exasperated, he hastily shouted, "Jin Li, don't go too far. This is our human cultivator's territory." Taoist Wang Hua's intention was to remind Wang Yishan and the others to hide well and not be caught in the crossfire of the battle between the two enlightened masters. Wang Yishan and the Crystal Palace cultivators were obviously aware of this. However, at this moment, Lu Ping's heart was burning with anxiety. He didn't have the mood to hide. No matter which of the two enlightened masters won, he would still die. Only by taking advantage of the two enlightened masters' battle and not paying attention to anything else could he possibly escape. Outside the small island, the two core forging enlightened masters had already begun their battle. The deafening roar of spells caused everyone in the Land of Hundred Flowers to turn deathly pale. They were deeply afraid that the battle between the two enlightened masters would affect them. Lu Ping's Qinghan sword struck out again and again, continuously attacking the five enlightened masters. When he used the stone-piercing sky sword technique, he wanted to press forward with an indomitable will and the intent of death. Lu Ping supported the cloudy sky above his protective aura and forcibly opened a path through the encirclement of the five enlightened masters. Wang Yishan and the others silently cursed Lu Ping for not wanting to live and rushing to his death. If they fought here and caused spiritual energy fluctuations, it would be difficult to attract the attention of the two enlightened masters fighting outside. When they saw Lu Ping's desperate stance, they all stepped aside, allowing Lu Ping to rush out. "If you want to die, don't bring us along." When Lu Ping saw that Wang Yishan and the others were no longer obstructing him, he immediately ran towards the cave entrance. He hoped that the spirit concealment technique and the mirage robe would be able to conceal his aura and not attract Master Jin Li's attention. Lu Ping turned around the narrow crack and exited the stone slope. The battle between the two enlightened masters had already reached its climax. The spiritual pressure of a core forging cultivator wreaked havoc in all directions, and the aftermath of their battle caused the forest on this nameless island to be broken, uprooted, torn, and incinerated in a variety of ways. Lu Ping turned around and forcibly lifted the two stone slabs at the mouth of the crack from the stone slope. After placing them into his storage ring, he turned and ran. Immediately, two strands of divine sense swiftly wrapped around Lu Ping. "Good, I've worn out iron shoes in fruitless search, but by chance I didn't even need to look for it. We really are enemies on a narrow road." A strand of divine sense whispered into Lu Ping's ear. It was Master Jin Li's voice. Lu Ping's heart turned cold and he thought to himself, "Not good." A majestic sword chi suddenly separated itself from the vortex of the battle between the two enlightened masters and rushed towards Lu Ping. The dense sword chi contained a tyrannical aura that urgently needed to be vented. Chapter 238. By now, Lu Ping had no time to think about how Taoist Master Jin Li had discovered his identity. A majestic sword light was already slashing towards Lu Ping's head. Lu Ping had no choice but to stop and focus his attention to defend himself. That damn divine sense lock. Lu Ping had nowhere to hide. "You've gone too far." An angry roar came from Taoist Master Wang Hua. Evidently, Taoist Master Jin Li had the time to deal with a blood condensation cultivator while fighting him. Taoist Master Wang Hua clearly felt that he was being looked down upon. In the chaotic skies above the island, yet another ring of fire appeared and wrapped itself around Taoist Master Jin Li's enormous sword chi. The sword chi was like prey that had been coiled around by a python. It suddenly broke apart and transformed into 1296 sword lights. Like a swarm of bees, they stabbed towards Lu Ping. Unexpectedly, Taoist Master Jin Li's swordsmanship had improved in the past 2 years. He had already reached the highest level of complex training of the sword. From that majestic sword light, it could be seen that Taoist Master Jin Li had even reached a higher level of unity of the sword. However, Taoist Master Wang Hua had used the ring of fire to shatter the sword light. Faced with the overwhelming sword light, Lu Ping raised the Qinghan sword in the air and used the raging waves beating the shore technique. The Qinghan sword was divided into 324 sword lights, with 81 sword lights taking the lead. With difficulty, they arranged themselves into the 9 palaces formation. A total of 9 sword formations surrounded Lu Ping. The two sword arts collided with a loud rumble, filling the sky with sword lights. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing was enough to make a cultivator's teeth ache and tongue swell. Lu Ping's 9 sword formations were instantly shattered. The Qinghan sword wailed and flew back into Lu Ping's hand. Although Lu Ping had neutralized more than 200 sword lights, Taoist Master Jin Li's sword arts did not slow down in the slightest. Lu Ping flew backward with all his might. Cloudy sky could no longer bear the heavy burden. The meteorite vital shield of myriad poisons was broken at the sound of it, and the torrent of sword techniques was finally reduced to half. It looked like it was about to hit Lu Ping. Right at this moment, a foot-long pestle suddenly flew out from Lu Ping's hand. It expanded into a 100-feet-long pestle in the sky and smashed towards the rest of the torrent of sword lights. This time it was Venerable Wang Hua. Clearly, Lu Ping's ability to use treasures had surprised him. Once again sword lights splashed everywhere. Only about 200 sword lights were left in the torrent of sword techniques. However, these 200 flying swords had become magic treasures. They were the psychic sword lights released by a core forging Taoist master. At this time, Lu Ping had no time to use his magic treasure again. A stream of water rushed out of the crystal alms bowl, forming a whirlpool in front of Lu Ping. However, it only managed to dissolve 36 sword lights before it was crushed. Lu Ping calmly responded. With a wave of his hand, he tossed out a dozen or so low-grade magic treasures. Amidst a cacophony of clanking sounds, several dozen sword lights were smashed to pieces. However, these dozen or so magic treasures were riddled with scars and could no longer be used. The remaining 100 or so sword lights finally crushed Lu Ping into pieces. However, what splashed out wasn't blood but water. Art of crossing the sea and heaven. Lu Ping used a waterman to deceive several dozen sword lights, once again buying himself some time. The remaining sword lights were no longer a concern. He summoned the Qinghan sword with great difficulty, and his protective chi of vigor was once again propped up, even though its original golden color had somewhat dimmed. Lu Ping secretly placed the protective talisman treasure in his left hand, which still had 2 uses left, back into his storage ring. Then he reached out to recall the Qinghan sword, turned around and fled towards the outside of the nameless island. Taoist Master Jin Li wanted to stop him again, but unexpectedly, Taoist Master Wang Hua had already anticipated this. He suddenly increased the intensity of his counterattack, causing Taoist Master Jin Li to be flustered. Taoist Master Jin Li had no choice but to let Lu Ping leave. Lu Ping didn't know why Taoist Master Wang Hua would help him resist Taoist Master Jin Li. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he immediately understood. Taoist Master Wang Hua probably thought that he was a member of the Crystal Palace. In reality, this was indeed the case. In addition, Taoist Master Wang Hua was in the middle of a battle and didn't have time to think about it. He also didn't know any cultivators from the Crystal Palace. He only knew that his nephew and a cultivator from the Crystal Palace had already arrived on the island, so he could only hope for the best. If a cultivator from the Crystal Palace died here, it would be difficult for the Wang family to explain themselves. If that person happened to be a proud disciple of Great Master Kuan Shan, then not only would the Wang family's plan to rely on the Crystal Palace fall through, they might even become enemies with the Crystal Palace. Taoist Master Wang Hua didn't dare to gamble. Especially after Lu Ping blocked Taoist Master Jin Li's sword, Taoist Master Wang Hua was even more certain that Lu Ping was a disciple of the Crystal Palace. This was because only a super sect like the Crystal Palace could cultivate a blood condensation cultivator who could survive an all-out attack from a core forging master. Thus, when Taoist Master Jin Li was about to attack again, Taoist Master Wang Hua used all his strength to counterattack and stall Taoist Master Jin Li. At this moment, Lu Ping was laughing inwardly, but he didn't slow down. He knew that he couldn't hide this matter for long. Thus, after escaping from the island, he dove into the sea. The seawater had a certain effect on divine sense. Lu Ping directed 3 streams of water to bind Samling's body. Then he and Samling launched the water escape technique together. In an instant, the 3 snakes and 1 person disappeared without a trace. Under a coral reef a few miles away from the small island, Lu Ping quietly floated up from the seabed. He cast the art of deceiving the heavens and sea traversing art, modified by the art of deceiving the heavens and sea traversing art. Then, he watched from afar as the 2 core forging enlightened masters fought above the small island. With this kind of momentum, it wouldn't be long before the other enlightened masters were attracted to this place. It seemed that he shouldn't stay here for long. Just as Lu Ping was about to return to his own Soundwave Island, he saw a fiery streak of light suddenly fly over from the west of the island. The streak of light charged straight into the middle of the battle above the small path. Another enlightened master had arrived. Taoist Master Jin Li was doomed. Lu Ping naturally knew what it meant for a demon enlightened master to appear in an area controlled by human cultivators. Just as Lu Ping was about to turn around and ride his magic cloud to leave, he saw a palm leaf fan suddenly fly out from the chaotic battle above the island. It flipped twice and the palm leaf fan expanded to the size of a screen. It fiercely fanned towards Taoist Master Jin Li's location. A bright yellow flame rushed over, followed by Taoist Master Jin Li's furious roar. This was a spiritual flame of heaven and earth. Lu Ping looked at the bright yellow flame on the horizon. Not daring to linger any longer, he quickly flew towards the outskirts of the secret realm. Lu Ping stealthily moved forward. Although he had slowed down his speed, he was still able to silently pass through the middle region of the secret realm, arriving at the boundary between the middle region and the outskirts. There was a small island here, Sunrise Island, one of the 27 islands under the control of the Three-Family Alliance. There were a dozen or so blood condensation cultivators gathered on this island, forming their own force. Their leader was only at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm, but he had 5 sworn brothers at the 7th layer of the blood condensation realm. With the 6 brothers working together, no other forces dared to rashly provoke them. Now that he was out of the range of the Three-Family Alliance's control, Lu Ping no longer had to worry about being discovered by the Three-Family Alliance's cultivators. Feeling relieved, Lu Ping landed on a coral reef and swallowed a spiritual recovery pill. Then he held a spirit stone in his hand and began to restore his arcane energy. The spiritual qi in the fallen secret realm was actually much denser than in the outside world. Just as Lu Ping had recovered his arcane energy and was preparing to return to Soundwave Island, a dazzling blood-red light suddenly appeared in the sky behind him. Blood escape. Lu Ping immediately sensed that something was wrong. When he turned to look, the blood-red light was already falling in front of Lu Ping. The loud noise and strong wind pressure caused by the blood-red light only reached him after it hit the surface of the sea. Lu Ping cursed inwardly as he glared at the person in front of him who had stopped using the blood escape. Taoist Master Jin Li also looked at Lu Ping with a strange expression. At this moment, Taoist Master Jin Li was in a much more distressed state. His golden robes were in tatters and there were many scorch marks on them, some of which were still emitting white smoke. His face was also a frighteningly pale white. This was the result of losing a large amount of blood after activating the blood escape. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Taoist Master Jin Li had suffered some serious internal injuries. It seemed that Taoist Master Jin Li had suffered a great loss under the joint attack of 2 human race enlightened masters and had no choice but to activate the blood escape to escape. Little brat, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Taoist Master Jin Li's pale complexion looked terrifying. Haha, you're right. Lu Ping smiled bitterly. Tell me, how do you want to die? Taoist Master Jin Li glowered at the young cultivator in front of him. This was the main culprit behind everything that had happened to him from the North Sea to the East Sea. Even if he tore Lu Ping's body into 10,000 pieces, it would not be enough to dispel the hatred in his heart. Are you sure you have the ability to kill me right now? Or perhaps you can kill me before the other enlightened masters arrive? Lu Ping finally managed to calm himself down. He looked at Taoist Master Jin Li and calmly asked. Taoist Master Jin Li was taken aback. This human cultivator in front of him didn't display the panic he had imagined. Taoist Master Jin Li laughed maliciously and said, "What a joke. This enlightened master doesn't need to worry about killing a blood condensation minor repairs cultivator. Do you think that just because this enlightened master is heavily injured, you can take advantage of me?" Just as Taoist Master Jin Li finished speaking, Lu Ping had already burst into action. The azure sword transformed into countless sword lights, forming a strange flood dragon in the air. This flood dragon had a horn made from the azure sword sticking out of its head. It pounced towards Taoist Master Jin Li fiercely shouting, "Then you can die. If they didn't strike first now, when would they?" At this moment, the two of them were suppressing a nameless fire in their hearts. Taoist Master Jin Li didn't need to be mentioned, but Lu Ping was also enraged by the fact that his luck was so bad. Lu Ping knew that it was useless to say anything else. In a moment of life and death, he had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. Taoist Master Jin Li disdainfully looked at the incoming flood dragon and sneered, "Today, I will let you know the fundamental difference between a core forging cultivator and a blood condensation cultivator. An injured enlightened master is still an enlightened master. You will never be defeated by an ant like you." The flying sword in Taoist Master Jin Li's hand moved, and with a single strike, he beheaded Lu Ping's flood dragon. He said, "This enlightened master has been dormant in the Eastern Sea for 2 years, recuperating from my injuries and practicing the sword. Although my cultivation hasn't increased, my swordsmanship has reached the perfection stage of training the sword into complexity. I am only one step away from achieving true, training the sword as one. Today I will show you what true swordsmanship is." Chapter 239. The aura of a core forging enlightened master soared to the sky, but Lu Ping's divine sense was keenly aware of Master Jin Li's weakness. It seemed that after battling with 2 core forging enlightened masters, Master Jin Li had indeed sustained serious injuries. Even his divine sense was unable to conceal his weakness. Over 1,000 golden sword lights flickered under the setting sun. This time Master Jin Li did not forcibly condense the sword lights. Instead he directed this torrent of sword lights to bombard Lu Ping. Lu Ping used the Qinghan sword to block with all his might. At the same time he flashed the jade talisman in his palm. 3 halos suddenly wrapped around Lu Ping's body. The sword lights that had broken through the Qinghan sword's interception were immediately blocked by these 3 halos. However, Lu Ping was still forced back several dozen feet by this tremendous force, leaving a long white mark on the surface of the sea. Master Jin Li took a step forward and pointed at the flying sword in front of him. Immediately the flying sword split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and in the blink of an eye, over 1,000 sword lights once again transformed into a giant golden carp in the air. It shook its head and wagged its tail, moving its mouth and cheeks. Its entire body sparkled with a golden light, exuding a spirit. Compared to the one Lu Ping had seen in the 7-star skies, it was many times more lifelike. The giant golden carp leapt into the sea and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ping's expression was solemn. The Qinghan sword once again transformed into a horned sword flood dragon. With a soundless cry, it also dove headfirst into the water. In an instant, the seawater between the 2 of them surged with monstrous waves. In the blink of an eye, the outcome of the battle was decided. The Qinghan sword emerged from the surface of the sea, losing much of its spiritual light. A koi riddled with scars jumped out of the sea and pounced towards Lu Ping. However, a large jade pestle suddenly appeared above its head. With a loud clanging sound, the koi seemed to have been knocked unconscious. It fell dizzily into the sea, unable to maintain its carp's body any longer and disintegrated. However, the carp's spine was controlled by the flying sword. The flying sword flew back into Master Jin Li's hand, and the pestle was knocked into the air by the carp. It didn't gain the slightest advantage. Taoist Master Jin Li snorted inwardly and said, "I'd like to see how much magic power you have left to use a transcendent artifact." Lu Ping was not to be outdone and retorted sarcastically, "How much true essence is left in your body?" Taoist Master Jin Li coldly said, "It's enough to kill you." Just as he finished speaking, dozens of flags flew out from Taoist Master Jin Li's hands, descending in all directions towards Taoist Master Jin Li and Lu Ping. Lu Ping's heart trembled. How could he dare to let these flags fall? Just as he raised his azure sword, Taoist Master Jin Li's flying sword came to entangle it. The azure sword wasn't a match, so it could only hide in all directions, not daring to block its edge. Just as the flag was about to fall, a crystal bowl suddenly appeared above Lu Ping's head. As the crystal bowl spun above Lu Ping's head, the surrounding seawater seemed to be affected. Suddenly, dozens of hands formed by seawater reached out from the surface of the sea and grabbed at the falling flag. Taoist Master Jin Li coldly snorted and sneered, "You dare to control water in front of this Taoist master? Today I will let you know who is the true ancestor of water control in the ocean." Taoist Master Jin Li stamped his foot on the surface of the water, and the hand that was grabbing at the flag immediately dissolved back into seawater. Lu Ping's expression changed. The dozens of flags had already fallen onto the surface of the sea, and the entire world suddenly turned dark. A large amount of water mist gathered above the 2 from all directions, and a fierce wind surged up from the surface of the sea, causing the seawater to violently roil. In a short moment, lightning flashed, thunder rolled, and a violent storm raged. Lu Ping immediately discovered that he could no longer distinguish directions within this array. He had lost sight of Taoist Master Jin Li's figure, and his divine sense had also been greatly weakened. He could only barely see 30 to 50 zhang around himself. A faint whistling sound could be heard. Lu Ping's divine sense only had enough time to determine the general direction of the incoming danger, but he was unable to determine its specific location. Lu Ping could only use the cloudy sky to block behind him. A bright light suddenly appeared in the darkness. Even with the cloudy sky blocking it, under the attack of the flying sword, one of the talisman treasure halos around Lu Ping's body was shattered. The faint whistling sound could be heard once more. This time, Lu Ping was finally able to pinpoint the flying sword's exact location. The Qinghan sword sprayed out a wall of swords in front of him, but it was easily pierced through by the other flying sword. Ding! With the combined efforts of the Qinghan sword and the cloudy sky, The second halo around Lu Ping's body was finally able to block the flying sword's piercing attack. However, the halo that was originally flashing with spiritual light had now become dim and lightless. Your divine sense is actually able to determine the location of my flying sword? How is this possible? Lu Ping pointed in the direction of the sound. In the darkness, a black object suddenly grew larger and began to descend in the direction of the sound. There was a loud explosion followed by a massive splash. Taoist Master Jin Li's mocking voice could be heard once more. It's useless. Within this great array, there is no way for you to determine my location. Humph, if it weren't for the fact that this Taoist master's vitality has been greatly damaged and several of my treasures have been destroyed in battle, I wouldn't even need this array. Just as Taoist Master Jin Li was feeling pleased with himself and having forced Lu Ping into a sorry state, 12 five-colored lights suddenly lit up in the darkness. The lights grew brighter and brighter, and gradually the 12 lights resonated with each other, interweaving in the night sky to form a strange scene. What is this? Taoist Master Jin Li attacked with his flying sword, but the 12 inexplicably tyrannical forces interweaved together, causing his magic sword to deviate. See coming. In the darkness, Lu Ping's deep and low voice resounded, carrying with it a calm and composed aura. Taoist Master Jin Li immediately retracted his insolence. As soon as Lu Ping's voice fell, the 12 five-colored lights inexplicably paused, and the originally turbulent sea suddenly fell silent. Taoist Master Jin Li felt an unstoppable force suddenly invade the array he had laid down, causing the array to suddenly be unable to operate smoothly. Taoist Master Jin Li was startled, knowing that this was Lu Ping trying to break the array. He immediately increased the input of his true essence and divine sense into the array, doing his utmost to maintain its operation. However, this force was truly tyrannical, directly freezing the operation of the array. Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of tearing silk. Taoist Master Jin Li was alarmed. He knew that one of the array flags he had used to lay down the array had been torn apart by this tyrannical force. However, the tearing of this array flag was only the beginning. Following that, the sound of array flags shattering rang out in succession. The fierce winds had long since died down, and the thunder and lightning had also ceased. The dark clouds that covered the sky seemed to have been frightened, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. The evening scenery once again occupied this part of the world, with dozens of broken flags floating on the sea's surface, rippling along with the waves. At this time, Taoist Master Jin Li was surrounded by 12 massive glowing pearls. With a bewildered expression, he asked, "These are the 12 spirit pearls from the 7 Stars Hall. How did they end up in your hands? To think that this Taoist Master's Immortal's Cave was destroyed by your hands." Lu Ping stuffed a 3 transformation spirit pill into his mouth, his expression grave and stern. He pointed a finger at the 12 gentian pearls surrounding Taoist Master Jin Li, and shouted in a low voice, "Striking God." Chapter 240. Striking God. As soon as Lu Ping's voice fell, a gentian pearl emitting a 5-colored radiance rushed towards Taoist Jin Li. Armor transformation. With a stern shout, Taoist Master Jin Li's golden protective stellar energy suddenly withdrew and fused with a top-grade magic tool, transforming into a suit of crimson armor that Taoist Master Jin Li wore. A scarlet cloak fluttered behind Taoist Master Jin Li's back. When the gentian pearl struck the armor, Taoist Jin Li was forced to take a step back. Immediately afterwards, 2 more gentian pearls suddenly appeared by his side and shot towards his body. Taoist Jin Li remained fearless. He directed his flying sword to stab out 9 beams of sword chi from 9 different directions towards Lu Ping. The 9 beams of sword chi seemed to have calculated every possible way that Lu Ping could dodge them. Besides receiving them head-on, Lu Ping had no other options. Lu Ping's face sank. The azure sword once again transformed into a weary sword flood dragon as it charged towards the sword chi. The sound of metal colliding was like the azure sword's final roar. The 2 beams of sword chi were extinguished, and the azure sword let out a mournful wail as its blade suddenly shattered into hundreds of tiny fragments that fell towards the sea. The azure sword was the magic tool that Lu Ping used the most. Lu Ping stretched out his hand, and with a suction force, the shattered fragments of the azure sword once again shot towards another beam of sword chi. The 3rd beam of sword chi was destroyed, and the fragments of the azure sword turned into iron powder. Lu Ping once again raised his medicinal pestle and smashed 4 beams of sword chi. The remaining 2 beams of sword chi were blocked by the cloudy sky and meteorite vital poison shield. The stellar energy protecting Lu Ping's body was once again broken, and the cloudy sky had already turned into a gloomy white cloud, as if it would evaporate under the scorching sun at any moment. The last halo on Lu Ping's body shattered. Lu Ping's face paled. Fortunately, he was wearing a red mask, so it wasn't too obvious. A crisp cracking sound rang out again, and the jade talisman in Lu Ping's hand turned into dust, leaking through the gaps between Lu Ping's fingers. The last 3 halos rose up from Lu Ping's hand, and wrapped around his body one by one. At this moment, Taoist Master Jin Li had just blocked the attack of the 3 gentian pearls. Cracks began to appear on his red armor. Taoist Master Jin Li's deathly pale face suddenly turned blood red, and he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Old wounds had not yet healed, but new ones had appeared. The gentian pearls continued to fall one after the other. This time, the remaining 6 pearls all shot towards Taoist Master Jin Li. The ghostly spiritual pearls drew an unfathomable trajectory in the air, making it impossible for Taoist Master Jin Li to determine where the gentian pearls were headed. What kind of array is this? It's actually able to control 12 top-grade magic tools to form such a strange and unfathomable array. How much magic power would be required to operate this array? Even a cultivator who had just entered the core forging stage would not be able to control such a tyrannical magic tool for a long period of time. For the first time, Taoist Master Jin Li's confidence in his ability to kill this human minor repairs was shaken. How could this be? This was absolutely impossible. Taoist Master Jin Li's malevolent face revealed a trace of disbelief, as well as a trace of flustered and exasperated anger. A cracking sound came from Taoist Master Jin Li's palm. Wisps of gray chi floated up from his palm, forming the outline of an enormous crocodile in the sky. The primordial crocodile. This monstrous beast was so large that its mouth alone took up a third of its body's length. It raised its head to the sky and let out a soundless roar. Its sharp teeth glinted with a cold light as it opened its mouth, and an imposing aura that disdained the world rushed towards Lu Ping. 6 gentian pearls flew towards Lu Ping, but the giant crocodile used an agility that was not commensurate with its enormous body to bite down on 2 of the pearls. Fragments of spiritual light shot out, and Lu Ping's heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. This pain was caused by the damage that the gentian pearls had received. 2 gentian pearls struck the giant crocodile's eyeballs, causing it to feel a wave of pain. It couldn't help but open its mouth, and 2 dim gentian pearls flew out. The other 10 gentian pearls shone with a dazzling 5-colored light, and the 2 damaged pearls slowly regained their dazzling luster. Another 2 pearls flew towards Lu Ping. The primordial giant crocodile swung its body to the side, and its massive tail whipped the 2 pearls away. Lu Ping couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Taoist Master Jin Li smiled sinisterly, and directed the giant crocodile to charge towards Lu Ping. Ever since Taoist Master Jin Li had advanced to the core forging realm, it had been many years since he had used a treasure talisman. This treasure talisman had originally been given to him by his adoptive father, the Golden Flood Dragon Island Master, when he was still a blood condensation cultivator. In the past several hundred years, Taoist Master Jin Li had only used it twice before he had advanced to the core forging realm, and both times were when his life was at stake. Taoist Master Jin Li had originally planned to keep this treasure talisman as a souvenir, but he hadn't expected that he would have no choice but to use it to defend against a blood condensation minor repairs cultivator's attack. How could this not cause Taoist Master Jin Li to feel ashamed and angry? The primordial giant crocodile bared its fangs and brandished its claws, charging towards Lu Ping in an insufferably arrogant manner. However, it saw Lu Ping toss out another pearl. Taoist Master Jin Li's expression turned cold. The pressure from the 12 gentian pearls was still vivid in his mind. However, this pearl was different from the 12 gentian pearls, which emitted a multicolored glow. This pearl was crimson in color, and as it flew above the primordial giant crocodile, it suddenly sprayed out red threads that filled the sky. The crimson pearl also rapidly followed the spray of red threads, transforming into a sparkling and translucent color. The gray giant crocodile was wrapped up by the red threads. Although the giant crocodile struggled with all its might, breaking off countless threads, these red threads still continued to wrap around the giant crocodile. Finally, the giant crocodile was successfully bound. A silver jade seal soared into the sky, transforming into the size of a house. It whistled towards the giant crocodile, shattering all of its sharp teeth with its first strike. Then it rose and fell, breaking the giant crocodile's tail. The primordial giant crocodile struggled with all its might. However, the crimson cloud pearl slowly revolved above its head, and the red threads grew tighter and tighter, causing the giant crocodile's struggles to become more and more futile. The landslide fell for the third time, and the giant crocodile's spine was broken. It no longer had the strength to struggle. Taoist Master Jin Li's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He roared, "You brat, how dare you do this to me? Today I will kill you. Today I will let you experience what a divine ability is." Taoist Master Jin Li shouted, "Rise!" Taoist Master Jin Li's life treasure, the flying sword, rose up in response. It slashed through the sky, creating golden sword lights. These sword lights flourished, but they were not released. Every time Taoist Master Jin Li's sword flew out, more than 1,200 sword lights would converge together. The sword lights in the sky became denser and denser. Thousands of sword chis with spirit sword chi intertwined in the sky, but they seemed to be moving in an orderly manner. The dense sword lights were aimed straight at Lu Ping. Lu Ping's complexion finally changed. This is a divine ability, a true sword divine ability. He has broken through the realm of unity of sword and practice, and has comprehended his own divine ability. He has actually reached such a realm. Taoist Master Jin Li spat out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't seem to care. He laughed harshly, "This is my Khoi clan's inherited divine ability. Although this Taoist master has yet to fully comprehend it, I am still a beginner. It is enough for me to barely use it. You, a mere blood condensation cultivator, can force me into such a state. You should be proud of yourself if word of this gets out. However, you won't have another chance." Sword Divine Ability, Celestial Gate. Amidst the shrill cries of swords that filled the sky, 36 sword lights containing over 1,000 spiritual sword lights fused together to form an enormous sword array. An ancient and mysterious gate suddenly opened in the sky, and a white curtain of silver poured down, as if the Milky Way from the 9 heavens had fallen to the ground. This was a true sword array. Previously, when Lu Ping had used his few dozen spiritual sword lights to set up a formation, it could be considered a formation. But in front of this sword divine ability that seemed to have opened the gates of heaven, it was like trying to draw a tiger but failing to achieve anything. Silver waves poured down as if carrying with them the power of heaven and earth, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Every drop of water was a spiritual sword light, and every spray was a spiritual sword formation. In the face of this might of heaven and earth, Lu Ping's only fate was to be annihilated. Taoist Master Jin Li opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. To Taoist Master Jin Li, using this kind of divine swordsmanship that he had yet to fully grasp was an unbearable burden. The heavenly gate, which was formed from 36 sword arrays, was already tottering and on the verge of collapse. However, he didn't seem to care. Taoist Master Jin Li was a sword cultivator who had been obsessed with swords his entire life. At this moment he was also obsessed with the sword divine ability that he was using. He had even forgotten that the original purpose of using this sword divine ability was to destroy the insignificant hemolytic minor repairs. 12 massive spirit pearls surrounded Lu Ping, like an isolated island in the middle of the overflowing Milky Way. However, Lu Ping was determined to use this isolated island to seal the open celestial gate. Calm the sea. The 12 gentian pearls slowly revolved around Lu Ping. With Lu Ping as the center, the Milky Way suddenly calmed down. Then this calmness spread out in all directions. The sword pearls, sword waves, and sword formations contained within the turbulent waves suddenly became docile little sheep, obediently subdued by Lu Ping's natal array. Engulfing the world. Taoist Master Jin Li roared. The enormous heavenly gate of the sword array trembled, and an even more turbulent wave of swords poured down in torrents. Taoist Master Jin Li's voice carried a trace of panic. Maintaining this massive divine ability had finally exceeded his limits. The sword divine ability is truly boundless, but you've barely managed to use it. How much of its power can you display? Lu Ping finally realized something. The flood of sword lights that gushed out from the massive heavenly gate sword array was less than a fifth of the heavenly gate. Moreover, the edges of the heavenly gate were trembling. This was a sign that Taoist Master Jin Li's true essence had been exhausted, and he was no longer able to maintain the heavenly gate sword array. Taoist Master Jin Li absolutely could not imagine that the range of Lu Ping's divine sense was no less than his own. Although Lu Ping's divine sense could not accurately capture Taoist Master Jin Li's state like divine sense, just this much was enough. At this time, Taoist Master Jin Li couldn't even muster a single sarcastic retort. His deathly pale face suddenly turned blood red, and then turned purple gold. His eyes glared at Lu Ping as if he wanted to skin him alive. Strike God. Lu Ping saw through Taoist Master Jin Li's weakness, and finally decided to forcefully resist the Heavenly Gate sword array. Chapter 241. Heavenly River Reverse. Taoist Master Jin Li's expression changed when he saw Lu Ping begin to attack the Heavenly Gate sword array. He immediately reversed the waterfall of sword lights and blocked the Genshin Pearl's counterattack. However, 6 of the 12 Genshin Pearls suddenly split off and occupied 6 different positions. They forcibly opened up a path in front of the waterfall of sword lights and blocked the sword waves from all directions. The remaining 6 primary Qin beads flew through this passageway and collided with the Heavenly Gate sword formation. The 6 sword formations collapsed, and the entire Heavenly Gates instantly lost its topmost pillar. The heavenly river that had surged up seemed to have lost the power to support it, and once again fell down from the sky. Taoist Master Jin Li finally began to panic. He did his utmost to maintain the broken Heavenly Gate sword array in an attempt to completely suppress Lu Ping's Genshin Pearls. Lu Ping watched as the Heavenly Gate sword array suddenly split off into 12 sword waves that chased after the Genshin Pearls. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The 12 Genshin Pearls glowed with a 5-colored brilliance and formed a world of spiritual light in the sky. The 12 sword waves were suddenly pulled in by countless forces from all directions. They immediately collided and intertwined in the sky, creating a chaotic mess. Mountain suppression. Although Lu Ping had the support of 3 transformation spirit pills, activating the natal Genshin sword array consumed far too much transcendence energy. Lu Ping had to end this battle as soon as possible. The origin time beads 5-colored light shone together, surrounding the Heavenly Gate sword formation. The 5-colored light shone as though it was being suppressed by an absolute power. The sword formation started to disintegrate one after another, and the entire Heavenly Gate started to gradually disappear from the gate beam. Taoist Master Jin Li could no longer maintain the operation of the Heavenly Gate sword array. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and he looked like a ferocious ghost. He roared, "Impossible! How could you break through my divine swordsmanship? You can." Amidst a loud explosion, landslide fell from the sky. Taoist Master Jin Li howled madly, and a 7-colored mist of light soared into the sky, transforming into a rainbow bridge that firmly blocked landslide in midair. Taoist Master Jin Li leapt into the sea of sword light. When he emerged from the water, he was already a golden carp about 10 feet long. He swung his tail and swam swiftly towards the collapsing Heavenly Gate. Although Lu Ping didn't know what Taoist Master Jin Li wanted to do, he naturally wouldn't allow him to easily reach the Heavenly Gate sword array. Muttering an incantation, Lu Ping raised his medicine pestle for the 2nd time and struck it towards Taoist Master Jin Li. The layer of golden scales on the surface of the golden carp instantly shattered, and 2 clouds of golden mist emerged from the carp's body, forming a golden ball of light in the air. The ball of light then transformed into a golden shield again, clashing with the oncoming jade pestle. The golden scales were the same as the red armor that Taoist Master Jin Li had previously been wearing, and the 2 clouds of golden mist were obviously Taoist Master Jin Li's fused protective aura. The medicine pestle once again returned without success, but the surface of the golden carp was now drenched in blood. Still, it didn't slow down and continued to swim towards the Heavenly Gate. Taoist Master Jin Li saw that the Heavenly Gate was right in front of him, and that his escape was in sight. He turned around and shouted, "Brat, the next time we meet, this Taoist will definitely kill you." Fish leaping through the Heavenly Gate, true spirit escape. A massive golden carp leapt out of the sea of sword light, its entire body covered in blood, and threw itself towards the Heavenly Gate. "You won't have the chance." A golden ray of light suddenly shone on the giant carp's body. Taoist Master Jin Li, who had been leaping into the air, suddenly paused for a moment. At this moment, the 12 multicolored lights twinkling in the sky suddenly increased in intensity once more. The colorless lights seemed to have substance, weaving together to form a multicolored world in the sky. The Heavenly Gate sword formation that had been enveloped by the multicolored world finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the remaining 20 sword formations simultaneously collapsed. Without the support of the Heavenly Gate, the sea of sword light could no longer flow, and the only thing left in the sky was a golden flying sword that had been suppressed by the Genshin Pearl. This was Taoist Master Jin Li's life treasure. Taoist Master Jin Li saw that his life treasure had been suppressed, and that his true essence had been exhausted. With no hope of escape, he glared venomously at Lu Ping with his fish eyes, and suddenly charged towards him in a frenzy. A multicolored light flashed in the sky, and the giant fish suddenly felt its entire body being pulled in all directions by dozens of powerful forces. It immediately came to a standstill in the sea, and its venomous eyes were finally overwhelmed by endless fear. The giant fish's head burst open, and a pearl that didn't carry a single trace of blood and emitted a multicolored light suddenly emerged from the broken fish head. Lu Ping let out a long sigh of relief, and his taut divine sense finally relaxed. Endless exhaustion immediately overtook his body. He had actually killed a core-forging enlightened master. Although Taoist Master Jin Li had been hunted down and was seriously injured, and many of his magic tools and treasures had been destroyed in the course of the battle, he was still a second-layer core-forging enlightened master. Now wasn't the time to relax. The intensity of the battle had most likely attracted the attention of the nearby cultivators, and sooner or later, the core-forging enlightened masters would come to investigate. The flying sword that had been suppressed by the 12 Genshin pearls was still fiercely struggling, trying to break free of the Genshin pearls' control and fly away. Lu Ping looked thoughtfully at Taoist Master Jin Li's true form. Lu Ping took out an interspatial pouch and was about to place the huge carp into it when its body suddenly exploded. A dazzling golden pellet flew out from its body, drawing the spiritual energy from the surroundings and flew away. At the same time, the suppressed golden flying sword became even more agitated. Lu Ping took out an interspatial pouch and was about to place the carp inside. Golden core. I knew you had this kind of trick up your sleeve. Lu Ping sneered, and the copper mirror in his hand shot out a golden light at the golden core. The golden core trembled violently, but it was unable to fly away. At some point, the Genshin formation above Lu Ping's head exploded with multicolored light once again. The golden core was completely suppressed. Lu Ping's divine sense wildly surged into the golden core. The small ball of divine sense that had lost its physical body was finally annihilated by Lu Ping's enormous divine sense. The golden core no longer trembled, allowing Lu Ping to seal it with a jade essence bottle and place it inside Lu Ping's storage ring. What great luck! Lu Ping hadn't expected that he would actually obtain a core-forging enlightened master's golden core. This was even more important than the flying sword that was being suppressed by the Genshin formation. After losing the connection to Taoist Master Jin Li's divine sense, the golden flying sword finally stopped struggling. However, Lu Ping still didn't let down his guard. Magic treasures had spirits, and when their masters died, they would usually choose to escape on their own. Lu Ping directly entered the Genshin formation and grabbed the flying sword in his hand. After using his own transcendence energy to suppress it, he placed it inside his storage ring. Now was not the time to refine it. Lu Ping casually glanced in a certain direction behind him. The magic cloud beneath his feet lifted him up, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dark night sky. Chapter 242. The darkness of the night was like a ferocious beast that could devour everything. It lay there quietly, waiting for the arrival of its prey. The surface of the sea had already calmed down. The rippling seawater had already wiped away all traces of the battle. It was impossible to imagine that a blood condensation realm cultivator had once killed a core-forging enlightened master. 6 beams of light suddenly lit up on the surface of the sea. In the moaning sound of the tide, they looked like 6 dancing fireflies. The 6 rays of light landed on the surface of the sea, revealing 6 late blood condensation cultivators. The leader was at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm, while the other 5 were at the 7th layer. Big brother, I can't imagine how a blood condensation cultivator could defeat a core-forging enlightened master. That's right. I'm afraid that person was just hiding his cultivation. After all, a core-forging enlightened master isn't something we can guess. There's no mistake. Cultivation can be hidden, but the aura of magic energy can't be hidden. That person didn't use quintessential essence but magic energy. Moreover, he didn't even use his divine sense. The way I see it, the 12 5-colored lights are the most powerful. They are clearly just top-grade magic artifacts, but they are actually able to fight against magic treasures. The door that appeared in the sky in the end must be a legendary Dao technique, but it was actually destroyed by the 12 5-colored lights. That's right. Big brother, what do you think? The last cultivator finally asked the leader of the group. The leader of the group had been frowning all this time. He looked around in bewilderment, as if he didn't hear the question from the cultivators behind him. The cultivators behind him finally noticed that something was wrong with the leader. One of them asked cautiously, "Big brother, something's wrong." The leader of the group interrupted his brother in panic. He took out 2 water splitters and shouted, "Run!" When the 5 cultivators behind him heard this, they all became alert. Each of them wielded their magic tools in the air. Suddenly 12 5-colored lights lit up around them, and a faint voice came from above them. "At least you have some vigilance, but it's too late." A moment later the 12 lights flashed, and only the 6 cultivators were left on the surface of the sea. One of them asked the leader of the group, "Big brother, then we?" The leading cultivator's expression was calm. He turned around and flew away, leaving behind only 2 words, "Return to the island." After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, 2 streaks of light suddenly flashed on the surface of the sea, revealing a black-robed cultivator in his 30s and an old man in a silver robe. If Lu Ping were here, he would definitely recognize that the cultivator in black was immortal Wang Hua, who had mistaken him for a cultivator of the Crystal Palace, and the old man must be immortal Kunshan, the alchemy master of the Crystal Palace. At this moment, Kunshan Jinren's face was very ugly. When he came to the fallen mystery land, he saw the message left by his disciple about the discovery of the Land of 100 Flowers. The people of Kunshan town naturally knew what the Land of 100 Flowers meant, so they immediately rushed to the nameless island without stopping. However, they were still one step too late. After joining hands with immortal Wang Hua to injure and expel immortal Jin Li, the 2 of them discovered Wang Yishan and the others in the Land of 100 Flowers. When the people of Kunshan town saw the 2 huge pits in the Land of 100 Flowers, they immediately realized that the King of 100 Flowers had been taken by someone else, so they fiercely scolded Senior Marshal Brother Qi. Senior Marshal Brother Qi felt wronged, and at the same time he was extremely vexed. How could he have known that the Land of 100 Flowers had a King of 100 Flowers? Of course, if the people of Kunshan town knew that the King of 100 Flowers that Lu Ping had obtained was a 9th-grade white jade lotus and a peach tree demon that had condensed psychic wood, they probably wouldn't just be remorseful. In any case, the Land of 100 Flowers was still a treasure trove. The 100 Flowers Fiendish had survived 2 large-scale raids by Lu Ping and Senior Marshal Brother Qi. However, natural oddities were rare. Even though the 100 Flowers Fiendish had become extremely sparse, there were still many cultivators who were willing to use it to condense and strengthen their protective stellar energy. The cultivators of the 2 sects naturally sealed this treasure trove for future use. It seems like we're a step too late. Jin Li has already escaped. However, the aura here is really strange. It seems like Jin Li fought a blood condensation realm cultivator, immortal Wang Hua said uncertainly. That's right. It's indeed strange. With Jin Li's abilities, even after using the blood escape technique, he shouldn't have been able to fight with a blood condensation realm cultivator for so long. Moreover, from the aura left behind in this place, it seems like Jin Li used his full strength. The silver-robed old man from the Crystal Palace, immortal Kunshan's divine sense was clearly above immortal Wang Hua's. He could sense more things. In any case, this person shouldn't appear in the territory of our 3 sects alliance. What's more important now is to hide our plan from the Zhang and Li families, especially the Northern Cultivator Alliance behind the Zhang family. This time, Jin Li almost discovered the teleportation array. Fortunately, the old man arrived in time. We must also seal the news about the Land of 100 Flowers. Although the 100 Flowers Fiendish there is much sparse, it can still be used to reward ordinary disciples. It should be enough for 7 or 8 people to condense their stellar energy. My Crystal Palace will split the 100 Flowers Fiendish Qi with your Wang family. Your Wang family will send 4 disciples here to condense their stellar energy. As he spoke, immortal Kunshan had already regarded the Land of 100 Flowers on the Nameless Island as the Crystal Palace's possession. This was a good place. As long as the flowers did not disappear, the stellar energy would remain forever. After accumulating for decades, it could be used by the disciples to condense their stellar energy. After a few hundred years, even the Flower King would be born. Moreover, there were many 500-year-old or even 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the Land of 100 Flowers. Immortal Wang Hua was startled when he heard this. When he saw that the people of Kunshan town were looking at him with bright eyes, he said, "Okay." Lu Ping rushed back to Hearing Waves Island overnight. He summoned Hong Ying and gave him some instructions. Hong Ying's face was filled with shock and admiration. Then he hurriedly summoned his 4 Vajra subordinates and ordered Wu Yan to guard the island. They left Hearing Waves Island overnight. Lu Ping sat cross-legged on top of the miniature spiritual vein in the middle of his immortal's cave. When he finally calmed his mind, his complexion suddenly changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This battle with immortal Jin Li could be said to have been a narrow escape from death. If not for the strength of Lu Ping's great Genshin formation, which was able to contend against immortal Jin Li's inherited magical ability, Lu Ping would have long since died under the Heavenly Gate Sword formation. Of course, the main reason was that immortal Jin Li had been seriously injured and could not use 30 to 40% of his strength. Otherwise, even if Lu Ping had the great Genshin formation, he would at most be able to escape from immortal Jin Li. The next day, Hong Ying returned to Hearing Waves Island in high spirits and announced that Sunrise Island's Yi Buki and his brothers had submitted to Hearing Waves Island. Lu Ping's subordinates now controlled Hearing Waves Island, Crimson Shadow Island, and Sunrise Island. Among the 27 islands under the control of the Three Clans Alliance, Hong Ying was still the nominal leader of the 3 islands, while Sunrise Island's Yi Buki had become the second in command. What made Hong Ying even more excited was that Sunrise Island also had a miniature spiritual vein. This news was tightly concealed by Yi Buki and his brothers, and not even the slightest bit of information leaked out. With his injuries under control, Lu Ping quickly arranged a formation, drawing the spiritual vein to Hearing Waves Island. With 2 spiritual veins in his immortal's cave, the spiritual chi density in his immortal's cave greatly increased, and Lu Ping's injuries rapidly improved. A few days later, the 3 islands' caravans returned. Every once in a while, the forces in the fallen secret realm would have to transport their specialties out of the secret realm and exchange them for the items they needed from the various market squares outside the realm. Most of the items were medicinal pills, magic tools, and other such items. This time, the caravan followed Lu Ping's instructions and exchanged for a lot of 500-year-old spiritual herbs from the various market squares outside the fallen secret realm. Lu Ping personally refined a few furnaces of medicinal pills and gave them to Hong Ying to distribute to the blood condensation cultivators of the 3 islands. Only then did Hong Ying and Yi Buki realize that Lu Ping was actually an alchemist. Only then did they become even more respectful towards Lu Ping, not daring to have the slightest complaint. With the support of medicinal pills, the 30 or so blood condensation cultivators of the 3 islands immediately set off on a cultivation frenzy. These rogue cultivators lacked all kinds of cultivation resources, and their inheritances were also incomplete. Therefore, once they had an opportunity to increase their cultivation, their determination to cultivate was stronger than anyone else's. Lu Ping didn't care what his subordinates thought. In the battle with enlightened Master Jin Li, Lu Ping could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Not to mention that Lu Ping had spent 3 months recuperating, the Qinghan sword that had accompanied him for the longest time was shattered, and the cloudy sky was also heavily damaged. It was obvious that it wouldn't be of much use anymore. A talisman treasure had been discarded just like that, and the meteorite vital poisons had been continuously shattered. It would take a long time for Lu Ping to recuperate with his arcane energy. Right now, the only top-grade magic tools that Lu Ping could use were the crystal glaze bowl and the golden copper mirror. As for the other top-grade magic tools, Lu Ping had 2 or 3, but they weren't compatible with Lu Ping's cultivation technique, so he couldn't bring out the true power of the magic tools. The Great Genshin Array obviously couldn't be used rashly. Using the Great Genshin Array consumed an enormous amount of arcane energy, so it couldn't be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Once it was used, it had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, Lu Ping would face the predicament of running out of arcane energy. During the battle with enlightened Master Jin Li, if it weren't for the support of 3 transformation spirit pills, Lu Ping wouldn't have been able to last until the end. Even so, most of the internal injuries Lu Ping sustained were caused by forcefully using the Great Genshin Array. Fortunately, Lu Ping's harvest this time was similarly enormous. Now was the time to use these gains to strengthen his own foundation. Lu Ping once again drew out the water from the crystal glaze bowl. This was a habit that Lu Ping often used to practice his swordsmanship when he was in seclusion. At this time, there were already 324 water swords, under Lu Ping's command, revolving around Lu Ping's cave and playing around. The one in the lead was the Psychic Sword Light, which had already increased to 162. It was as if it was the leader of these 300 or so sword lights. At this moment, Lu Ping's hand seals changed. The 300 or so water swords trembled, and suddenly each of them split into a small sword. These small swords reappeared from the crystal glaze bowl, immediately growing to the same size as the other water swords. Finally, a total of 648 sword lights, under the lead of the 162 psychic sword lights, slowly merged into a giant water sword in the sky. Under Lu Ping's control, this water sword only needed to use the stone-piercing sky sword art once before it suddenly collapsed, turning into water droplets that filled the sky and scattered around the cave. Chapter 243. However, Lu Ping was pleasantly surprised to find that there were actually 5 high-grade spirit stones among Taoist Jin Li's remaining few 100,000 spirit stones. This more or less made up for Lu Ping's regret. Originally, the carp spirit had a body of bright red scales, but in the end, it was smashed to pieces by the pestle. Lu Ping extracted all the blood from its body in preparation for the Samling's advancement to the late blood condensation realm. Lu Ping stored the jade slip in his storage ring. He would definitely return to the Central Plains in the future. At that time he would follow the directions of the map and explore the secret territory. Qinyuan Island was a good place to go. Naturally, there would be no shortage of top-grade magic tools there. However, there was still more than a year before the Northern Alliance's pill gathering. In any case, he planned to go and experience it, so there was no hurry. Lu Ping looked at the remaining 2 spirit peaches, then at the 15 on the tree. These were treasures that were no less valuable than 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. They could be used to refine core forging pills, but now Lu Ping had casually eaten one of them. Lu Ping couldn't help but rub his stomach. Then he solemnly placed the 2 remaining spirit peaches into a large jade box. Lu Ping picked and chose among the spirit peaches and managed to scrape together enough spirit herbs for a batch of heart-dissolving pills. The blue phoenix, Lu Qin, had already advanced to the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm for some time. Lu Ping was waiting for her to completely stabilize her cultivation and build a solid foundation before refining the heart-dissolving pills for her. There were more than a dozen jade boxes in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping opened them one by one. Inside were the 1,000-year-old spirit herbs that Taoist Jin Li had collected. In total, there were more than 100 of them. This clearly surprised Lu Ping. It seemed that this was the embodiment of a core forging cultivator's wealth. Samling was the spirit pet that Lu Ping could cultivate the most. They all walked the same path as Lu Ping with a solid foundation and strong mana. Lu Ping tossed the carp demon's corpse to Samling, who was already drooling over it. A core forging realm beast cultivator's flesh and blood essence was so abundant that even without a golden core, Samling's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th layer of the blood condensation realm. All he needed was a condensed blood pearl or a barrier-breaking pill to break through to the late blood condensation realm. This was a profound sword technique that could only be practiced after reaching the realm of unity of sword and practice. Right now, Lu Ping could barely use it to figure out and practice, but he was still far from being able to fully unleash the power of this sword technique. The psychic wood was indeed heaven-defying. Even with the nourishment of the Kuei water's essence, the 9th-grade white jade lotus still hadn't awakened its divine light after 9,000 years. In the end, Lu Ping took advantage of it. The little peach tree demon only needed 1,000 years to cultivate into a spirit because of the psychic wood within its body. Lu Ping rubbed his chin. Right now, he should be able to try refining Taoist Jin Li's golden scale sword. 1/3 of his abilities lay in his sword techniques, but after the Qinghan sword was destroyed, he didn't even have a top-grade flying sword to use. However, he had to first form his golden core. After all, the golden core represented the highest level of human cultivators. There were even several powers like the number 1 superpower, the Crystal Palace in the Central Plains. From this, one could see how deep the foundations of the Central Plains cultivators were. However, Lu Ping also knew that the Heavenly Gate Sword Array was Taoist Jin Li's own inherited divine ability, and unless the cultivator was willing, it could not be forcibly taken away. Taoist Jin Li's storage magic tool had almost no medicinal pills left, and he only had a few 100,000 spirit stones left. Presumably, he had used them all up during his 2 years of seclusion and escape. For a core forging enlightened master to only have this little bit of wealth left, it could be considered miserable. Unfortunately, there was no jade slip with the Heavenly Gate Sword Array. This was a true divine ability of the sword, a tyrannical battle technique that could only be fully grasped after breaking through to the realm of sword intent. One of the jade slips recorded a sword technique called the Sword Technique of Unity of True Essence. It was the same sword technique that Taoist Jin Li had used to mount a sneak attack on Lu Ping on that nameless island. According to Lu Ping's knowledge, Taoist Jin Li had only broken through to the core forging stage about 20 to 30 years ago. Moreover, he had spent most of his time in the North Sea. How could he have had the time to visit the Central Plains? Legend had it that the Central Plains was the world of human cultivators. Yao cultivators who had yet to take human form would definitely not dare to roam the Central Plains. There were also 2 purple jade slips in the storage magic tool. Fortunately, these 2 jade slips had not been sealed with divine sense, so Lu Ping could take a look at them. However, the golden scale sword was a magic tool after all. Activating it consumed a lot of his transcendence energy, and it could not be used in front of others, lest they covet it. Lu Ping was naturally unafraid of a blood condensation cultivator, but if he encountered a core forging enlightened master, Lu Ping could only flee. This carp spirit's golden core was naturally the most valuable item that Lu Ping had obtained. Not to mention, this carp spirit clearly had the bloodline of a flood dragon, and it was of the pure water attribute. The other jade slip was a map. Lu Ping carefully examined it for a long time before he understood that it was a map of a secret realm. Moreover, it had been personally drawn by Taoist Jin Li. However, the area marked on the map was the Central Plains, which surprised Lu Ping. Could it be that Taoist Jin Li had been to the Central Plains before? With a flip of his hand, 3 large spirit peaches appeared in Lu Ping's palm. These were the fruits that the little peach tree demon had given to Lu Ping in the land of 100 flowers. After Lu Ping tricked the little peach tree demon into joining the 1000-bell millet, Lu Ping learned that the little peach tree demon was around 2000 years old, and it had awakened its divine light only 300 to 500 years ago. The 18 spirit peaches on the tree were the fruits of the little peach tree demon's 300 years of cultivation. When Samling advanced from early blood condensation to mid-blood condensation, Lu Ping used the blood of a late blood condensation primordial giant crocodile to concoct a barrier-breaking pill. Now that he had advanced to late blood condensation, Lu Ping could use the blood of a core forging realm carp spirit to refine a barrier-breaking pill. Its effects were no less than the condensed blood bead refined from the flood dragon bloodline of a late blood condensation realm cultivator. Could it be that he had to find another top-grade flying sword? But before that, Lu Ping had to first dispose of Adept Jin Li's true body, that gigantic carp corpse. Lu Ping's body had a tremendous amount of transcendence energy, but a single spirit peach was able to restore 1/3 of his transcendence energy. In addition, some of the transcendence energy had penetrated deep into Lu Ping's internal organs, nourishing his body and healing his wounds. This caused Lu Ping to feel even more astonished. The Yulon River, huh? I've heard that this is the 2nd largest river in the Central Plains. It makes sense that there would be demonic beasts roaming the river. The process of refining the gold scale sword was definitely a long-term task. After all, this was Adept Jin Li's life-bound magic treasure. Adept Jin Li's divine sense imprint and true essence imprint were deeply ingrained in the sword. Lu Ping would need to spend a large amount of time to dispel these imprints. Lu Ping didn't hesitate to eat a spirit peach. As expected, it was delicious, juicy, and as soon as the fruit entered his stomach, it instantly transformed into an enormous amount of transcendence energy, rapidly replenishing Lu Ping's depleted transcendence energy from his battle with Adept Jin Li. Chapter 244. Lu Ping now turned his attention to the pool of Kuei water essence of Qianzhong millet. This was a small pool of Kuei water essence condensed by the power of thousands of flowers in the land of hundreds of flowers. It was used to nourish the growth of the white jade lotus and even help it awaken its aura. Now this pool of Kuei water essence was in the hands of Lu Ping, and the white jade lotus had been picked by Lu Ping. The growth of the 3 white jade lotus seeds in the next 100 years obviously didn't need so much Kuei water essence, so Lu Ping naturally couldn't waste it here. After Lu Ping's nourishment for a few months, the myriad poison meteorite wind had been restored. The Kuei water essence was different from the myriad poison meteorite wind. After the myriad poison meteorite wind was condensed into the aura chi, it adopted a more corrosive method to weaken the external attack. For the North Sea wave listening scripture, that Lu Ping cultivated the North Sea wave listening scripture, the toughness of the water curtain heaven flower, protective aura chi itself would not increase too much. However, the Kuei water essence was the opposite. It was condensed from the essence of tens of thousands of water. It could be said that it was the first choice for all cultivators who practiced water attribute cultivation method. For the cultivator's aura chi, it had no other superfluous effect. The only effect was to make the aura chi as tough as possible, so that it could resist stronger attacks head-on. It took Lu Ping a full 3 months to completely condense the second layer of the Kuei water essence on his aura chi. Lu Ping's aura chi had a layer of blue halo on the golden surface from time to time. At this time, Lu Ping's aura chi could completely resist the attack of a cultivator of the same rank using a top-rank magic tool. Lu Ping looked at the center of Qianzhong millet. The water level of the original small pool had been reduced by 2/3. However, if the white jade lotus seeds inside germinated and grew, Lu Ping didn't have to worry about the Kuei water essence decreasing in nearly 100 years. Under the golden nut tree not far away, a huge beehive had already been built. More than 200 amethyst wasps, each the size of a quail's egg, were moving in and out of the beehive. There were also quite a few amethyst wasps that flew out of the 1,000-bell millet to gather the honey of some spirit flowers and medicinal herbs. After the trip to the land of 100 flowers, many of these purple crystal bees broke through to the first layer of blood refining realm one after another. Lu Ping played with the small jade bottle in his hand. Inside the bottle was the purple crystal honey brewed by these purple crystal bees over the past few months. Moreover, most of it came from the experience of those few hours in the land of 100 flowers. The purple crystal wasps were extremely picky when it came to collecting honey. If it wasn't for the spiritual energy contained in the stamens, they generally wouldn't pay attention to it. Therefore, most of the honey they collected were flowering spirit herbs or flowers of quite old plants. The process of collecting honey was also the process of absorbing the spiritual energy from it to cultivate. Because of this, the purple crystal wasps generally went out alone to find flowers that contained spiritual energy to collect honey. There were very few places like the land of 100 flowers where spiritual energy had been accumulated for tens, hundreds, or even thousands of years. There were only about 200 purple crystal wasps that could all go out. Lu Ping looked at the swarm of wasps going in and out in front of him and thought to himself, I wonder when this swarm of purple crystal wasps will give birth to a queen bee. At that time I can harvest the royal jelly. It is a treasure that can be used to increase the success rate of refining pills for the core forging realm. However, when Lu Ping looked at the little bit of purple crystal honey in his hand, he felt a headache. It took a few months to brew this little bit of honey. Even if a queen bee was born, that little bit of royal jelly might not be enough for the queen bee to enjoy. It seemed that finding a large-scale garden with spiritual energy was the fundamental solution. Lu Ping was also looking forward to using this swarm of purple crystal wasps to train his Dao soldier array. When it came to a garden suitable for the growth and cultivation of purple crystal wasps, the best place was naturally a spiritual herb garden. However, those who could manage a spiritual herb garden were mostly forces of one side. A spiritual herb garden like the one on Listening Waves Island was out of the question, if Listening Waves Island was also considered a force of one side. The so-called establishment of a force of one side required at least one core forging enlightened master to hold the fort. After several years of operation, they could erect a flag among the cultivators and establish their own sect. Although Lu Ping now had 3 islands in his hands and more than 30 blood condensation cultivators under him, under his guidance the management of the 3 islands was on the right track. However, he still chose to live in seclusion behind the scenes. Nominally, he was under the protection of the 3 sects alliance and did not dare to erect his own flag. Otherwise, the first people to come to destroy him would be the core forging enlightened master of the 3 sects alliance. Not to mention whether a force would open a spiritual herb garden to Lu Ping. Even if they agreed to open it, Lu Ping did not dare to casually let the purple crystal wasps appear in front of others. An purple crystal wasp danced in front of Lu Ping, as if it was reporting some information. Lu Ping smiled and walked out of 1,000-bell millet. From the wooden table in the cultivation room, he picked up 4 bamboo cups made of black-spotted bamboo and placed a few spirit tea leaves in each cup. He then took out a small jade bottle filled with purple crystal honey and dripped 4 drops of purple crystal honey into each cup. Then he poured a pot of spirit spring water into the black-spotted bamboo cups. A wave of steam rose, accompanied by the fragrance of tea. Just then Hong Ying's loud voice came from outside the door. Young Master Hong Ying Yibuki and Wu Yen request an audience. After obtaining Lu Ping's permission, the 3 entered the room and were immediately attracted by the fragrance of tea and honey. Among the 3, Hong Ying was the oldest, had the highest cultivation and was also the most knowledgeable. Looking at the steaming black-spotted bamboo cups on the table, he said with some nostalgia, "High-grade spirit tea? This is something only a core forging stage Taoist master can enjoy, but this spiritual qi. Yi Buki looked at the spirit tea on the table and did not speak. Wu Yin, on the other hand, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had also drunk spirit tea, but it was of the lowest grade. Because of this, he had spent a lot of spirit stones to drink it. Lu Ping waved his hand, and 3 cups of spirit tea slowly flew towards the 3. Yi Buki reached out and drank it in one gulp. He immediately closed his eyes and began to silently refine the spiritual qi inside, causing Lu Ping to roll his eyes. This high-grade spirit tea was obtained by Lu Ping from Taoist Master Jin Li's belongings. There was only half of it left in an exquisite jade box, but it was enough for Lu Ping to drink for a while. Hong Ying accepted the bamboo cup, took a sip and said, "High-grade spirit tea. This was 10 years ago when I had just broken through to the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. I was overjoyed. I went to Qinyuan City's listening courtyard and spent 100 spirit stones to drink this cup. However, young master, this high-grade spirit tea is not only fragrant, but the spiritual qi is also a bit too dense. Could it be that old eagle is mistaken? Is this a top-grade spirit tea?" Wu Yin held the bamboo cup with both hands and sipped it slowly, like a person who didn't know how to drink and tasted good wine for the first time. However, when he heard Hong Ying's words, he choked and coughed. He was afraid that he would spit out the tea in his mouth, so he could only swallow it. For a moment, his face turned red, and he didn't look like a cultivator anymore. Lu Ping raised the bamboo cup and took a sip, feeling the rich spiritual qi in the tea. He smiled and said, "How could this be some top-grade spirit tea? Those things aren't easy to obtain. Even if there are, most of them have been plundered by late core forging or even Transcendence Laozu. I did add some other good stuff into this tea." Spirit tea can help dissolve the impurities that accumulate in the body during the cultivation process, and my tea can also help purify the magic energy in the body. As soon as Lu Ping finished speaking, Yi Buki, who had already circulated his magic energy in his blood, opened his eyes and said, "As expected." Lu Ping couldn't be bothered with this guy, so he directly said to Hong Ying, "Sit, what's the matter?" Hong Ying put down his teacup and put on a serious expression. He then reported the situation outside the fallen mystic realm to Lu Ping. Every once in a while, the 3 islands would head out to trade for cultivation resources, and Hong Ying was the one who was most familiar with the situation outside the realm. So, during this period of time, there have been cultivators heading towards Qinyuan City? Just for the Northern Alliance Elixir meeting? The Northern Alliance Elixir meeting is only one of the activities for the celebration of the establishment of the Northern Cultivator Alliance. In addition, there are 4 independent activities: the Equipment Refining Conference, the Talisman Conference, and the Formation Exchange Conference. There is also a 100 Arts Conference, which is mainly for some rare cultivation skills. There are very few cultivators who are proficient in these skills, and some cultivators have never even heard of them. So they can't carry out large-scale independent activities. They can only gather together like a hodgepodge. Those who show extraordinary achievements at the conference will be rewarded by the Northern Alliance, and they will be favored by the Northern Alliance and various forces. Therefore, this is also a way for many talented cultivators to improve their cultivation path. Lu Ping remembered that he had promised the Li family of the 3 islands to participate in the Elixir meeting. It was only because he came to the fallen secret land that he was delayed until now. At that time, he might have to go to Qinyuan City to see the splendor of the largest city in the northern East Sea. Yi Buki was in charge of the defense of the 3 islands, the investigation of the other islands, and the summary of information, etc. Then, it seems that the internal affairs of the 3 alliances will not be peaceful. I'm afraid that the Wang family has already attracted other forces to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. However, these foreign forces may also have their own plans. The Wang family may be inviting fire to burn and inviting the wolf into the house. Lu Ping thought of Senior Marshal Brother Qi from the Crystal Palace in the Land of 100 Flowers and sneered. The Wang family has already begun to secretly connect with the 27 islands and has repeatedly contacted other forces. It is estimated that they will soon test our intentions. How should we deal with them? Yi Buki secretly admired Lu Ping for being able to analyze the results from such a small amount of clues. In the end, the competition between the 3 alliances will still be decided by the enlightened masters of the core forging realm and the forces behind the 3 alliances. At most, we are just supporting them. No matter who wins or loses, we only need to protect our own foundations. Wu Yin had also witnessed Lu Ping's prowess with his own eyes, so he was in awe of Lu Ping. Under Lu Ping's guidance, he was placed in charge of the development and utilization of all the cultivation resources on the 3 islands. Under his command, every early blood condensation realm cultivator would lead a team of blood refining realm cultivators to take care of a specific task. They would either be planting spirit grains, tending to the spirit herb garden, or mining spirit ores. Under Lu Ping's guidance, the early blood condensation realm cultivators completed their tasks in an orderly manner. Not bad. It seems that the current management of the 3 islands is reasonable. I believe that in the future, everyone's cultivation resources will be much more abundant, and you can exchange them for many cultivation resources. After listening to Wu Yan's introduction, Hong Ying and Yi Buki revealed a trace of joy. The current situation of the 3 islands had far exceeded their previous situation, and this change was due to the young and mysterious cultivator in front of them. Chapter 245. Wu Yan, your cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th layer of the blood condensation realm, right? What is your foundation bloodline? Lu Ping asked casually. Ah. Wu Yan clearly didn't understand the meaning behind Lu Ping's words. She nodded and said, yes, your subordinate's foundation bloodline is the wind attribute cicada bloodline. Red Eagle? And Yi Buki looked at Wu Yan enviously. What cultivation technique did you cultivate? What kind of bloodline did you replenish when you advanced to the mid-stage blood condensation realm? Wu Yan finally understood the meaning behind Lu Ping's question. Her face lit up with joy, but she suppressed the excitement in her heart and answered respectfully, your subordinate cultivated the wind and fire hybrid art that I obtained from a rogue cultivator by chance. However, this cultivation technique could only reach the 8th layer before it was discontinued. In order to cultivate both wind and fire, I merged with the fire attribute cicada bloodline when I advanced to the mid-stage blood condensation realm. After that, it took me 2 years to successfully advance to the mid-stage blood condensation realm. Wind and fire dual cultivation, huh? Lu Ping didn't agree with this method of mixing bloodlines. Normally, a cultivator would only choose one type of bloodline, so there was a reason to maintain the purity of the bloodline. However, most cultivators couldn't do this. When advancing to the blood condensation realm, it could be due to insufficient innate talent, poor cultivation foundation, impatience, or weak willpower. Some cultivators didn't even realize this and purposely weakened the purity of their foundation bloodline, allowing the attributes of other bloodlines to be mixed in. However, they were still complacent about it and so on and so forth. As a result, their foundation bloodline couldn't be the dominant one in their bloodline. And this was only when a cultivator was in the blood condensation realm. After entering the blood condensation realm, a cultivator would have to fuse 6 different bloodlines into one's body, making up for their bloodline strength thrice. Every mistake would affect a cultivator's future achievements. Cultivation was a contradictory process of advancing bravely but also treading on thin ice. Of course, this was only Lu Ping's personal opinion. Some cultivators didn't cultivate like Lu Ping to maintain the purity of their bloodline. Even cultivators who cultivated pure elemental cultivation techniques couldn't do this because there were too many factors that could affect and restrict their cultivation method. On the other hand, cultivators who cultivated dual or even tri-elemental cultivation techniques could achieve great results in the end, even faster than cultivators who cultivated pure elemental cultivation techniques. Lu Ping explained the pros and cons of these cultivation methods to Wu Yan, but in fact he was also explaining them to Hong Ying and Yi Buki. This was the advantage of having a heritage. There were always dozens of generations of experience and research that the future cultivators could refer to and verify. Lu Ping had also collected some cultivation techniques over the years. Among them, there were a few that were related to the dual cultivation of wind and fire. However, these cultivation techniques were not much better than Wu Yan's hybrid wind and fire technique. The inheritance could only be perfected to the peak of the blood condensation realm at most. It wasn't worth it for Wu Yan to focus on other cultivation techniques and convert the primordial energy in her body into other types of energy. It would be great if Lu Ping's cultivation reached the golden core realm. At that time, Lu Ping would have the right to look up the cultivation technique Jade Slips of the Heaven Spirit Hall. At that time, he would be able to find a few relatively complete inheritance techniques for his subordinates. Of course, he didn't even need to think about the true inheritance techniques. Lu Ping pondered for a moment and took out 2 jade slips from his storage ring. He said, during the Heaven Essence Pill gathering, Hong Ying will accompany me to Heaven Essence City. When the time comes, you should go with him. If you can obtain the dual elemental wind and fire cicada bloodline, you can use it to break through to the late blood condensation realm. As for your cultivation technique, I don't have any good inheritance in my hands right now. These 2 jade slips each contain a dual elemental wind and fire cultivation technique. Although they are only perfected to the late blood condensation realm, you can use them for reference. If you can perfect your cultivation technique to the peak of the blood condensation realm, that would naturally be the best. These were 2 inheritance jade slips. In the eyes of a wandering cultivator, they were incomparably precious. What was an inheritance jade slip? It wasn't a secret technique that was recorded in words and handed over to the cultivator for them to figure out and cultivate. An inheritance jade slip was a collection of cultivation techniques and cultivation techniques. It included everything related to these 2 techniques: cultivation experience, understanding, refining of magic treasures, the choice of natal magic treasures, suitable cultivation pills, and so on. Every inheritance jade slip could be said to be a small encyclopedia of the cultivation world. For example, the North Sea wave listening technique that Lu Ping cultivated was a combination of the North Sea wave listening technique and the flying spirit treading the sea art. In addition to the North Sea 12 techniques related to cultivation techniques, there were more than 10 choices for refining natal magic treasures. There were also 7 or 8 ways to improve natal magic treasures. There were even 3 suitable treasures that could be used to improve the quality of magic treasures, and so on. These things were in Jinling. Logically speaking, only cultivators who had reached the core forging realm or made great contributions to the sect would receive the complete inheritance. However, Lu Ping was a direct disciple, so he could also receive the complete inheritance. Moreover, only half of his cultivation technique was from Jinling. The other half came from Fei Ling's sect, which had been destroyed thousands of years ago. Wu Yan's hands trembled as she received the jade slips. Although Hong Ying and Yi Buki tried their best to remain calm, their bright eyes were fixed on the jade slips in Wu Yan's hands. From time to time their eyes flashed with envy. Lu Ping was born in a big sect. Relying on his own efforts, he was favored by Master Xianling naturally. He had seen many inheritances. In these years he had traveled everywhere, and the number of cultivators who had died in his hands was not small. Although there were few inheritance jade slips, he did not realize that this kind of thing was far more precious than he had imagined in the eyes of a rogue cultivator. The 3 of them left Lu Ping's cultivation room. Hong Ying and Yi Buki were thinking about their own things, as if they wanted to say something but stopped. Wu Yan was still immersed in the joy of getting the 2 jade slips. From time to time she would touch the storage bag on her waist for fear of losing the 2 jade slips. After the 3 of them walked far away, Hong Ying could not help but ask, "What kind of person do you think the young master is?" Yi Buki looked at him expressionlessly. A trace of awe and gratitude flashed in Wu Yan's eyes from time to time. She lowered her eyelids and did not speak. It seemed that Hong Ying did not expect the 2 of them to answer. He continued, "I, Hong Ying, have been fighting in the secret land of Fallen Mountain for decades. I have experienced life and death several times. I believe that my subordinates are no weaker than those so-called elite disciples in the sect who only have cultivation and spiritual power but have not experienced many life and death battles. Even so, I and my 4 brothers could not last more than 3 rounds against the young master." Chapter 246. The Red Eagle paused. Yi Buki's face was still as calm as water, but his eyes shone brightly from time to time, as if he was recalling something unimaginable. Wu Yan lowered her head and was at a loss. She didn't know whether she should leave or stay here. Hong Ying stared at Yi Buki and suddenly asked in a low voice, "Yi Buki, once the 6 directions battle formation in your 6 brothers' hands is combined, even Qi Lianying of Flying Rainbow Island couldn't do anything to you. It is said that Qi Lianying is an abandoned disciple of a big sect in the East Sea. She is said to be the strongest on the 27 islands. It is also said that she once escaped from a perfected master of the core forging realm." Yi Buki stared at the Red Eagle without saying a word. The Red Eagle opened its mouth and said something that frightened Yi Buki even more. "Is the young master a perfected master of the core forging realm?" Wu Yan, who had been thinking about something with her head lowered, suddenly raised her head, glanced at Red Eagle, and then turned to look at Yi Buki. Her eyes, which had always been submissive, suddenly burst out with an inexplicable brilliance. Yi Buki stared at Hong Ying blankly for a long time, as if he was recalling something. After a while, he reacted and said coldly, The young master is not a perfected master of the core forging realm. Then he left. However, when he turned around, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. It seemed that even he couldn't figure out who Lu Ping was. Wu Yan lowered her head again, and her eyes became gloomy again. It was obvious that she was a little disappointed. Hong Ying looked at Yi Buki's back thoughtfully, then turned around and left without saying a word. Wu Yan looked at the two people who had left and suddenly didn't know what to do. After a long time, she suddenly patted her head, as if she had remembered that there was something that Lu Ping had asked her to do, so she hurriedly left. In the cultivation room, Lu Ping suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a dark light, like a pool of unfathomable autumn water. He smiled and then closed his eyes again to cultivate. 2 days later, Lu Ping took out a piece of black wood from his interspatial ring. There was less than a year left until the North Alliance alchemy meet. Perhaps it was time for him to make some preparations. This piece of soul-nourishing wood had been in Lu Ping's hands for several years. After secretly exchanging the spirit-forging pill with Taoist master Jiang Shenlin for this profound-level middle-rank world spirit wood, Lu Ping had been secretly cultivating the splitting soul secret technique. For several years, he had been enduring the great pain caused by the tearing of his divine sense and had been practicing diligently. In order to maintain the advantage of having twice the strength of an ordinary person's divine sense, Lu Ping had practiced a total of 3 sets of secret techniques that could strengthen divine sense. The spirit-nourishing technique had increased the range of Lu Ping's divine sense by nearly 1/3. By chance, he had obtained the mysterious leaf grass and successfully refined 12 soul expansion pills, which had increased the range of Lu Ping's divine sense by another 30 meters. The last was the splitting soul technique, which used the soul-nourishing wood as a sustenance, which had increased the strength of Lu Ping's divine sense by nearly 90 meters. After the divine sense contained in the soul-nourishing wood had fused with Lu Ping's divine sense, Lu Ping had to reintegrate and familiarize himself with the newly increased divine sense, so that he could truly command it with ease. After Lu Ping finally completed the splitting soul technique, more than a month had passed. Lu Ping's divine sense could now cover a radius of more than 2 miles. The huge divine sense suddenly spread out, catching Lu Ping off guard. The cultivators on Tingtao Island all felt a huge aura suddenly surround them, and the chill made these cultivators tremble from head to toe. Fortunately, Lu Ping reacted in time. He quickly took full control of the divine sense and began to gather it towards Lu Ping's cave dwelling. However, Lu Ping was once again careless. With such a huge area of coverage, even a first-layer core forging enlightened master could only cover a radius of 1 to 2 miles at most. Although the divine sense was inferior to the divine sense, when a divine sense with such a huge area of coverage was gathered together, the quantitative change finally led to a qualitative change. Above Lu Ping's cave dwelling, a faint blue shadow swayed in all directions, changing into various shapes. A huge pressure suddenly came from above the cave dwelling, and the blood condensation cultivators on Tingtao Island felt as if a heavenly river was collapsing above their heads, and they were about to face a catastrophe. Many blood-refining cultivators who were tending to the spiritual fields or collecting spiritual herbs were directly shocked by the pressure, and they fainted on the ground. The pressure came and went so quickly that a few early blood condensation cultivators thought that there was something wrong with their cultivation. They quickly returned to their cave dwellings to meditate, afraid that they would suffer from qi deviation. Fortunately, all the mid-blood condensation cultivators on the island were working for Hong Ying and Yi Buki. Only Wu Yan was left on Tingtao Island. Wu Yan immediately jumped up when the aura descended on her. Lu Ping was the one who did all the work, so he was the one in charge. Wu Yan naturally knew what happened. He looked in the direction of Lu Ping's cave dwelling in awe. His heart was already in turmoil. This is the divine sense pressure of a core forging enlightened master. Could it be that young master is really a core forging enlightened master like Hong Ying guessed? But why is Yi Buki so certain that he is not? Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Could it be that young master had successfully advanced and just reached the gold core realm? But he immediately denied this thought. Advancing to the core forging realm would not only result in a huge whirlpool of spiritual energy, but there would also be astronomical phenomena. However, Tingtao Island was currently calm, so how could there be any astronomical phenomena? Just as Wu Yan was hesitating whether he should go to Lu Ping's cave dwelling to ask for instructions, a voice reached his ears. Wu Yan's expression stiffened. Then, as if he had understood some kind of mission, he bowed in the direction of Lu Ping's cave dwelling, turned around and left in a hurry. His divine sense sensed that Wu Yan had followed his instructions. Lu Ping heaved a long sigh of relief. He was too careless. He didn't expect his divine sense to have the embryonic form of a core-forging enlightened master's divine sense pressure. Fortunately, he was on Tingtao Island. If he was in a densely populated area, he might have caused a lot of trouble. Lu Ping remembered the female alchemist Chu Ting he met in the Li family of the Three Families Island. She had a secret technique that could transform her divine sense into divine sense before she advanced to the core-forging realm. However, this kind of divine sense was too weak for a core-forging enlightened master. However, this secret technique was extremely precious for a blood condensation realm alchemist. Divine sense was an important obstacle for alchemists to successfully refine half-step core-forging realm pills, or even core-forging realm pills. Chu Ting was able to successfully refine a 7-step marked pill because of the divine sense into thought secret technique. Lu Ping did not know the divine sense into thought secret technique. The reason why his divine sense could possess the power of divine sense was mainly because he had contracted his huge divine sense to the extreme, so it temporarily possessed the power of divine sense. Lu Ping's intuition told him that his alchemy technique was about to usher in another breakthrough. Could the temporarily possessed the power of divine sense allow him to refine core-forging realm pills? Just thinking about it made Lu Ping excited. However, now was clearly not the time to concoct a core-forging realm medicinal pellet. Not to mention the large number of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs required to concoct a core-forging realm medicinal pellet, Lu Ping only had 2 core-forging realm medicinal pellet recipes. One was the golden marrow pellet recipe from his alchemist Xing Tao, and the other was obtained from Fei Ling Island. Lu Ping suddenly remembered that he still had a few purple jade slips sealed with divine sense. Now that his divine sense had been compressed to the extreme, it already possessed some of the characteristics of divine sense. He didn't know if he could unlock the seal, but the result was that Lu Ping was disappointed. Sealing a jade slip with divine sense was a complicated method of using one's divine sense. The current Lu Ping obviously did not have this ability. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A blue streak of light flew out of Soundwave Island. It streaked across the rippling surface of the sea, looking like an inconspicuous wave. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared above the sea. At this moment, the nameless island was no longer as desolate and uninhabited as before. On top of a large stone slope at the entrance to the Land of 100 Flowers, a group of Crystal Palace cultivators in silver robes were guarding the entrance. A streak of light streaked across the sky. The cultivators' expressions changed as they looked at the newcomer. The newcomer was a young cultivator in black robes at the 8th layer of blood condensation realm. When he saw the Crystal Palace cultivators guarding the entrance, a trace of anger flashed across his eyes. However, he still respectfully handed over a jade token and said, "Three Family Alliance's Wang family's disciple Wang Yimu has come to the Land of 100 Flowers to condense the 100 Flowers baleful qi. Senior brothers from the Crystal Palace, please let us pass." Wang family? The leader of the Crystal Palace cultivators played with the jade token in his hand and said playfully, "I really don't know what enlightened Kunshan is thinking. This Land of 100 Flowers was discovered by our Crystal Palace's senior brother Qi Shimin and junior brother Wang Yishan. It should belong to our Crystal Palace alone, but the people of Kunshan Town gave up 4 spots to the Wang family to condense baleful qi. What a waste." Wang Yimu retorted, "Senior brother, you are wrong. This Land of 100 Flowers was first discovered by our Wang family. It was my cousin Wang Yishan and Wang Yiling who brought senior brother Qi and the other 2 here." Impudent. Is senior brother Qi someone you can call? Wang Yishan is just a disciple of our Crystal Palace. That's why we are brothers. Your Wang family is not a disciple of our Crystal Palace. You are just a small family under the protection of our Crystal Palace. A Crystal Palace cultivator looked down at Wang Yimu and said. Another escape light flashed in the sky. A Crystal Palace cultivator landed. Looking at Wang Yimu and the Crystal Palace cultivators who were in a stalemate at the entrance of the cave, he turned to the leader of the Crystal Palace cultivators and said, "Senior brother Ma, I came here to condense Gang Qi for protection under the order of enlightened Kunshan." It turns out to be junior brother Lin. Junior brother Lin is young and promising. Enlightened Kunshan thinks highly of you. Hurry up and go to the southeast corner. The baleful qi is relatively stronger there. The leader of the Crystal Palace cultivators reminded junior brother Lin fervently. Wang Yimu, who had arrived earlier, had been ignored. Chapter 247. Junior brother Lin nodded and glanced at Wang Yimu behind him. Then he turned to senior brother Ma and said, "Senior brother Ma, you've worked hard. Kenshin Jinren will definitely reward you. Maybe the last place will be yours." Senior brother Ma was overjoyed and said, "Junior brother Lin, please put in a good word for me in front of Kenshin Jinren." Junior brother Lin nodded and entered the cave. "You guys are too much." Wang Yimu looked at the Crystal Palace cultivators standing in front of him and letting junior brother Lin go first. Finally he said angrily, "I'm here under the order of Wang Hua Jinren. Why do you keep making things difficult for me?" Senior brother Ma and the others looked at Wang Yimu with a mocking expression and said, "Making things difficult for you? Did we say that you weren't allowed to enter the land of 100 flowers? So what if I make things difficult for you? Don't forget, this is the territory of my Water Crystal Palace. Your Wang family has been treated so well by my Water Crystal Palace. Not only are you not grateful, you even want a yard after being given an inch?" Wang Yimu knew that they were deliberately making things difficult for him. He took the jade token from senior brother Ma and walked into the cave without looking back. Senior brother Ma's sarcastic voice came from behind, "After you go in, go to the southwest corner. That's where the disciples of the Wang family condense their evil qi." Wang Yimu turned around angrily and said, "You're too much. My cousin Wang Yiheng condensed his evil qi in the southwest corner last time. The evil qi there must be thin. How can he condense it again?" Senior brother Ma replied with a sneer, "Go or not, I think there are still many cultivators in the Wang family who haven't condensed their evil qi yet, right? Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you go to the wrong place, you'll be driven out by the patrolling senior brother." Wang Yimu wanted to return to his encampment and explain the situation to perfected Wang Hua, but he suddenly remembered perfected Wang Hua's hint and the envious expressions of his brothers. He glared at senior brother Ma and turned to enter the cave abode. Senior brother Ma and the others exchanged glances and sneered. One of the cultivators behind Wang Yimu reminded him, "Kid, you only have 3 days. After 3 days, regardless of whether you have finished condensing your killing intent or not, you must leave the land of 100 flowers. If not, we will have no choice but to expel you." Wang Yimu's figure paused for a moment, then he continued to walk into the cave. However, no one realized that while everyone was entangled at the entrance of the cave, a blue figure had already hidden above the entrance of the cave. Then the blue figure released a fat gray spirit beast from the spirit beast bag. After the blue figure rode on the spirit beast, the man and the spirit beast strangely sank down from the stone slope. The stone art was different from the earth art. Although the two were essentially the same, the stone art was much more difficult than the earth art. Hence, after Debao sent Lu Ping to the cave in the land of 100 flowers, he once again exhausted his spiritual energy and laid on the ground, playing dead. The land of 100 flowers was still shrouded in a thick fog, but the color of the fog had changed from pink to a faint gray. This was because the cultivators had used a large amount of the 100 flowers' baneful qi to condense their protective astral energy, leaving only the black 100 flowers miasma in the fog. That was why the fog had a faint gray color. Lu Ping moved his divine thought and immediately covered most of the land of flowers. He cleverly avoided a few patrolling Crystal Palace cultivators and slowly walked toward the depths of the land of flowers. At this moment, a divine sense casually swept across the land of 100 flowers. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat and he quickly took out 2 stone slabs from his storage ring. He placed one on his left and the other on his right. The divine sense swept past Lu Ping's body calmly, but it didn't find anything amiss. Then the divine sense withdrew. It seemed that not only were there patrolling cultivators, but there were also cultivators who carefully checked with divine thought from time to time. The cultivators of the Crystal Palace paid a lot of attention to this place. Lu Ping continued to move toward the depths of the land of flowers. Every 100 meters, there would be 3 cultivators of the Crystal Palace patrolling. At the same time, in order to avoid the thick fog, they also used divine thought to check the surrounding area from time to time. Lu Ping gradually frowned. Why would the cultivators of the Crystal Palace pay so much attention to a land of flowers that had lost its flower king? Why would they send so many cultivators to patrol it? Lu Ping didn't believe that it was because of the evil qi of the flowers. After Lu Ping and senior brother Qi collected the evil qi, the remaining evil qi was extremely thin. The Crystal Palace wouldn't go through so much trouble just for a land of flowers. Moreover, the cultivators of the Crystal Palace were obviously strict on the inside. Apart from senior brother Ma, the 4 cultivators guarding the cave entrance had ordinary cultivations. The cultivators of the Crystal Palace inside the cave were either at the peak of the blood condensation realm or at the level 8 of the blood condensation realm. Spiritual energy rippled from their bodies. Obviously, their foundations were very solid. The 2 stone slabs in Lu Ping's hands were taken from the cave entrance. Not only could they avoid the detection of the cultivator's divine sense, but they could also hide the fluctuations of their Dharma power. Lu Ping used his divine sense and Qianzhong millet flew out from his storage ring. It slowly opened above Lu Ping's head. More than 200 purple crystal bees swarmed out of their nest. In an instant, they spread out and flew toward the flowers in the land of flowers. The appearance of the purple crystal bees quickly attracted the attention of the patrolling cultivators. However, the land of 100 flowers was quite vast. With more than 200 purple crystal bees scattered, even if a cultivator accidentally found 1 or 2, it would not arouse their vigilance. The cultivators who found the purple crystal bees would not know that these bees with purple on their heads were the famous purple crystal bees in the cultivation world. Because the purple crystal bees would fly back to Lu Ping from time to time, Lu Ping had to wander around the land of flowers in order not to attract the attention of the cultivators in the Crystal Palace. Relying on the 2 stone slabs from the temple and his divine sense, which was far superior to others, he wasn't afraid of being discovered by the cultivators in the Crystal Palace. At this time, Lu Ping's divine sense suddenly discovered that the fog in the land of flowers suddenly started to flow slowly. The thin 100-flower evil qi contained in the fog also flowed southwest along with the flow of the fog. If it wasn't for Lu Ping's extraordinary divine sense, he probably wouldn't have discovered this trend. In the southwest, wasn't that the disciple of the Wang family condensing evil qi? He didn't expect this person to have a secret technique that could condense evil qi. Although the 100-flower evil qi in the land of flowers was thin, if one could use a secret technique to condense the evil qi in the land of flowers, it would be enough for a late blood condensation cultivator to condense their earth qi to perfection. Lu Ping didn't mind. Instead, he instinctively avoided the Wang family disciple and wandered in other directions. 2 days later, the purple crystal bees had collected and brewed quite a lot of honey. More than 200 purple crystal bees had all advanced to the first layer of blood refining realm, and more than 20 of them had already reached the peak of the first layer. Lu Ping believed that they would advance to the second layer in the next few days. Only when all the purple crystal bees reached the third layer of blood refining realm would a queen be born. At that time, Lu Ping's bee colony would expand, and only then would he be able to brew purple crystal royal jelly. However, he didn't know how long the millions of flowers in the land of flowers could last for the purple crystal bees. At this time, the 100-flower evil qi around Lu Ping suddenly stopped gathering in the southwest direction. It seemed that the Wang family cultivator who used the secret technique to condense the 100-flower evil qi had finished condensing his earth qi. But then the Wang family cultivator suddenly disappeared from Lu Ping's divine sense. Chapter 248. Disappeared? Lu Ping was stunned. Lu Ping once again carefully explored the area where Wang Yimu was, but still found nothing. This is interesting. Lu Ping rubbed his chin and suddenly became interested in this cultivator of the Wang family. Lu Ping walked toward the area where Wang Yimu was and superimposed his divine sense. Lu Ping had used this method many times. Although it reduced the coverage of Lu Ping's divine sense by half, he could explore the area more thoroughly. This was also a common method that Lu Ping often used to detect cultivators who use spells such as invisibility. However, Wang Yimu's concealment method was obviously beyond Lu Ping's expectation. Lu Ping intended to superimpose his divine sense again, but in that case, such a thick divine sense would inevitably alert the cultivators of the Crystal Palace who were patrolling nearby. Just when Lu Ping was hesitating whether to use this method, his divine sense trembled slightly and captured some clues. It turned out that the cultivator of the Wang family was walking in the direction where Lu Ping was. Since he had found his trace, Lu Ping naturally would not let him disappear from his divine sense again. He immediately followed from a distance to see what this mysterious person was going to do. At this moment, Lu Ping's divine sense moved again and found that there was another thing moving quickly in front of Wang Yimu, and Wang Yimu was obviously following this thing. This is? Spirit-seeking mouse? Lu Ping became more interested this time. The other party actually had a spirit-seeking mouse, and this spirit-seeking mouse seemed to have a cultivation of level 9 of blood refining realm. Obviously, it was deliberately cultivated. However, what was the other party looking for? Before this, Lu Ping had asked De Bao to search the land of 100 flowers for about half a day. With Debao's cultivation of middle-stage blood-refining realm, Lu Ping was confident that this spirit-seeking mouse would not find anything that even Debao could not. In front of him was a huge pit created by Lu Ping after he moved the little peach tree monster to the 1000-bell millet. The spirit-seeking mouse ran to the bottom of the pit and sniffed around, but it couldn't find anything. It then ran back up dejectedly. Wang Yimu was not discouraged. He stroked the head of the spirit-seeking mouse, took out a pill from his storage bag and fed it. Spirit-addicting fragrance? This surprised Lu Ping again. He did not expect this cultivator from the Wang family to have such a treasure. Could there really be a treasure in the land of 100 flowers that Lu Ping had not discovered before? The spirit-addicting fragrance was actually a type of pill. The greatest use of this pill was to maximize the innate talent of the spirit pet. However, because this pill stimulated the spirit pet's innate talent, this spirit-seeking mouse probably had no hope of advancing to the blood condensation realm in the future. With this spirit-addicting fragrance, this spirit-seeking mouse's innate talent was no less than that of the spirit-seeking mouse in the blood condensation realm. With a thought, Lu Ping grabbed Debao from the spirit beast pouch again. Poor Debao had just recovered the spiritual energy it had used up a few days ago. It was sleeping in the spirit beast pouch to replenish its energy. It did not expect to be grabbed by Lu Ping again. Debao was about to protest, but Lu Ping had already slapped its head first. After a brief conversation with Lu Ping, Debao's spirit was instantly lifted. What? There is a treasure here that I have not discovered yet? And this treasure might have already been discovered by a spirit-seeking mouse that is far weaker than me and is rushing over now? A spirit-seeking mouse at the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm? What a joke. So what if it ate the spirit-addicting fragrance? How could it be stronger than me, a mid-stage blood condensation realm cultivator? Debao had long forgotten about Lu Ping's annoyance at waking him up. It sniffed the ground with its sharp nose, and as expected, it discovered something. Its forelegs hidden under its belly moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it had overtaken the other spirit-seeking mouse that was moving forward hesitantly. Looks like there really is something good here. After moving forward for a distance, Lu Ping suddenly grabbed Debao from the ground and looked ahead with a serious expression. Through Lu Ping's divine sense, he suddenly sensed a dozen Crystal Palace cultivators gathering in front of them. These cultivators were loosely forming a circle, as if they were guarding something inside. Moreover, these cultivators had set up many early warning restrictions in front of them. Once a cultivator touched these restrictions, the Crystal Palace cultivators would notice in advance. Lu Ping naturally knew where these Crystal Palace cultivators were guarding. This was because it was the pit that Lu Ping dug out with the level 9 white jade lotus and the small pool of Kuei water essence. What good things could there be there? Lu Ping frowned and pondered. Right, those few spiritual veins. Lu Ping's eyes lit up, but then he seemed to think that those few mini-spiritual veins were scattered spiritual veins condensed by the power of the entire land of flowers to nourish the king of flowers. After Lu Ping dug out the white jade lotus, these spiritual veins should have slowly dispersed. Could it be that the Crystal Palace cultivators found these spiritual veins and had a way to fix and transfer them? But for these 3 or 4 mini-spiritual veins, the Crystal Palace had mobilized too many people. Just when Lu Ping was puzzled, Wang Yimu, who had been left behind by Lu Ping, finally arrived nearby with the help of his spirit-seeking mouse. Lu Ping smirked maliciously, got out of the way, and quietly hid on the other side of the pit. After a while, he heard the Crystal Palace cultivators shout, "Who is it?" Wang Yimu, who had triggered the inhibition, was like a sensitive bird, desperately trying to escape. With the secret skill of hiding his breath, he instantly lost the perception of divine awareness. However, how could the alarmed Water Crystal Palace cultivators let the matter rest? While this place was not impregnable, despite being guarded by so many Water Crystal Palace cultivators, they had still allowed an outsider to enter. How could the Water Crystal Palace cultivators, who had always prided themselves on being the pride of the heavens, not feel enraged? Out of the 12 cultivators guarding the place, 10 of them rushed out. Thankfully, 2 of them retained some semblance of rationality. They did not forget their duty. Next, however, they saw a golden-colored flying sword fly out from the thick fog. The flying sword left a long trail of light behind it, instantly dazzling the 2 cultivators' eyes. By the time the 2 cultivators were able to adjust to the dazzling golden light, they saw that their respective backs had lost their heads. Lu Ping did not show any mercy when killing the Crystal Palace cultivators. The overflowing sea gang of the North Sea was obviously an extension of the Crystal Palace's power. Their hands were stained with the blood of the North Sea cultivators. Lu Ping reached out and took the 2 storage bags in his hand. He scanned them with his divine awareness. His luck was not bad. There was a top-grade flying sword inside. Although it was a lot worse than the Qinghan sword, it could temporarily make do with it. After all, the golden scale sword was a magic weapon, and it consumed too much magic power to use. The big pit in front of them was left by Lu Ping when he moved the white jade lotus pond. The difference was that at the bottom of the big pit, there was a big hole, or rather, a tunnel that extended deep into the ground. The tunnel was dark, and only a weak but extremely pure spiritual energy was emitted. Debao immediately ran to the side of Lu Ping's feet. There was a treasure down there. After pondering it for a moment, Lu Ping decided to head towards the entrance of the cave. When he reached the entrance of the cave, Lu Ping turned around and waved his hand to collect the corpses of the 2 Crystal Palace cultivators. At the same time, he wiped away the blood on the ground. It looked as though all the cultivators guarding the entrance of the cave had gone after the cultivator who had broken into the forbidden area. Although the tunnel was dark, after Lu Ping had moved forward for a certain distance, the stone walls around him gradually shone with a crystalline luster. The spiritual energy swirling around Lu Ping gradually grew thicker as well. Lu Ping was shocked. Could this be? After moving forward for a certain distance, clanking sounds finally came from the depths of the cave, further confirming Lu Ping's guess. Lu Ping used the Mirage Gauze robe to change his aura. He used the 2 stone slabs to prevent his divine awareness from probing and to conceal his magic power fluctuations. At the same time, he used the invisibility technique improved from the invisible sword formula to conceal his figure. Only then did he feel at ease and slowly walked in the direction of the sound. Senior Brother Wen, I'm afraid that no matter how hard the cultivators of the 3 Families Island and the Northern Alliance speculated, they would never have thought that there was not only a land of 100 flowers on this barren island, but also a medium-sized spirit stone vein under the land of 100 flowers. That's right. Our sect's Firmament Laozu is a grandmaster who surveys all kinds of mineral veins and spirit veins. Through some kind of method, he has long found out that there is a spirit stone vein in the area of the 3 Families Alliance in the Fallen Mystery area. However, he has never been clear about its specific location. That's why our sect tried to break up the 3 Families Alliance and make the Wang family of the 3 Families Alliance join our Crystal Palace. Our purpose is to find a way to set our sect's influence in this area. After all, this area is nominally under the protection of the Northern Alliance. Unexpectedly, we accidentally found this vein in the land of 100 flowers. Thanks to Sage Kunshin's superior wisdom, Sage Wang Hua was able to give this island to our sect with just a few words. They are just some blind cultivators. I think they have reached the early stage of the core forging realm by luck. They can't be compared with Sage Kunshin. It's extremely dangerous. I heard that someone found the King of 100 Flowers in the land of 100 Flowers before Sage Kunshin's disciple, Qi Shimin, and took it away. Fortunately, that person was also blind and didn't know that there was a medium-sized spirit stone vein under the King of 100 Flowers. So that's how it is. They are really blind. Lu Ping gave a wry smile. No wonder the white jade lotus could gather 4 or 5 mini-spirit veins. He had always thought that those spirit veins were formed by gathering the power of the entire land of 100 flowers. Now that he thought about it, this explanation was really a bit far-fetched. After all, the entire land of 100 flowers could condense a pool of Kuei water essence for the white jade lotus. Now that he had come here, how could Lu Ping return empty-handed from a treasure mountain? Rubbing his chin, Lu Ping began to think about how to avoid those cultivators and make a fortune without being noticed. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.